And a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl, where we are in one-day 50-over cup mode. The championship has taken a bit of a break, and to the fore, alongside the 50-over cup, is the 100. But because Kevin Hand is here, we won't talk about that much today. Anyway, let me tell you that Hampshire have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. We'll go through the rules and what have you and who does what as we go along. But this is the first round of group matches taking place today. I'm Kevin James, and alongside me, your commentary team for the rest of the day. A little later, you'll hear from, this is very apt, a former Middlesex and Hampshire left-arm spinner, Raj Maru, making his first commentary date of the season, and I've sort of half introduced him already. He used to be one of our very big friends from BBC London. It is Kevin Hand. Kevin, a very good morning.
Nicest thing you've ever said about me, Jomo. So all those years of bullying me with Emily Windsor, you brought Raj back for me today.
Yeah,
that's
well, yeah, we try and find the ones that you like the most. We couldn't find them, so we got Raj. I think that's probably because there is a little bit of rain forecast a little later. Now, as you'd expect, and has become this competition, that the teams are changed because they are, well, some of the players, depending on which team is matched up against whom, some of the players are away with the 100. Hampshire have 10 players away at the 100. Middlesex have 3. So there are changes. We'll go through the Hampshire side in a moment, but Kevin, if you want to introduce the Middlesex side for us.
Thanks, Jamo. Yeah, it's a pretty strong Middlesex side, isn't it, for this competition? As you say, only the 3 away. Cracknell and Stoneman to walk out to the middle, Cracknell being the T20 opener, Stoneman in for Eskenazi as such. Robson at 3 makes a lot of sense. He's got a good list day record, paces his innings well in the one day cup, I think, Sam Robson. Again, I've always said it's a transferable skill still, first class to list day. It's not quite as transferable first class to T20. Jack Davis at 4, Ryan Higgins at 5, John Simpson at 6, 2 that were in the 100 but back in the one day cup this year, Higgins and Simpson. That makes for a bit of a powerhouse middle order for Middlesex. Luke Holman at 7. I'm not quite sure this will be the batting lineup. Josh DeCary's at 8. Martin Anderson at 9. Again, that's a very, very long batting lineup. Anderson's batted as high as 5 for Middlesex. Blake Cullen at 10, and Ethan Bamber, who's really been the man at the moment, particularly at Edgbaston against Warwickshire in the county championship last week. Ethan Bamber coming at 11. So it's a 4-pronged team attack of Bamber, Cullen, Anderson, and Higgins, then with the spin of DeCary's and Holman. There's a lot of options there, as well as the batting going a long way down. And where Middlesex only won 5 of 8 last year, I say only, but they didn't qualify. You looked at their side last year and thought that's a side that should really be pushing through, because they aren't that depleted by the 100. Only the 3, as you say, Eskenazi, Helm and Holden, and it's massive that they've got Simpson and Higgins this year. So they'll fancy their chances in this competition. That's a pretty strong side.
It's going to be Ian Holland to open the bowling for Hampshire, who are wearing slightly different one-day kit. It's more all navy blue, so he's running away from us, right arm medium pace. His first delivery is bowled on a length to Stoneman. That's pushed out into the covers, and there's no run. Now, Hampshire are actually the same side that played the Dorset game a couple of days ago in the warm-up games, all the counties. Playing against the national counties, although I think there's still a couple of counties against national counties to play, but most did actually play last Sunday. So Hampshire are the same side that played at Wimborne. I'll go through that after this delivery from Ian Holland. He's got 2 slips, comes in now and bowls to the left-hander once more outside the off-stump, and that's left alone. So they are in batting order, we think. Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins the captain, Tom Prest, Ben Brown the wicket-keeper, Toby Albert, Felix Organ, Holland who's bowling right now, Joseph Eklund, Scott Curry, Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack. So there are 1 or 2 youngsters in there, most notably Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack, who are both just 17 years of age. And just as I speak, the sunshine comes out. There is some showers forecast for this afternoon. It is a little overcast in places. The cover was on earlier. That's cut away by Stoneham. That's a good stop at backward a point. Crowd appreciating that one. Last year, the feature of this competition was that, I don't know how Middlesex found it, Kev, but Hampshire found that there was some decent support during the month of August for the mixture of youngsters and senior members.
As I said, one of the most exciting, and I do mean this genuinely, one of the most exciting things about the 100 is the fact that this is a very much homegrown competition, isn't it? You've got some really exciting young talent.
Certainly have. Here's Holland comes in, and I think he's playing a missing at that one. Stoneham. That's left alone. Can I just say that just before we came on air, a very nice man, Neil, who came up with a box of coffee. Now, I will say this just once today. Explorer Coffees, and he's brought a box of coffees, and he's brought some pictures on them as well, hasn't he?
There's got to be a picture of that, J-Mo.
Well,
you and your coffee.
There's a picture of me on the coffee, which is probably the one and only time that will ever happen. And there's also one or two others as well, with pictures on there. And he's also put Solent Cricket logo, which there wasn't a logo, but Neil's made that up. And it looks quite good, actually, as that's pushed away on the leg side by Stoneman. He's off the mark. Middlesex are off the mark. One without loss in the first over of this 50 overs a-side contest.
I'll give Neil a moment on this, but if J-Mo was to be a style of coffee, what would he be? What flavours would he be going for?
Weak.
Dishwater. I wasn't thinking that at all, J-Mo. I'm giving Neil a minute on that one. He can have an over to think.
So we're very much looking forward to trying that later. We haven't got a filter system, funny enough, where we're commentating. I think that might be a little bit too much to ask for, but even so, we will take those. So thank you, Neil. He's up there with us. He's enjoying the view, as we all are, as Holland comes in. And walking into that shot is Joe Cracknell, who works that down to fairly square third. They're coming back for two. That's good running, because that's not a big boundary. We're playing well to the left as we look. That's the short boundary side. How did they get two out of that? End of the over, 3 without loss.
Are we going to get a cake from Joe today as well?
What are you like? I get nothing when I go up to your place.
We did. We got a lovely cake from Joe for the championship game down here, didn't we? We managed to. We got through it in 2.5 days, I think.
I think we did. And what if Joe's offended? Because I know Joe's, even though she's on the ground, she still listens, even though the audio part of this
gives a wave, Joe.
Is about 30 seconds.
We know roughly where she sits, don't we?
30 seconds time she'll wave away to our left. And I wonder if she's offended that Neil's brought up some coffee.
Well, it's great, isn't it? I mean, that's Test Match Special always posting pictures. Did I ever tell you about the pork pies that were sent to the TMS commentary box?
No.
And they never opened them. I don't know whether it came in after the game or something, but it was delivered up to the TMS commentary box. And I came in for the Middlesex game, or actually came in for the start of the next season for the Middlesex game. And the pork pies from last year were still in the commentary box. Here we go. It's Stoneman on strike and right into the block hole. Full of a length delivery, looking to challenge the Middlesex skipper early on, and that was deadly accurate.
Now this is Eddie Jack, who I mentioned earlier, 17 years of age. Now I've been told, on good authority, that this guy is one to watch.
Well, the shoulders on him.
Yeah.
They're not 17-year-old shoulders, are they?
Yeah, there are quite a few people here that are quite excited by this youngster. So this is my first look at him.
He's
right. And yours, obviously.
Right arm around the wicket, slip crouch down, bowls and down the leg side, that'll be a wide. There's a little bit of the Blake Cullen about him for Middlesex fans, that he's got very, very wide shoulders, hasn't he? Noticeably wide. Cullen's the same. I've always said he almost looks like a Bond villain or something when he's wandering around the outfields, Blake Cullen. He's tall, athletic, but with very broad shoulders. And similarly, young Jack maintains this line around the wicket to Stone, which is very much a want to Stoneman from opposition teams. He bowls, good line and length, solid defence from Stoneman back up the track. And there is no run. 4 without loss. So, but this, in all seriousness, Kev, this is what it's all about, isn't it? You know, it's seeing the youngsters come through. I mean, the Middlesex side, Cracknell, Davis, Higgins, Simpson. All right, Simpson came from Yorkshire, but was picked up at a young age on the young cricketers at Lords, and then Middlesex picked him up. Similarly, Robson, of course, from Sydney, but was picked up at a young age by Middlesex. Stoneman from Durham to Surrey, then to Middlesex as Jack bowls, and Stoneman eases this one to backward point. There's no run. Luke Holman, Josh De Carey's, Martin Anderson, Blake Cullen, Ethan Bamber. So all homegrown. But for Stoneman and, I mean, again, Simpson and Robson, I don't even want to say that they're not homegrown because they're with the county from such a young age. But from local clubs, Cracknell, Davis, Higgins, Berkshire boy, Holman, De Carey's, Anderson, Cullen and Bamber. So, 8 from local clubs in Middlesex, which is great. As here's Jack Bowles, and on the back foot this is eased to backward point by Stoneman, and there's no run, because there certainly was a period where counties became less recognisable to their local community, wasn't there? And the One Day Cup certainly offers a great opportunity, bearing in mind that the counties are members' counties, and a big part of that, Peter Milan's rested for this one, was dropped up at Edgbaston in the county championship, but actually got warm applause in the members forum because he was in for the entire season. As here's Jack Bowles, that's cut in the air by Stoneman down to deep third, and a single is taken. There's only a slip in place, it was comfortably wide of him. But yeah, the point about Milan being such a popular signing, that he was in for the whole season, you build up an association with the player, rather than just an overseas in and out and no association with the county. And obviously great examples down at Hampshire with Kyle Abbott's a very popular figure here, isn't he?
Very much so.
Saw Mohammed Abbas this morning wandering around downstairs, who I assume will be in situ until the championship resumes in a few weeks. 2 slips for Cracknell, and right arm over now Jack with the last ball of his opening over. He's in, Bowles, that's a lifting ball that Cracknell tries to ride into the onside. Now where did that take? Leading edge, I mean, if it did, he's lucky because it bounced straight down in front of him virtually, but the shape of the body, the turn of the shoulders, and you'd imagine the close of the bat face meant that it was highly unlikely that came off the face of the bat. But Cracknell has a good look at his bat now. End of an impressive first over from Jack, just the 2 runs off it. Middlesex off 5 without loss.
So Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Sun's just disappeared once more. So just to explain this competition, it's played wholly in the month of August, although I think the final actually is mid-September. Here's Holland over the wicket to Stoneman. Stoneman comes for a big hoo-ha and misses it as he comes down the wicket, goes through to keeper Ben Brown. The top 3 sides in both groups qualify. It's effectively a quarter-final between the second-place side in one group and the third-place side of the other group, and the second-place side has the home draw. The top 2 teams in each group go straight through to the semi-finals, and when they're played out, the 2 teams left playing in a final. Here's Holland again. Stoneman plays and misses wide outside the off-stump, called wide by the umpire. Score remains on, well, it moves on to actually 7 without loss, that'll be. 6 without loss, tell a lie.
7 wins out of 8 for you boys last year.
7 wins out of 8. Group winners. There you were. So this is, I mean, it's very difficult because obviously the 50 over competition has been going for quite a few years. But I just feel that it's changed in nature. Since the 100 started, this is a different type of competition now. Here's Holland Bowles, and Stoneman just pulls the bat inside the line as it goes through to Brown. As we were saying earlier, it's very much a older players stroke emerging players type of competition now, whereas of course that wasn't the case up until COVID, really.
Well, I like the balance of the Middlesex side. Stoneman, Robson, Simpson, you're not talking about well over the hill players, are you? Just hanging on in there. They're serious players who want to be playing cricket through August.
Very much so. It's otherwise you get left behind, don't you, really? Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. That's a beauty. Angled across the left-hander. Stone beaten comfortably, that one, pushing forward.
Just going through that Middlesex side, I mean, aspirationally, I'd imagine there is only Sam Robson who would never have had a chance of featuring in the 100. I'd say Stoneman over the years would have been a player who, if he was an early 20s batter now, he's the type of opener, an aggressive opener. He's played T20 for Durham, for Surrey, for Yorkshire.
Here's Holland, runs away from us once more. Bowles to Stoneman. Stoneman gets a bat on that one, just angles that into the vacant gully area. We'll go through for a single, moves on to 3, 7 without loss.
There's only Robson who's a non-T20 cricketer, really. Who's that far leaning towards first class. The T20 or the 100's not really for Robson, as much as he would have liked to have played lots of T20 over the years. His game more set up for the championship, although Robson will argue perhaps he'd have helped Middlesex over the years. They've obviously had a difficult time in T20, but 3 wins in 4 in their last white ball, 4 white ball games, if you want to look at it that way.
What was going on there? Here comes Holland. Bowles. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Joe Cracknell. Bit of extra bounce there for Ian Holland, who ends that over. With 2 overs none for 5, Eddie Jack with his first over in first team cricket. In fact, it's not the end of the over, I tell a lie. There was a wide, of course.
Well, 10 wins, 10 defeats on the bounce for Middlesex, was really uncomfortable at that point. And then they got that dramatic, incredible win at the Oval with a record chase, 254. And as you say, won 3 of the last 4. But of the 10 defeats, there were some pretty close games there. That and there were a couple that Middlesex really should have won.
Yeah. Cracknell works that down to 3rd. Will pick up a single, moves on to 3. That's 8 without loss. That is the end of the over. 3 gone.
I mean, one thing about the One Day Cup, for all of the players and the coaches that remain in this competition, they will all want to win it. They'll all see this as, there's a little bit of a leveller perhaps. I mean, obviously yourself heavily depleted, Hampshire, Surrey heavily depleted as well. And we saw that at Radlett last year in the Middlesex game. Surrey were absolutely down to their bare bones. Poor Matthew Dunn, he tragically lost his daughter. And there was the commemorative game raising funds at the Oval early this year against Middlesex. Surrey were down to 11 players in that game. Their 12th man was the coach.
Yep.
That's how depleted Surrey were for that game at Radlett. So here's Jack to Cracknell. 2 slips crouched down, the right-hander awaits as Jack's right arm over the wicket, a bouncer which Cracknell hooks fine, short fine leg up inside the circle, so once it was past Holland it was a boundary. The first of the Middlesex innings, they're 12 without loss.
Sorry, just quickly change the subject. Ian East, who's listening, he's tweeted at Solent Sport. We're talking about what coffee I might have been. Ian East thinks I'll be a cappuccino.
Oh yeah?
Why would I be a cappuccino? I'm not quite sure.
I don't know.
Anyway. Neil, can you think of why I might be a cappuccino? What's a characteristic of a cappuccino?
Can be quite frothy, but with a bit of sugary stuff on top.
Double espresso, lots of...
Yeah. Here's Jack, he's in, bowls wide outside the off stump. That one signal is wide. Was it double espresso and what?
Lots of air and lots of foam.
Lots of air and lots of foam.
Lots of hot air. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Yeah.
But yeah, a sweet layer on top.
Yeah. But lots of hot air. That's about right, Ian. Phil the Farmer at Solent Sports says, great first over from Eddie Jack. I was thinking he looked like Brad Wheel. Big lad for 17.
Well,
great
he is,
prospect
isn't he?
for the future.
He's a ringer, he's not 17, is he? He's in now, bowls, and short down the leg side, and Cracknell gets bat on it. It was a deflection rather than a sweet shot from Cracknell and into the ground. It's a good stop by Holland, short fine leg. Didn't play in the championship game here, Holland. He impressed in the championship game a couple of years back. Stuart Law bringing a side down here. That was the Mohammed Abbas match, wasn't it? 6 for 11.
Oh, gosh.
Holland
yes.
impressed in that game mightily as well. But yeah, didn't play in the 4-day victory here for Hampshire a few weeks back. One slip for Stoneman. Jack back around the wicket. Bowls and full straight, and an appeal which was muted from all, including Jack, who went up early excitably as you'd expect with youth, but yeah, the angle's against him around the wicket there, isn't it? Although we saw a couple of those in the test match. That one was definitely drifting down, but there were a couple in the test match actually, right arm around to a left-hander, and it's often you sit there and say it's got to do a lot, hasn't it? But now with Hawkeye, it's like, oh, hold on a minute, that was hitting.
I know. How difficult it is to actually work out whether to refer the decisions as well. Fine lines.
Yeah. Here's full ball outside the off stump from Jack, and bumped away by Stoneman, and they'll pick up 2. I'm not 100% sure, but is that Nick Gubbins at cover?
Yeah, I think he slipped.
It was Gubbins-esque the way that he slipped and slid and stumbled and crawled towards the bump ball, which trickled past him in the end. His folks are here today. I don't know if they're in the ground just yet, but we're going to meet up in a few moments and say hello. That was one of Nick Gubbins' early moments for Middlesex. It was a T20 at Lords, one of those packed houses at Lords. As his Jack around the wicket, bowls to Stoneman. This ball's clipped away, back to a square on the leg side, and a single more is taken as Stoneman moves to 6, 17 without loss. And it was a catch in the deep, down below Old Father Time, so pitch is somewhere. From memory, it was actually up towards the grandstand, so it was a big old hit. Gubbins is out there in this vast expanse below Old Father Time, and he hangs on to an absolute screamer. And this young kid, early in his career, packed house at Lords, he gets up and gives it a double fist pump to the mound and the grandstand. Sorry, the mound and the tavern behind him as his. Jack again down the leg side to Cracknell, that'll be a wide, signalled 18 without loss. And then having given it, it was just a great moment, and he's taken the catch, he's given the double fist bump, and as he turns to run in to celebrate with his teammate then, his upper body turns, it was like he was doing Pilates, everything turned in slow motion apart from his feet stayed there, he just turned and went splat, face down on the ground. And then got up just absolutely in tears of laughter at himself, and he endeared himself to me just in that one moment as his length ball to Cracknell, who runs this ball into the onside for a single off Jack. It's 18 without loss. Should it not be 90? I was ahead of the scoreboard, clearly. I was giving it 18 without loss with the wide. So scoreboard, no, it's frozen, hasn't it? Let's see. What are we saying now? I think it has just put up the wide for 18, and then this will tick to 19, won't it? So Cracknell's 9 and Stoneman is 8. But yeah, it was just one of those moments you thought, oh no, the poor kid, he's just fallen flat on his face, and Lords, who've just all stood up cheering, they're now laughing their heads off at him. But he managed to pick himself up and see the funny side of it.
Expensive over that from Eddie Jack.
Oh, you nearly got a picture
11.
from me the other day. Speaking of comical moments of cricket,
yeah,
there was a ginormous moth in the tents at
Oh,
Merchant
right.
Taylor School.
Right.
Stephen Fletcher, the director of communications, up on a chair, went and got it. And this time he did it, and he got it. And I have got the picture actually, but I forgot to send it to you.
Like he did about 7 or 8 years ago.
But this time he didn't fall off the chair in doing it.
Good news. Yes, that was a comical moment at Lords as Holland comes in, just tucks Cracknell up, called through for a single as the ball goes out to backward a point. And takes Cracknell on to 10, and it's 20 without loss. Yes, that was in the Lords box. Must have been at least 7 or 8 years ago.
Oh, do you know what? A good 7 or 8 years ago now, wasn't it? It's amazing how time flies.
Was. Jo is listening on the ground, and she did text me to say no cake today.
Ah,
That would have been just nice. One of Neil's coffees, bit of Joe's cake. What a perfect day.
see the
that
way
would
our
have been.
minds work.
Yeah.
Thanks for the coffee, Neil. Where's the
Here
cake?
comes Holland, bowls to Stoneman. Stoneman pushes at that as Holland's looking to angle the ball across the left-hander. If you watch on the live picture feed, here comes that delivery again, and definitely nips away off the pitch. Good angles there from Ian Holland. BBC Sport website and app, you can listen to us. And also the live picture feed, which is going on the Hampshire Cricket website, and also the free-to-download app. That'll also go back to the Middlesex website as well, if you so wish. Here's Holland again, runs away from Stone and cuts it away, doesn't time it, goes to point. Looks like Fletcher Middleton there. Indeed it is.
Just mentioning the pictures you were there, Kev. Stoneman taps away at it. It's got a lovely look to it, doesn't it? But already you can see those footmarks, really dark, moisture being dragged in, and quite pronounced dark patches on the follow-through and the footmarks of the bowlers.
They are, aren't they? We are well to the left here at the Ageas Bowl for this game as Holland comes in and Stoneman works that on the up. Slight leading edge. Cracknell was coming down the wicket there at the non-striker's end, had to quickly turn back. That's Gubbins who picked that ball up cleanly there. The 100 starts today as well. Southern Brave are in action at the Trent Rockets. That's the first matches of the 100. The Southern Brave are here later in the week as well. I know Kevin Hand loves the 100. I'll keep talking about the 100. I love the 100. That's pulled away by Stoneman in the air, but wide of mid-on. Felix Organ with a sun hat on, a dark blue sun hat. Runs back towards the boundary as the hat comes off his head. It's nice. He was in a white sun hat for the last championship game, and he's clearly got an array of sun hats to suit the occasion.
Speaking of the 100, it starts today, doesn't it?
Yes, it did.
game's
Yeah, just
this
mentioned that.
afternoon.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said in a
listening?
few weeks.
No.
I thought you were talking about the first game in a...
The Brave at the Rockets.
Ah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the... Because they've got the temporary stands up down below, haven't they?
Yeah.
I assume for the 100, or is it an international game?
For both. Ian Holland. It's interesting you mentioned the footmarks earlier. Ian Holland clearly just trying to scuff those up a little bit, trying to make sure the spikes sort of bite into the
he's got a bit of
surface.
sand down now, hasn't he, where his foot lands, his bowling foot lands. But I mean, I assume it's just moisture because they're really dark, aren't they? So I assume it is pretty damp underfoot down there. I say pretty damp, that's an over-exaggeration. It's damp underfoot down there.
Holland's in. Balls to Stoneman. Stoneman just pushes that out behind square on the offside. No single there. Fletcher Middleton's quite close in. End of the over, 22 without loss. 5 of the 50 gone. 8 to Stoneman and 10 to Cracknell. How are you with the 100 these days? Because I know we've had lots of discussions in the past, and you've told me just how much you love it.
Well, I was going to go to that game that was at Chelmsford a few weeks back, wasn't it? That Emily Windsor skippered the Southern Vipers.
Southern Vipers
against Sunrisers at Chelmsford. She did all right in that, didn't she? I think. I seem to remember.
She gets quite a few runs now. I
didn't cover that game in the end. I was going to be covering it, wasn't I? Because we were together just before it.
Yeah.
And then, I didn't end up doing the game in the end, but Emily went okay in that one. I mean, I'm a massive fan of the regional game. I think it's superb.
Yeah.
I think it's such a good competition, that one. So there will always be a little bit of me that wishes it was Vipers versus Sunrisers on free-to-air television this afternoon, with a few extra overseas thrown in. Here's Jack in bowls, and this ball short down the leg side. A wide signal, 23 for no wicket in the 6th over now. Well, it's not quite the 6th over, because let's start it again now, only the youngster. But it's not easy, right-handed, left-handed, and especially youngster will be full of nerves.
I say 17.
Yeah.
This is a big moment for him. One of 3 players in this Hampshire side that were on the England under-19 trip to Australia during the winter.
Yeah, that is the thing. You know, the pathways now do expose players, don't they? As here's Jack, he's in bowls, another one wide down the leg side, 24 without loss.
He will be nervous. You know, this is a decent crowd as well. You know, I'm very bad at estimating crowds, but for me, this is every bit as good as what they had for home 50 over matches last year.
Well, I was going to say, if this was a championship game, we'd be saying cracking little crowd in here, wouldn't
There's
we?
a few more than what would be for a championship, yeah. Plus a few seagulls as well.
There's Jack bowls short, hooked. Oh, now it was in the air for a moment. As soon as it was past short fine leg, it was going to be 4. It was just a matter of whether Holland, low to his left, was going to be able to. Oh dear, those seagulls are not just making noise in front of us. I feel sorry for the people sat immediately below at the moment. My apologies, it was Organ at short fine leg, low to his left, whether he was going to be able to get anything on that, because it was in the air as it went past him, although low to his left. But 4 runs it is.
Yeah, there's quite a few more than a championship day, so yeah, decent.
There goes Jack bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. 28 without loss. As I say, you know, it's August, isn't it? You know, there's cricket to be played during the day and cricket to be watched during the day. And if anything, I'd be quite happy for this competition to be expanded. 8 days cricket, it's not enough for the likes of Stoneman and Robson and Simpson and Higgins in August. They're players that, you know, you can't just have them playing 8 days in August. And again, one of those games is going to be washed out, isn't it? And you know, another one might be over in a flash. Jack bowls full straight and bumped to cover where Gubbins fields. 28 without loss. 3 dot balls in the bounce, 2 dot balls in the bounce. Warm applause from the home support, and that's the thing. You know, cricket fans are knowledgeable folk, and they'll know about these youngsters. They'll know that this is his first game. They'll be keen to see how he goes. They'll have heard about the reputation. So it'll be great enthusiasm in the stands to see how he goes. In now, Jackie bowls, and this is chopped late by Cracknell down to deep third, 29 without loss. Similarly, Middlesex and Cracknell and Stoneman here. I mean, one thing they'll definitely say to themselves is watch for the good ball. Because you push down a couple of wides as a 4 ball, and then all of a sudden you think, oh, cash in here, but then he picks up a wicket, doesn't he? So they'll be saying to themselves, watch the good ball, but likewise they'll know it's his debut and want to try and put the pressure on him. Yeah,
I mean, if we're really honest, he's been a little bit mixed, but listen, he's 17 playing in his first team game, but I think he already has shown enough that if he gets a little more consistent, he certainly hits the deck.
Yeah. Sprinting approach, bowls full wide down the leg side. The right-handed left-hand, there's no doubt about it, right-handed left-handed is hurting him at the moment. As that's a 3rd wide of the over, but we saw it in his first over only went for 2. One of them was wide, second over a couple of wides in there as well, and again it was the change of the right-hander left-hander who's pushing them down the leg side once they turn around. So
not easy.
No, it's not helping the youngster at the moment, who again will be full of nerves as well. 30 without loss as he comes in to bowl the 5th ball of the 6th over. Hits the crease now, bowls, and it's a slower ball, full toss, which Stoneman watchfully pushes back to mid-on. And again, Middlesex will be watchful of him, because they'll say, look, he's not just in this side for making up the numbers. So there'll be a ball in a moment which they'll know they'll have to be very respectful of. Similarly to that one there, a slower ball, full toss. They're not quite acquainted with the bowler themselves just yet, so you have to be wary not to play around or not play one too early. As Jack is in, bowls, and it's a wide Yorker he goes for, but it's put away by Stoneman. There's only a deep third, point is up. We're in the power play and a deep square back as well, so it's another boundary. And by my count, that was 12 off the over. He's gone for 25 off his 3. Middlesex are 34 without loss at the end of the 6th.
Well, I'm sort of thinking 2 years ago in this competition, John Turner made his debut for Hampshire, and that was against Essex. He did get actually, Alistair Cook out was his first team wicket. And I'm trying to think, and I'm pretty sure that if I'm honest, John Turner was a little bit more consistent on his first team debut than Eddie Jack, but you know, that's trying to compare his debut with John Turner. John Turner, of course, has gone on to doing particularly good things for Hampshire this season. But I think you can see in Eddie Jack a bit of John Turner, actually quite strong, hit the deck. And Eddie Jack is a little bit younger than John Turner was 2 years ago. Here's Ian Holland then to bowl his 4th over, done for 9, as that's worked off an open bat down to 3rd by Cracknell. Moves on to 16, 35 without loss. Middlesex having lost the toss and been asked to bat first.
I'm pretty sure I've asked you endlessly over the years about your Middlesex debut, but one thing I don't remember asking is your Hampshire debut. That first game after leaving Middlesex, joining Hampshire. Can you remember it? Skipper, game?
I remember that, Raj.
Feeling?
Raj is here. Raj was probably playing in it.
Raj was here first.
Raj came the year before me. Yeah. He joined in 84, I joined in 85.
Was it Agent Raj that got you to come from Middlesex?
Well, it could be. One of the reasons, maybe. Let's work to mid-on. That'll be a single to Stoneman, who moves on to 13, 36 without loss. It was probably actually the first championship game of 85. I can't remember, but well, I'd already been playing on and off for a few years anyway by then, so I wasn't exactly
No, but I just mean, you know, from a Hampshire perspective, but also Middlesex fans listening, you know, just your experience of switching the counties in your first
That's
game.
hard. Reg might say that as well. That's hard. That's not easy to do, especially in those days. It's a little bit more common now as Holland comes in and bowls. Oh, he's just nipped back on Cracknell, who's pushing forward. It's just got lodged in his pad. Just let it allowed to go to ground, but of course it wouldn't matter anyway because it's a dead ball the minute it lodges in a batter's pad. Yeah, it was in those days. It was happening, but it wasn't as common as it is now. It's a massive thing. It's not easy to do. So a decent start by Middlesex here. Middlesex with just 3 players out of their squad that are playing in the 100. Hampshire with 10. That is a lot, as that's turned away on the leg side. Maybe an inside edge onto the pad. What's the umpire going to signal? No, it's leg byes, and it's 37 without loss.
Well, you look at the players that aren't playing in this for Middlesex. Toby Rowland-Jones. I don't know if that's managing workloads. I'd imagine it is. You know, not in the hundreds. Decent hand up at Warwickshire last week. Captain of the club captain at the moment, but not in the one-day cup squad.
Here's Holland again. Stoneman cuts it away to backward a point. Again, Fletcher Middleton is there.
Last season's club captain, Tim Murter, is here today, but only as part of the coaching staff, not as part of the squad. And I know we kind of, earlier on we muttered about it, didn't we, Murter in the one-day cup, but Murter with that white ball in hand, actually, you know, in these kind of conditions in August, were a couple of games where he played quite an important hand in the last couple of years in the one-day cup. Just wobbling the ball around as he does when the batters are trying to get after you.
Stoneman gets a length ball, plays it into the ground, wants a signal. No, says Joe Cracknell.
As memory serves, there wasn't particularly a second spell, but he'd get through a lengthy first spell and bowl through the power play, so it was an option. And then the other one, as I'll get out of the way for Raj, is Peter Millans. So here's a change of bowling. We'll stay here for just a moment as Kev does his update for BBC Solent. So bring Raj in just a moment. Raj Maru, former Middlesex and Hampshire. The man alongside me, Kevin James. 37 without loss, Middlesex. And it's a change of bowling for Scott Curry to come on from the pavilion ends. Now, his brother, Brad Curry, had an exceptional debut for Sussex against Middlesex at Lord's last year, as here comes Scott Curry, right arm over the wicket. He bowls full straight and clipped off his legs by Cracknell in a long chase for deep square coming around. They'll take 2, and Cracknell moves to 18, 39 without loss at the start of the 8th. Left armour, his brother Brad, who really at Lords, as left armers do, when it starts to happen for a left armour at Lords, as the man to my left well knows, it really happens, and Curry was very impressive. Young Scottish international. Off it goes again. Curry, tall bowler in, and this one's run by Cracknell down to deep third, just a single. And Middlesex are 40 without loss in the 8th. A solid start, not spectacular. Stoneman 13 from 27, Cracknell 19 from 17. But so much batting to come in this lineup. But as ever, any form of cricket, it's partnerships that get things going. So Middlesex haven't particularly chanced their arm in this power play. Put in by Hampshire, don't know why. Overheads favouring the 2 new balls, one at either end. Curry in, bowls full and driven away, and Gubbins can't stop that one. And well, the man who was really brought in to replace him, Stoneman, drives past Gubbins for 4 in the covers, and opposite numbers in terms of the captaincy as well today, Gubbins and Stoneman. Well, sliding doors, it could well have been Gubbins captain in Middlesex today if he'd have stayed with Middlesex, but looking for a fresh start, pastures new on the south coast. As here's Curry in bowls, and this is driven away again, and this time well fine of Gubbins at cover, and I think they're going to take out a slip now to reinforce those covers. There was a backward point, but a big gap between the two, so 4 more, and Middlesex are 48 without loss, and Gubbins immediately moves slip to cover, so he remains at extra cover. He's a cover point really, and a backward point. Tightly in offside fields, as around the wicket again comes Curry, and Stoneman leaves the hands down on lifting ball. It wasn't as much as he dropped the hands, he just didn't keep raising them up, and a dot ball into the scorebook. 48 without loss. Looks like it's a busy day for news on the south coast with Kevin James alongside. He's at the end of a long queue in the news bulletin at the moment. Lunch is rattling its away down below us, or maybe Jo was teasing us and it's a really big cake she's wheeling along in a shopping trolley. Here's Curry wide on the crease, he bowls. This is run down to deep third for a single by Stoneman. He's on to 22, 49 without loss. That is the end of the 8th. And 2 to go at the power play here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, the opening fixture for these 2 counties here at the Ageas. Kevin James mentioned minor counties games to warm up for this. The weekend, Middlesex have very much changed side from the one they put out, and well, Hampshire the same 11 that faced Dorset, so but then their options probably are quite limited, whereas Middlesex, a 15-man squad for this, and they've left some players who will be feeling a little rough not to be in the side. Tilan Walaluita, Robbie White, that's on top of the 3 big names that we mentioned who aren't involved in the squad. So here's Holland, he's in, bowls, and this is eats a backward point by Stoneman. There's no run. Holland into his 5th over, none for 11, and well, it's almost the Mercer roll for Holland. A little bit quicker, obviously. Ian Holland, fine cricketer, and good competitor as well. He's still got 1 slip in place. Are they going to have a second, or is he going to settle it? Yes, it is going to be a second. Welcome back, Kevin James.
Yep. Hello.
And here goes Holland again. 2 slips settle down behind Stoneman. This is quite a key encounter at the moment, Holland and Stoneman, as this was worked through square leg for a single. It's 50 without loss, 50 up for Middlesex in the 9th. They've been put in by Hampshire, and while Holland is toiling away, going at 2.6 at the moment, isn't he? 2.5. But as Middlesex reach the 50 after 34 minutes, it will be with a little bit of relief, and certainly I think it's fair to say that these 2 openers have played within themselves in this power play.
Yeah, I mean, good players as well. I mean, Mark Stone, an experienced player, isn't he? Really, but yeah, it's been Ian Holland's been steady, as you say. Eddie Jack a little expensive.
Holland's in, bowls, and Cracknell drives through the covers. Lovely shot, little bit of width. Wasn't quite a half volley, but just in a nice slot outside the off stump for Cracknell, leans into it, puts it away, and 4 more. Holland's a rare loose ball from him. 54 without loss. The one thing about this opening pair that I did wonder in this power play was with Robson at 3, was that going to give them a licence to go out there and say, look, both go at it, if one of you get out, and then we'll settle in and play the opening role with Sam Robson. So here's Hollands. Bowls and lifts one off a length past Cracknell, who just really fished for that a little bit outside the off stump.
It's been a little bit there from time to time, hasn't it?
Which is probably why these two, again, they come and have and there's been a lot of chat. Stoneman's come down a lot to speak to Cracknell and has probably said to him, look, there's time. We don't have to go at this particularly hard. And it's a solid start, not spectacular, as I said, from Middlesex, but 6 and over through the power play, it's acceptable, isn't it? So here's Holland again. Cracknell using his feet, just gets out of his crease there to try and negate whatever movement there is. And whether that forces something from the keeper, we'll have to wait and see. But defending on this occasion just blocks back up the track. One more ball from me and I'll get out of the way for Raj, who's been watching intently, particularly the youngsters. Sat alongside young Jack at the pavilion end, who certainly had everybody watching on with interest. As here's Holland, last ball of the over, right in behind it. Cracknell, there's no run. He has 23. He's level with Stoneman. Middlesex are 54 without loss after 9 overs. A few words from Kevin James. It'll be Raj Maru.
Ian Easter was looking on with Eddie Jack bowling, who bowled 3 overs, none for 25 in his first team game. Says at Solar Sport, Jack got a nice action. Looks a good prospect, although hasn't quite got the line right to the right hander. Looks better bowling at the left hander, Stoneman. You can also email us, suncricket@gmail.com. Middlesex, fine start for them, 54 without loss. And former Middlesex and Hampshire left arm spinner Raj Maru with us. Raj, good morning. Is it just morning? Yes, it still is. Here's Curry round the wicket, bowling to Stoneman, plays it back to him, and there is no run. What have you made so far? You can't hear anything. Raj, you should be able to hear me. Why can't you hear me? You can't hear me at all?
No, not at all, no.
Well, you just said to me, no, you can't, and yet, did you know I was asking you? Through the earphones?
Yeah, I can't hear you through the ears.
Is that your ears, or is that the headphones?
It might be my ears.
It might be your ears. That's pulled away in the air. Now, this could be called a deep square leg. Gone. Got underneath that one, did Stoneman. He's out for 23. And that is a catch at the deep. I think that might be Tom Press. No, it's Fletcher Middleton. So the first wicket down, short delivery there from Scott Curry. And Raj, I'll just try and sort you out here at the moment, because he's all over the place, is Raj. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
It is your ears then?
I just swapped them around.
It is your ears?
But there you go.
Right, okay. So first wicket down. What have you made of things so far?
Well, with the new ball, I thought Hampshire started off really well. And as the new ball sort of wore off, there was no margin of error on that wicket. If you drop it slightly short, it was going to get hit or slightly over pitched. So he seems to have flattened out a little bit. The ball's got a little bit softer. So I think bowlers just got to pull that length back a little bit and bowl straight.
I mean, to be fair, I think Ian Holland's been fairly consistent, as you would expect. I mean, a seasoned pro. Eddie Jack, I think we've just got to say that it's maybe a little bit of nerves. He's only 17. Gosh, I would have hated to have played first team cricket at 17 years of age. But we've seen some potential there. But I think Middlesex were able to just manoeuvre him around quite a bit, weren't they?
They were, and I said the harder he tried to get it through, there was a few wides crept in there, and the length sort of was a little bit inconsistent, which he struggled with.
So the new batter for Middlesex is Sam Robson, another seasoned pro playing in this competition. I always think it must be quite difficult if you are if you've been around the circuit for quite a while. You're not involved in the 100. I can understand, the youngsters and those that are in and out the first team. This is a competition for them, but I think if you've been around for quite a while, it's a little more difficult, isn't it? Really, I can just hear you quite a bit there, so we've got to get that right. That's it. So keep that up. Raise that mic up. That's it. Otherwise, we're going to hear you in the background quite a bit. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. We'll get this right in a minute. Let's just do that. Right. Here's Curry. Length ball, turned away square on the leg side. Robson's off the mark straight away, and the Middlesex total moves on to 55 for 1 in the ninth. The sun comes back out. It's been a fairly dull morning, really. There's been odd patches of blue sky, but on the whole, we haven't seen too much sun. Rajmaru alongside me. Liam Williamson has emailed as Curry comes in from that pavilion end. He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Slightly slower ball. That's one thing Scott Curry does very well. He does mix up his deliveries. As Cracknell's playing a missing on that one. Liam Williamson, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, morning all. Good to be listening to the opening game of the One Day Cup this year. Hope we can go one more than last year. Yes, you'll remember that Hampshire made the semi-finals. Lost here against Kent. Darren Stevens, would you believe, did the damage at the end there as Curry bowls. Quicker ball, that's a length ball. Good one to Cracknell. Just pushes it out on the offside. I heard your Middlesex counterpart mention that 8 days isn't enough for the competition, and I must say I agree. As a fan who works weekdays, I only have 1 or 2 chances to actually attend a one-day cup match, and I can't be the only one at all. Surely more weekend matches would bring bigger crowds.
Well, they would do, I would have thought.
Here's Curry comes in, and Cracknell's trying to find an angle. Goes into the ground, and Brown's quickly around to the offside, and that's the end of the over. 55 for 1. Sorry, Raj, 10 gone.
I think, you know, when you look at weekend matches and you've got league cricket, which local league cricket, which is played on Saturdays, a lot of people are playing in that and not available to come and watch. I think that takes half the sort of crowd away and the youngsters away from the game. So midweek is probably suited for them, but there is a call for sort of Sunday, matches to be played on a Sunday.
Just having a look at Hampshire's fixtures in this. Today, of course, is a Tuesday. They've then got Essex here again next Tuesday. They've got Notts at Welbeck on a Friday. Leicestershire here is a Sunday. They are then at Old Trafford on a Tuesday, York on a Thursday, Surrey at Guildford on a Sunday. So there's only a couple of weekend group matches.
There's only 2, yeah. But we can remember back in the 80s and 90s when you had the Sunday league game, you used to get quite big crowds. It was the afternoon games.
Very much so.
Yeah, Holland is coming in now from the hotel end for his 6th over. Comes in and bowls, and Robson pushes it out to cover point. No runs.
It's difficult though with grounds with 100 franchises, i.e. Middlesex at Lords, here, Southern Brave, that you've got to fit those games in at the ground as well as your home games in this.
Yeah,
so
it's difficult with all the competitions going on, where you play them, how you play them. Also with the introduction of ladies cricket now as well, they've got to be given a chance to play on the main venue as well. Holland into Robson again. Bowls, square cuts it off the front foot, just backward a point for 4, and that raced away for 4.
You've got to get the ball in the right areas here. We've seen it do a little bit, but for me, Hampshire probably haven't got, maybe Holland aside, probably haven't quite got enough in that right channel and the right length. Yeah, so it's finding the number of wickets, isn't it, to accommodate all these matches.
It pitches, yeah. I mean, and to get the best quality wickets, you've got to reduce the games. Holland into Robson again, just back of a length. And that's the sort of line you've got to look to bowl. It's pretty much just off stump line. And that just trickled over to short mid wicket for no run. I think anything wide, Hampshire haven't got that X factor in pace that you can bowl just slightly wide of the wicket and get away with it. Because of the lack of pace, I think you need to bowl a little bit straighter. Holland in again. Bowls to Robson, front foot, and he's driven that off the front foot through covers for 4. And again, that's raced away. It was just hit on the up.
Just watching on the live picture feed there. Holland comes in, and it's width, isn't it?
It's width again. It's just too wide. You need to bowl straight on this wicket because there's not that enough pace to take it through. the batsman can just sit and hit on the up through the line. Change of field now. Slip is coming out to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket is going out to deep square leg. So played it out to backward point for no runs. That's a better line.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Ian Holland's stats. List A cricket, which of course incorporates 50 over, not T20s, but the longer form of the one-day game. This is his 42nd game, taken 45 wickets. As Ian Holland, now his economy rate is just under 5 and over. He's going for just over 4s currently.
And then he comes in again and just short. Robson just guides it down to third, deep third for just a single. End of the over, and Middlesex are now 64 for 1.
There was 9 off that one. So there's been several big overs, hasn't there, really? I'm not going to give you the bowling figures as they are in this game so far. With Holland's now bowled 6 overs none for 25. Eddie Jack 3 overs none for 25. Scott Curry 2 overs 1 for 13. His first one went for 12. His second one actually 1 for 1, which was much better. I love Scott Curry. I feel it's a shame actually, because I think he deserves to play a little bit more in the first team. I think he's a very talented all-round player, but just not really getting much of a go. Played 4 of the T20 games, comes in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside by Robson. Picks up a single, moves on to 65 for 1, Middlesex.
Yeah, he impressed in the T20 games, especially. There was a couple of games here where he had to bowl the final overs at the death, and he bowled it pretty well.
Yeah, I'm just looking actually. He didn't play the first 2 against Middlesex here, and also, sorry, Somerset at Taunton he didn't play, which was a good one to miss really. That's pulled away down towards fine leg by Cracknell. Moves on to 24, 66 for 1, Middlesex in the 12th. Didn't play. I tell a lie, actually, he did play in the Somerset game at Taunton. I'm not reading my figures right. 2 overs none for 18. Hampshire were absolutely annihilated that night. Didn't play the next 2 against Middlesex here and Surrey here, but then picked up 3 for 21 from 3. Essex at Chelmsford. That was a very good win where Vince got 100. Here comes Curry again on bowls. That's foolish. Just pushed out square on the offside by Robson. No run. 2 for 25 in 1 ball short of his 4 overs. Sussex here. That's where Hampshire won the game by 10 wickets. 1 for 33 from 4. Middlesex at Radlett. And it was quite expensive, Somerset here. So he played 5 games, I tell a lie, in the T20s. That was his last game, the one here. That's just followed Robson as he was trying to cut that away on the offside. Didn't find an angle as it goes to Middleton, backward a point.
It looks as though Robson likes to favour the square side on the offside. He's just opening up to try and work everything sort of through that square of the wicket. And again, that one was sort of very straight middle leg stump line, and he tried to work that down to third man.
Sun comes out as Curry comes in again. Quicker ball down the leg side. Not called a wide, maybe just to flick the pad as it went through to Ben Brown. Good take from him.
Yeah, he just tried to tuck Robson up a little bit, trying to push it, angle it into him, not to give him that width. He just pushed it down the leg side.
That's what he does actually, because he does bowl quite a lot of different balls. You do find that, especially the quicker one, does actually go down just past leg stump a lot. Here he comes and bowls. That's just pushed past a diving Gubbins in the covers. It's gone out to deep. Presti's doing the covering out there. Or is it Fletcher Middleton? Might be Fletcher Middleton out there actually.
Yeah.
67 for 1. Middlesex at the end of that Curry over. He has 3 overs, 1 for 16 now. 1 for 16 now, Scott Curry.
Yeah,
we've had 12 overs.
When you try to bowl that quicker ball, that extra ball, go over your optimum pace, you do sometimes tend to fall over, trying to put that extra effort in, and you push the ball down the leg side.
Yeah, he did a lot. I remember him doing a lot in this competition last year, but he is a very talented player. I don't think there's many bowlers with more different balls than he has. Of course, the trick is to make sure that they all land in an area where you want them to. If he masters that, he's more than a useful player. Oh, we got some leg spin.
Got a leg spin. Gubbins on from the hotel end. Just first show of spin bowling on this wicket, fresh wicket. So we'll see how this one plays. Slightly damp underneath, so might get a little bit of grip on there. Then he comes off 3 paces, bowls, and that just holds up. Bowls it flat. Just a slight little bit of turn.
Certainly looks it. Picked up a couple of wickets in this competition last year and 4 wickets in the 2021 version.
Off the short ball this time, off the back foot, cut by Cracknell to deep square, deep cover for a single. Yes, in this competition last year, Gubbins bowled 35 overs, picked up 2 for 203.
What was his economy rate then?
Economy rate was 5.8.
It's not too bad, is it really?
And he comes again. This time bowls for Robson, who pushes it back down the wicket for no run.
I suppose he is the main spinner playing in this. Well, Felix Organ actually. What am I saying? Felix Organ in the side here.
It's again 2 paces, just angled slightly in. They've gone for a quick single to the covers, and they get in.
That was a risky single.
That was a risky, so high risk run, but they managed to get in. Cracknell was quick off the mark.
I'm trying to work out who that was in the covers there. Is he in Holland?
Then comes Gubbin again. It's angled in, and Robson's worked it down to short third, and no runs.
Also, it was to Holland's left hand, to be fair to him, but it still looked risky even then.
And he bowls a length ball, which is played square of the wicket again. And no runs. Middlesex 69 for 1 at the end of the over.
That was a tidy first over from Nick Gubbins, who picked up a championship wicket earlier this season. Apparently, one or two of the lads said he didn't stop talking about it. Hasn't picked up too many in his career, mainly for his batting, of course. He's in the side.
Well, when you don't bowl too many overs and you get an opportunity and you get a wicket, you do tend to talk about it for quite a long time.
So, 69 for 1, 13 gone, and 6 being asked about first after Hampshire won the toss. The other games that are going on in the One Day Cup, as Curry comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, that's Foolish, driven by Cracknell back to the bowl. It was off the bottom of the bat, so there wasn't a lot of power in that shot. Also in the same group as these two sides, the game between Lancashire and Essex, that's yet to get underway. There's a delayed start. As Curry comes in and bowls once more. Cracknell tries to pull that away, gets wrapped on the glove. Quick single as it goes out on the leg side. Throw comes in, stumped out to the ground, but home is Robson. 70 for 1. In the other group then, Gloucestershire taking on Derbyshire. Derbyshire 76 for 1 in the 13th. Yorkshire Kent 43 for 2 in the 12th. Durham Worcestershire 86 for 2 in the 13th there. So just the one game that has yet to get underway. That's Lancashire Essex, and that's in this group. As Curry comes in, worked away square on the leg side where there's a gap. Robson moves on to 14. 71 for 1 here at Essex. Middlesex even. And then we're on the 14th over, almost an hour's worth of play this morning, in which I have to say on the whole, Middlesex haven't really looked in too much trouble. Mark Stoneman, the only wicket to fall in the 10th, pulled Scott Curry out in the deep on the leg side and was caught by Fletcher Middleton. Quick single out into the covers for Cracknell, moves on to 27.
I think this is what these two guys have done really well batting out there, is just the rotation of strike. They run really well between the wickets. If they haven't got it away through the field, they're pinched in a single.
It's been good sort of professional batting, really, hasn't it? the batters that we've seen so far. Here's Curry playing and missing outside the off stump. Again, there's just a little bit of movement, isn't there? Which we've seen from time to time, which is in a way a little disappointing actually, that from a Hampshire point of view, that's nipped back a long way. But when you see balls like that, and we've seen it fairly regularly this morning, you just look at the scoreboard and you think, really, Middlesex probably shouldn't be on as many runs as they are.
They've just been inconsistent early on.
Yeah, they were. So Curry comes in again. Cracknell pushes that up to mid-on this time as the sun is a little brighter for once. And that's the end of the over. 72 for 1 then. 14 gone and 3 runs off that Curry over. After his first over went for 12. He's bowled quite nicely. 4 overs, 1 for 19.
Yeah, what hurt them was the wides early on. The wides and the short balls which got pulled for 4. That really hurt them in the third and fourth over. Third and fifth over. But since then they've sort of trying to claw it back a little bit. There's a good over from Gubbins the previous over. He's back on for his second over. He went for 2 in his first. Balls, and the ball driven straight down the ground to long off for 1. Fielded there by Prest on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm just counting up the wides. 6 from Eddie Jack alone. Yeah. Ian Holland bowled 1 as well. So 7 wides.
And Gubbins led the ball, driven to extra cover. Fielded there by Holland. That was drilled by Robson. Straight to extra cover. In comes Gubbins again. Bowls a length ball which has gone back to cut. Fielded there backward point by Fletcher Middleton. And no runs. Actually, it's not Fletcher Middleton, backward point. It looks like Tom Prest, backward point. In comes Gubbins again. Just short and flicked through mid wicket. Picked up a single. Scott Curry running around from mid-on, round to mid-wicket, picking up.
So who else are we expecting to bowl? I guess a bit from Dom Kelly, all-rounder. Haven't seen him yet.
Gubbins again, driven to extra cover by Cracknell, and no runs.
Felix Organ, haven't seen him yet. Tom Prest with his off-spin.
Backward, short ball, and Cracknell's gone back. Cracked it through backward point and picked up 2. So at the end of the over, Middlesex have gone on to 78 for 1. Gubbins is bowled 2 overs for 6. Robson 15 not out, and Cracknell on 30.
Got an email here, silentcricket@gmail.com from Sebastian Van Leest, who says, considering that England are going to India this winter, would expect either Mason Crane and or Liam Dawson to be on the England selectors' radar? ? Raj, being a former spinner yourself, you might be in a better position to...
Well, the numbers for young Mason may need to improve before he gets on that, but certainly Dawson's numbers have been good this year. He's bowled well, he's batted well, he's put in some very good, tidy performances.
A few people thought that maybe he might have got the nod in front of Moeen Ali for the Ashes, but what overall Moeen Ali performance in the Test matches? Raj, how would you sum up his series? As we've got a change of bowling here, and I think this is Don Kelly as that's driven out towards mid-off. That's a good diving stop. And that's Scott Curry out there. He's very athletic fielder, good in the slips, good on the outfield. Kelly it is with his right arm medium quicks.
I think for a short-term replacement for Leach and somebody with experience who's played in Ashes cricket, I think Moeen was the right person to go for because he has been involved in previous Ashes series.
Here's Kelly again from the pavilion end. Bowls length ball, thickish outside edge down to third from Cracknell, moves on to 31, 78 for 1.
And he has also got the ability to spin the ball as well. You know, he does bowl a heavy spinner as well, which I think went in his favour. And as a short-term replacement, I thought that was a good move. If it was a different series, not the Ashes, then yes, I think they would have brought in somebody else, somebody like Liam.
Okay. Kelly in again, bowls, it's cut on the up. Good diving stop, that is Fletcher Middleton diving to his left. That was a good piece of fielding. And again, a crowd, we'll just mention it again, but it is a few more than you'd get for an average championship day here. Very appreciative of anything good that goes on out there.
I think that where they've been strived from watching cricket with the bad weather, I think with today's weather forecast has been really good, so everybody's come
so
out
far
to make the most of it.
So far. Let's just check on the forecast again, as that's straight at this time. Worked to mid-wicket by Robson, and there is no run. There is showers forecast for this afternoon. My app is still showing that. And in fact, from about 2-3 o'clock, I think we might get affected a little bit, but those apps, some of them do show different things depending on what app you have. But I think when you look at the weather, I don't think we'd rule out some showers. There's some 2 heavy clouds around at the moment, but we're okay. As Kelly comes in again, that's a bit leg stumpage as that's worked away to deep square leg by Robson, who moves on to 17. That's come off 26 deliveries. Cracknell's 31 of 34, 79 for 1. Middlesex in the 16th, coming towards the end of the 16th over. Opening round of this year's Royal London One Day Cup.
Kelly looks like he's a short, stocky bowler, but he seems to be sort of a skiddy bowler rather than a hit the wicket and getting it up and over.
Yeah, very different to Eddie Jack, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
So that's pushed to Fletcher Middleton, backward a point. Now that's the sort of line and length that you want to see regularly. I know these guys are very young, they're only 17, you can't expect too much from them, and there's a lot of nerves out there. These guys don't play first team cricket. In fact, Eddie Jack's only played, Dom Kelly's only played a first class game against the Sri Lankan Development 11 last year, I think that was, and then one of these Royal London One Day Cup games. So it's not a lot of first team. Yes, he's played England under 19s. Yes, he's played a bit of second 11, but this is a different kettle of fish, isn't it?
It is a different kettle of fish, and it's a good grounding for them actually as well to play in this competition, to get that experience in case they get called up in a bigger game, in a championship game or a T20 game. Gubbins in for his 3rd over, bowling, and did he get a nick on that? Or he's just hit Brown's gloves and just fell out.
I just wonder if that turned as well, because that was drivable length.
Gubbins again to Robson, back foot, and he's cut it again to deep square, deep cover, picks up a single. So it's been a steady start this by Gubbins, a good start for a leg spinner. In he comes again, this time to Cracknell. Full toss, and he's driven it down the ground for a single. He's not getting it hit both sides of the wicket. He's only getting hit mainly on the offside, but it's only for the odd 1 or 2. So he can create some sort of pressure.
Set a field to it as well, can't
He can set a field. Then he comes again, bowls, and gets driven to extra cover again. So you can say he's bowling to his field, especially that extra cover man. Holland has taken a few body blows there. Then he comes again to Robson, who drills it, this time to the right of extra cover, to long off to Felix Organ. Picks up a single. Score moves on to 82 for 1.
Gubbins' line's been very, very good, isn't it?
It's very good, and the pace has been good. It's not too quick where they can use the pace. It's just slightly off being too quick. It's flat, and this one has been worked through mid-wicket. Picked up by Fletcher Middleton on the mid-wicket boundary, or Tom Press on the mid-wicket boundary. Again, end of the over. Middlesex move on to 83 for 1. Gubbins is bowled now 3 overs for 10.
Right, Raj, I'm going to get you to come into my place, and then we'll bring in Kevin Hand from BBC London. So Raj Maru, the former Middlesex and Hampshire left-arm spinner, will stick around, and Kevin Hand is around somewhere. And then we'll bring in Kevin. 17 overs gone then, 83 for 1. Middlesex. Robson has 19, Cracknell 33. And the one batter out in the 10th over. Mark Stoneman pulling Scott Curry away to deep square leg, caught by Fletcher Middleton. He was out for 23. Kevin.
Kev, don't let that man go anywhere. I'm finding out all sorts about coffee here. Here's Kelly in bowls, and this ball's cut to points. There's no run, and good sharp stop that backward point. Kelly into his second over, and 83 for 1. Cracknell 33, Robson 19. And 18th over of the innings. Your old boys are going well, Raj.
Yeah, they've started off pretty well, and another old boy has just bowled quite nicely.
Kelly bowls up in the air and mistimed, but safe over mid-wicket by Cracknell. I want to say shoveled into the onside, but it was dragged.
Just hurried him on a little bit, just skidded through. Being short and stocky, not getting so much bounce, just skidding it on. Just caught him out. This might be a wicket actually, where you actually kiss the surface and get it to skid rather than hit the wicket, and it just sets up to be hit.
A Tim Mercer wicket.
Yeah.
Kevin and I were discussing it earlier. You know that this is full ball to Cracknell from Kelly. He's driven that hard. There's a sweeper at cover, and they have a single. 86 for 1, and Cracknell moves to 36.
What they've done very well early on is because they got off to a good start. They've spread the field quite nicely, which has opened up a lot of gaps. So it's not hitting boundaries. They're actually rotating their strike pretty well.
Kelly once more from the pavilion end turns away. There's a game of cricket taking place behind the big scoreboard away to our right as Kelly is in bowls, and this is blocked into the offside by Robson. Block hole delivery dugout. Yeah, there's 3 kids up against the Churros van looks as though it's the sight screen, and well, actually it's 4 of them. They're side by side. It's like nets down there, isn't it? 2 bowlers, 2 batters, and up against the big scoreboard away to our right hand side. There's 2 huge scoreboards at this ground. Massive sponsored screens, TV screens which do the highlights as well, the replays in the bigger games. As this ball's short outside of the off stump and a wide signalled. Robson looking to cut, he was stretching for it slightly.
That's where Hampshire struggled a little bit today, just with the inexperienced bowlers, the younger bowlers. Just the wides have just crept in. That's because of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's it up to now? I mean, how often do we talk about extras was the second highest scorer? I mean, it's not going to be the case here at the moment, but extras will be quite high for Hampshire at the moment. 7 wides, that was the 8th wide. 1 leg by as here's a length ball run away down to deep third for a single. 88 for 1. Robson's on to 20. No balls yet, so that will please the coach at least. Jason Gillespie's.
But
if
also,
listen to Jason Gillespie, he never bowled a no ball in his life.
Also, with it's not just the extra runs off the wide balls, but it's the extra deliveries which gives you the extra over to score off as well.
Well, it will quite, and then it builds the pressure in the over that you're in as well, doesn't it? All of a sudden, the youngster, the next ball goes for 4. So here's Kelly bowls, and forward goes Cracknell. Quick single pushed here to mid off. Now that would have been tight. He put the pressure on the fielder, didn't he? At mid off, charging in. Underarm throw was unsuccessful in the end. It spilled out of the hand and didn't go anywhere at all. But I think, if that was picked up, one of those swooping jumps forward, pick up and throw underarm, Cracknell could have been in trouble there with the direct hit. End of the over, 89 for 1. Cracknell's 37 from 41 now. Robson's 20 from 32. Raj Maru alongside myself, Kevin Hand. Kevin James, our host today, BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, joining up quite gratefully and happily for a lovely day just outside Southampton, where the weather is just about playing its part.
Yes, and that was Scott Curry trying to swoop in from mid-off to trying to pick it up. In comes Gubbins, bowls to Cracknell, who plays it defensively out to extra cover for no run.
Have you seen his brother Brad bowl? Left armour, Brad Curry?
No, I saw him in a T20 on TV against Hampshire. Gubbins bowls that one slightly short, and Robson and Cracknell sort of uppishly pushes it through cover point and picks up a 2. Yeah, I've seen him bowl on telly. He seems to be the quicker of the 2 bowlers.
Yeah. Yeah, left arm swings it.
Gubbins in again, bowls length, and this time off the front foot. Cracknell pushes it out to deep cover, picks up another single. Middlesex move on to 93 for 1. Cracknell on 40 now, and Robson on 20.
I'm going to draw up that scorecard from Lords last year.
Gubbins again, full ball and Robson's driven it to long off, gently pushed it out to long off, picks up 1 to Felix Organ out there on the boundary. Gubbins in again, this time a full toss, and it's just cleared. Scott Curry at mid-on, and they've just gone over the boundary, just missed, slightly towed it. Scott Curry, if he was 2 inches taller, he would have grabbed that one. It just did him in the air.
I tell you what, I don't think he timed I don't think he timed it right, did he? The jump, as you say, if he was 2 inches taller, it was almost. I don't think, because it was loopy. It wasn't cleanly struck, was it? Out of off the bat, it rather looped over him.
Comes again, this time a length ball is driven straight back to Gubbins. End of the over, Middlesex on 97 for 1. Gubbins is bowled now 4 overs for 18. Robson is on 21 and Cracknell on 44.
It just the way it fell down behind him, if it was a, it was almost like it's just gone down the back of the shed. You were, oh, don't go over the top, and it's just out of your reach, and it drops down right behind you down the back of the shed. He was. Yeah, like I say, it felt as though he didn't really get off the ground with the jump either. Maybe I'm being a little bit harsh because of the loop on it.
He is the tallest man on the field at the moment, but it was almost that he was expecting it to go flying over his head too quickly, and it didn't come as quickly, and I think that just caught him off guard.
I think, again, it's like anything in life, isn't it? But if you're able to replay it over again, he's probably taken a couple of steps backwards and fallen backwards with it, and he might have had the reach to actually get there. But as it was, he made a half-hearted leap in the air and just waved it over his head.
No, he needed his brother's catch against Hampshire at home on the boundary. That diving catch on the boundary.
I forgot that was his catch. Yeah. Hasn't that been described as the greatest catch of all time or something?
It was at the time. Yeah.
Kelly from the pavilion end, none for 9 off 2. He's right arm over. Bowls. Robson looks to cut. That gets a bit of bounce outside off and through to the keeper it goes. Extra lift there for the skiddy young Kelly.
Robson, he's favouring sort of square of the wicket on the offside. Is that how he normally plays?
Well, yeah. I mean, Robson's strong scoring area is either off the hip or cutting, punching off the back foot. Sydney-born. Hard, fast, bouncy tracks. I mean, when he first got in the side, that was you just noticed straight away. All of a sudden, there was this little bump off the hips, and the timing square of the wicket. As Kelly's in, bowls, and there's the cut to backward point. And Gubbins will know that as well. That he's got the points, cover point's quite fine, isn't he?
Yeah.
Backward point's well positioned. There's a deep third as well. So, either side of
point.
Well, it's a big boundary though, isn't it? So those two have got a chance. That there's a triangle there where they've got a chance of it not being a boundary, which I think they're kind of almost bowling to his strength and saying, yeah, but we've got you covered here. It says Kelly in, leading edge, and that carries to Curry. Taken at mid-off, comfortable catch for him on this occasion. Coming forwards, 2 hands. Shin height, he just had to make sure he was down and underneath it on the move, which can be awkward. But Robson's gone for 21 and looking to close the face. Perhaps a little bit of frustration, looking for something that wasn't quite there. We talked about that one that got an extra bit of bounce earlier in the over from Kelly, But he strikes now, and Robson's gone for 21. Caught Curry, bowled Kelly. Middlesex at 97 for 2.
Yeah, that also skidded onto him a little bit quicker than what he thought. I think Curry, he was sort of the over before from Kelly, that last ball of the over where he came in, just got him coming, woke him up a little bit, and that loop over mid-wicket, over mid-on, the over off Gubbins, I think that one he was actually going to be on guard this time, and so it didn't hurt that much, that ball, but got that wicket off Robson. Just a breakthrough they needed, really.
Yeah, 20th over, 97 for 2. Jack Davies comes out at number 4. Promising young batter as well. Good to see him getting his chance. Robbie White really, I'm sure he's frustrated not getting his chance, disappointed, but it's difficult. I mean, this is the mad thing for Middlesex. As bad as they are at T20 cricket, or have been over the years, it means there's not many players called up by the hundreds. So, whereas there's all of a sudden a load of youngsters hoping for the chance, because Peter Milan's not playing in this game. Were Milan playing, then realistically maybe Jack Davis would have been the one to miss out. So, Middlesex maybe, I don't know, have they made a decision for August that actually let's not block off a youngster for this competition. Let's give them the go. Maybe Milan comes back in the later stages, but. Or indeed the next game, I don't know. I haven't asked, but we'll do.
Well, I think the way the world is out there at the moment, financially, that it makes sense to try and develop your homegrown players.
Well, it does, and especially for Middlesex, yeah. And they've got some really good youngsters who haven't had a chance really this year.
No, and to to take it on the chin this year and give those boys a chance and that experience, so they go on, and hopefully in 2 or 3 years' time you will have a strong side to compete at all formats of the game.
Here's Kelly to Davies, his right arm over, and the left-hander leaves alone outside the off stump. His first ball, 2 balls to come of Kelly's third over, the 20th of the innings. That was where for this competition, I thought for Milan, they dropped him at Warwickshire last week, the only overseas they've got in any format, all competition. He's here all season long. Of course, he went extremely well down here in the Blast, didn't he, Milan? But I thought that it would be a case of, look, all right, take a blow at Warwickshire. You'll have the one-day cup. Go and play yourself back into form for September. As here's a length ball which is worked out to deep mid-wicket for a single, 98 for 2, but maybe they'll take the decision, right, forget white ball, just get yourself ready for a big September where Middlesex have got to secure their Division 1 status. So maybe they'll go that way. And also part of that thinking will be Jack Davies, Robbie White. There's going to be opportunities for these guys. It's only 8 games in September, isn't it? So maybe they'll just say to Milan, look, focus on September, and go, and that does open the door for youngsters then, and not block off an opportunity. As here's Kelly, last ball of the third, and this ball's worked to mid-wicket, 98 for 2. I have no idea on that front whatsoever. I thought Milan was going to be in the squad and in the side for this one, so I am purely speculating there as to how they'll go about this competition. But there's the end of the over. Kelly picking up Robson. That's a big wicket for him, isn't it, Sam Robson? He's got 1 for 10 from 3. Robson gone for 21, and Middlesex 98 for 2 after 20, Raj.
And I must give Middlesex some credit as well. Even in Championship cricket this year, they have gone down the route of younger players. And said, look, we have to develop these players, because in 2 or 3 years' time they'll still be young enough and be experienced enough to go on for a lot longer, and we can rebuild and stabilise.
Yeah, and there's a great group of youngsters at Middlesex at the moment, of which Jack Davies and Joe Cracknell are very much a big part of that. Luke Holman, Nathan Fernandez, young spinner. I don't know if you've had a chance to see him yet, Raj. He came in the T20 at the expense of Tilanwala Luita, actually.
Tom Press now is replacing Gubbins from the hotel end. Bowls one, wide again. Turn, but short and wide outside off stop. I failed to understand where you've had a more experienced off spinner in Felix Organ who hasn't bowled. Pressed in again, bowls, and is pushed by Davies out to cover for a single. Yeah, they haven't given Organ a crack, and he's supposed to be your main sort of spinner in this team. But you bowled your 2 part-time spinners early on.
100 up for Middlesex. Confused me for a moment. I was looking around the field to see what are we missing. There's a big 100 on the board next to us. 100 for 2. There's the ripple of applause. Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
That press round the wicket to Cracknell, who guides it down to about 45 man, picks up no runs there. But there's no pace on the ball, and it looks like there's a little bit of turn if there's no pace. Press again, floats it up, leg stump, and Cracknell sweeps. Is running away. Good stop on the boundary, and they come back for 3. There's a good bit of fielding there on the boundary from Will Jacks, I think it was, on the boundary. Tom Press stays round the wicket to Davies. Bowls. It's a nice driven to extra cover. Good bit of fielding there by Gubbins. No single.
Yeah, it's an important little period this in the middle now, isn't it? Cracknell 47 from 49.
Davies drives that just to the left of extra cover, down to long off to Organ. Picks up 2. Middlesex moving on to 105 for 2. It's a good start there for Davies. He's got 4 first 5 balls. Oh, he's just under edge that, and that's run away for a single. Didn't go away too quickly, but that looked like just got an under edge and just got underneath Brown's gloves. They picked up a single. Middlesex at the end of the that over are 106 for 2. With Cracknell on 47 and Davies on 5.
Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere. I've managed to pick up that scorecard of Brad Curry's first-class debut at Lord's last year, where Sussex were playing Middlesex. Sussex scored 523 batting first, with 135 from Allsop, and some bloke called Pajara hit 231. So here's Kelly, right arm over, he bowls, and this ball's worked away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 107 for 2. Off 162 overs, the 523. Pajara scored at a strike rate of 57, which it felt as though was killing the game a little bit and almost killed Sussex themselves. Middlesex in reply were 485, with 62 from Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman 47, 64 Peter Milan, 109 John Simpson, 85 Toby Rowland-Jones. This is Kelly bowls, and this ball's turned to backward point. To mid-wicket. Couldn't have got that fielding position further wrong. Turns to mid-wicket for a single. There's no run. But Brad Curry took 6 for 93 from 27 overs. There was a particular spell where he came on and he just ripped through Middlesex, and all of a sudden looked as though he might just blast the game open as he removed Robson, Stoneman, Eskenazi and Max Holden in a little spell where, as I say, that spell of bowling that morning. As Kelly hits the crease now, he bowls, and this ball goes past the edge of an attempted late cut by Cracknell through to the keeper. There wasn't a great deal of conviction in the shot. A bit of an afterthought from Cracknell, just followed it slightly. But yes, Middlesex were 100 without loss in reply to the 523 of Sussex. Then they were 100 for 1 with the fall of Stoneman. These all to Curry. Scott's brother Brad we're talking about here. 128 for 2, 135 for 3, 137 for 4. And Brad Curry looked to really blow that game open as this ball's worked into the onside by Cracknell. Just fine and mid-wicket, he'll take a single. Moves to 48. But Middlesex recovered, and Rowland-Jones' 85 came off just 78 deliveries with 11 fours and 3 sixes. One of them, and this pitch was up towards the grandstand, one of them out towards Old Father Time was as big a 6 as you can imagine. It was a huge pickup. Extraordinary shot from him. Tom Helm chipped in with 43 as well. John Simpson 109 from 125. He got going in the end with Rowland-Jones as well. And again, the game nearly swung then as Middlesex came out and tried to put a bit of pressure on Sussex in the third innings. As here's Kelly, ball's run to backward point, 108 for 2. But he looks promising. Brad and Scott doesn't look too bad here for Hampshire either.
Oh, the boys have been split up. I think they come from Bashley Cricket Club in a New Forest somewhere.
And this is what it's all about, isn't it, Raj? I mean, there was obviously a period, I remember there was one match, wasn't an infamous match in the Championship, was it Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire? As Kelly bowls to Davies, and this ball's eased away to backward point, quick single taken, just in front of the fielder, coming around as pressed. 110 for 2, where the umpires reported they didn't hear English spoken for 4 days. It was a South African 11 versus South African 11 for the two counties virtually. But it caused a lot of upset at the time, doesn't it? There was a real Colpack era, wasn't there, where
it is.
Afrikaans was basically, whether it was played at Wantage Road or Grace Road, that one, for 4 days, it was it caused a lot of upset with the members, didn't it? I remember Middlesex were one of the last counties, I think, who eventually used the Colpack ruling, as they resisted it for a while. But obviously then the ECB turned it around by making it more beneficial to counties financially, with the number of younger players at whatever age that were brought through and made their appearances that year, so that changed things a lot.
Pressed into Davies, turns, just beats him outside off stump. What I think should happen, and it goes unnoticed, is counties having or playing against local league players. Press again into Davies, who comes down the wicket and drills it past mid-on, past Scott Curry, diving hand for 4. That's a tremendous shot.
I like this fella Jack Davies, I really do. I think he's one that if he can break through, he could have a big future for Middlesex.
I've seen a lot of club players in the last 4 years in Premier League cricket in the Sussex area, and there are 1 or 2 players who could actually play the higher level but don't get seen. Pressed in, bowls, turns, and Davies just opens the face, guides it down to backward third for no runs. And yeah, there's definitely a thing where I know one or two counties do. Pressed in again, Davies drives this one to long off, picks up a single. Felix Organ on the boundary. And there are players out there. One notable player I've noticed in the Sussex Premier League is a lad called Ryan Maskell in a white ball cricket, who hits the ball really, really well. He actually holds a record for 50 over cricket, 300 runs in a 50 over game for Lancing Old Boys in a Cricket Cup final, Cricket Trophy final. But he hits the ball so well, but just doesn't get that opportunity to play against the top players. Priest again, bowls, and that's driven by Cracknell to long on. Cracknell's sort of taken his foot off the throttle for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying that, this is an important stage of the innings now. You've got Davies in, Cracknell's there, you've got rid of two big names in Robson and Stoneman, and Cracknell is a big opportunity as well. I think he's unfortunate not to have played a first-class game this year, perhaps. It's unfortunate that he hasn't. This is exactly what you're talking about. It's opportunity. We're down to 14 games a season. To think that Joe Cracknell hasn't played a first-class game this summer is ridiculous. But that's the problem with 14 games, and then a couple lost for bad weather. The opportunities aren't there. And just going back to the Colpacks, I mean, obviously a very good example of a Colpacks here at Hampshire, which is Kyle Abbott and Jason Gillespie. If you're going to get in an overseas player, who's talking about David Visa. They're the kind of guys, if you can get them in, then you're doing something significantly good for your county. As here's Kelly bowls, and this ball's bumped to cover. 115 for 2 it remains. And the young players, all these young players that you're seeing at the moment, be learning, just watching Kyle Abbott. You just can't replicate that, can you? So there's a place for it, but there was a point where it really overtook with Colpack. So I did want to get that point in, that it's not anti-Colpack and anti.
No, it's just it's how many you bring in. How many?
Kelly past the umpire, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 115 for 2.
Cracknell seems to have lost his timing for a little while. He's not hitting the ball as well as he was in the first few.
I mean, Middlesex haven't gone at it hard today, have they? We've seen Stoneman hole out to deep backward square. We've seen Robson get a leading edge, just looking to close the face and tickle into the onside. Has the timing been there at all today, really, for the Middlesex batters? I'm not sure it has quite. Unless it's been a rank bad ball. As Kelly's in, bowls down the leg side, and that gets away from the keeper. Was it a leg by Bainton? Coming around, they come back for 2, and leg by signal, 2 leg bys. As long leg gets around to fine leg. 118 for. No, am I ahead? Am I behind? Where am I with this one?
It looks
Cracknell
like
remains on 14,
117.
117 for 2. Yeah, it's up there now. Cracknell on 49. And Kelly in for the pavilion end. He bowls, and Cracknell drops the ball to backward point. There's no run. Just over the top of it defending.
You do normally get into the nervous 90s, but this looks like the nervous 40s for Cracknell.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be disappointed. He was called up by Owen Morgan as one of the wild cards, one of the backups for the 100 a couple of years ago, after making a blistering start at Middlesex in T20. I said at the time when he came through in the T20, he was one of the most exciting young T20 cricketers Middlesex have brought through. As this ball's short and pulled hard, only straight to the deep square, but it's enough for Cracknell to get that single for his 59 deliveries for Cracknell's half-century. 4 fours, 89 minutes out there opening with Mark Stoneman earlier. He's seen Stoneman go and Robson go. He's lost 2 big partners at the other end. Another of the Middlesex youngsters, Jack Davies, with him now, so an important role for Cracknell to play, but a fine 50 this has been, 118 for 2.
That's the other thing, is that he's lost 2 experienced batters, and now he's now become the experienced batter with Davies at the crease, so he may just be looking to hang in there a little bit longer.
Well, he's got a fair pair to come as Davies on strike. Defending this one, just bounces down and through to the keeper, just perhaps a little late on it, angled down off the bat face almost into the ground, and back to the keeper. That one into the over. 118 for 2. Cracknell on his 50 now. He'll have strike Davis on 12.
I've got Simpson and Higgins.
Exactly, yeah. Who were 100 players, you know, so, you know, it's an extraordinary side that Middlesex have got. As I said, that not playing in this side, Tim Mercer, Toby Rowland-Jones and Peter Milan available to them. And then you've got Tilan Walla-Luisa and Robbie White not making the side today. And Nathan Fernandez as well. So, yeah, Middlesex, for as troublesome as T20 cricket has been over the years for Middlesex, they've ended up with a pretty decent one-day cup squad last year in this, which was why there was a big disappointment that they didn't qualify last year.
Press still on at this hotel end, just adjusting his field on the square leg boundary, fine leg. Bowls one just on the leg side with Cracknell, turns to man on 45 for no run. The deep square leg has just gone a little bit finer, mid wicket's gone a little bit squarer. As he's bowling round the wicket and bowling a tight leg stump line, he's looking to get a hit squarer off the wicket. That one, Cracknell goes to sweep and misses it. Try to hit it too square, sort of too far behind square rather than in front of square. Just trying to hit it too hard and missed it. Press in again. Bowls for his third delivery, bowls. That's 4 dot balls now in the over. That's a good start to the over. He's now got to finish it off. He comes again, bowls. And this one again, hit to mid wicket. To Gubbins for no runs. Good over so far. What you want to do now is restrict your boundary, change your field again. Gubbins has now moved on to the offside. Now we have a 5-4 field offside. In comes Press, bowls it short, outside off stump. Gets pushed out to deep cover for a single. Score moves on to 118 for 2. Brings Davies on strike, who's on 12. Cracknell on 51. Pressed in, bowls. Plays straight down the wicket again, back to Press. End of the over. Only gone for a single of that. That's an impressive over there. 119 for 2. Press has bowled 3 overs for 15 now.
Yeah, the other name, the 15-man squad named by Middlesex, mentioned the 2 spinners, Walla-Luisa and Fernandez. So Middlesex, well, they've got Carries and Holman in this one, so problem for those 2 really to displace the other 2 as spinners. Robbie White, batter, keeps as well, and then Ishan Kaushal, young quick, who's also awaiting his chance, but you know, there's a lot of players banging on the door to get into this side, including, as I say, 3 senior ones. What they'll do with Peter Milan for this competition, we'll have to wait and see then whether they say, look, just focus on the red ball for September, or they bring him back in the later stage of this competition. Rowland-Jones will say whether he's in for this competition or not. We'll have to wait and see. And Merter, you'd imagine, is out for it, because again, you've got Kaushal wants to get in. They've got a 4-seam attack in this one. We shall see. Here's Jack back on at the pavilion end. Number 25 from his first 3 opening the bowling this morning. Right arm over, he bowls to Cracknell, who eases to point, no run. 119 for 2 as the sun breaks through.
A good time to bowl now for him now. Now the power play's over. He's come back on for his second spell.
A little bit of pressure off. Some of the other youngsters have had a bowl as well.
A couple of wickets down, you know, he can try and come back into it. Just gain a bit of confidence.
He's past the umpire now, Jack bowls, and that's a sweet pickup, and it is 6. It was flat. I hesitated for a moment, because had it been down the throat of the fielder or in the line of the fielder, then there may have been the chance leaping in the air to get 2 hands to that one. Now, whether he just moved slightly finer or not, we'll wait and see. He was more around towards square as that one went deep backward. A flat 6 for Cracknell, who's on to 57.
That wasn't only just short, there was just a lack of pace, but the line was sort of leg side line as well, which was an easy pickup.
1 to 5 for 2. As this ball is just full of length and driven up to mid-off by Cracknell. There's no run. So Middlesex halfway through the innings, 125 for 2. They've never, that's the only 2 wickets down. They've been in some good positions today, but they've really got away from Hampshire. And what that says about we talked about Cracknell's timing a little while ago, didn't we? Whether anybody has actually got in and timed it yet today. Feels like one of those wickets where you're not quite fully in.
I think the only ball which has been hitting down the wicket.
Here's Jack bowls, just full of length, and Cracknell opening the face slightly to get it fine at the cover fielder. He'll pick up 2 as the sweeper comes around. Pressed, and it's 127 for 2.
The only shot with a lot of power down the ground, which was Davies came down the wicket to press and hit it to straight
Flat,
on for 4 horn. That's the only one with power down the wicket so far.
That's a beautiful shot, that one, wasn't it?
That was terrific.
Probably shot of the day, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that. He made his first class debut against Hampshire at Lords. As in comes Jack, and this one's dug out by Cracknell down to deep third, a single, 128 for 2. I have to pause every now and again and stop at Jack, because you almost want to say Jacks, as in the Will Jacks that we're familiar with at Surrey. This is Jack without an S at the end. So just the single. Yeah, I mean, Davis at Lords, I remember opening up against Abbott and Abbas and Barker in that game. He only had a brief cameo opening, but he did get one glorious drive down the ground, and he kind of sat back and went, oh, hello. This guy has got some ability. He's on strike now, Davies, and he runs this to backward point for no runs. So 9 off the return over from Jack. He's gone for 34 off his 4 now. I think Raj is done for a little while. He's going to make way for Kev. Thanks, Raj Maru, former Hampshire and Middlesex. Be back with us on the live commentary here from the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire against Middlesex in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup. Raj Maru, Kevin James and myself, Kevin Hand. Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, our host broadcaster for this one. Myself, Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. Live on the Hampshire stream as well, on their website and app. And a decent game brewing. So here's Pressed around the wicket, he bowls, and down the track comes Cracknell, and over mid-off it goes. Curry was backtracking on that one all right, but that one was always sailing comfortably over a tall bowler's head for 4. Cracknell's on 64, 132 for 2. Welcome back, Kev.
Thank you very much. It's been a while.
It's been an hour since we've been together. It's a good tussle.
Well, it's a good start. I think Middlesex will be happy where they're at.
They will, but they haven't got away. Yeah, they haven't got away.
No, they haven't got away, but I think it's a decent start, isn't it, really? I mean, let's be honest. The wicket did a little bit earlier on, didn't it? I mean, the ball is just gripping us sometimes for the spinners.
Pressed again, bowls. That's hit straight to extra cover. And Cracknell goes for 64 from 71 deliveries. 132 for 3. And, well, that's the point that we've pretty much been saying. It looks as a batter as though you never quite feel ill on this one. And Cracknell drives it straight to cover. So a 3rd wicket falls in the 26th over. And, well, Middlesex is... Man, who's the only Middlesex batter to reach 50 so far, has to drag himself off. The powerhouse to come of Higgins and Simpson. But again, Middlesex are going at 5 and over. They're not quite away just yet, so they have to be a little bit careful here not to get themselves into a bit of mid-innings bother. Well,
you know, that's an important wicket for Tom Prest. I think they'll give him a lot of confidence. As I was saying earlier, that you know, these games are as much about the future as much as the here and now. You know, every team that plays in this competition, of course, wants to win it, but you've also got to think about further down the line. And Tom Prest, somebody that whose batting we know is a good batter, but I think for his own development, he needs to work on his off spin, and that is a wicket which just give him a little bit of confidence, just make him believe a little bit more. Ian Holland was the catcher, by the way, in the covers.
Thank you, I did hesitate. Gubbins had been in there, he's moved to mid-wicket now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Pressed around the wicket, down below us at the hotel end. Bowls and reverse sweep, first up from Higgins, which goes away fine. Once did he get on it? It's gone through what would have been slip. And they've taken 2 and their runs. So just off the, I'd say the bottom of the bat, about bottom edge, but interesting shot first up, the reverse sweep.
That's Tom Prest's 5th wicket in list day cricket. He's playing his 20th game in this format.
Around the wicket once more, and once more reverse sweep in Higgins in front of the... well, he's a short third really, isn't he? If he was a backward point, he may well have had a chance at that, or a gully. But then Higgins may well have not have played the shot had he have been around a little bit wider. Deep point coming in as well. So Higgins is 3 from 2. Middlesex 135 for 3. Davies back onto strike.
He's going to be a tricky customer to bowl to, isn't he, Ryan Higgins? He's not going to play the game orthodox.
Well, there's so much batting in this lineup for Middlesex, but press bowls and Davies drives down the ground again. There's that nice, sweet, straight drive that he has, the left-hander, and he's picked up a single for it as Curry's dropped back now. Long off and long on back, so too deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Davies 13. You know, to have Martin Anderson coming in at 9, Luke Holman, Josh Carey's 7 or 8, you know, toss-up between them. Simpson will be in at 6 as this ball's just short of a length over the top of it. Higgins, in that really Higgins way, rolls his wrist over what was almost just a back foot defence, but in the end he just picked the bat up and rolled his wrists over the top of it and tried to steer a single fine of the mid-wicket, but it was straight to his old mate Gubbins, and there's no run. 136 for 3 at the end of the 27th, and Prest has picked up Cracknell, caught Holland in the covers for 64. We've had Stoneman making 23, Robson 21, and Davis now joined by Higgins. The point that I was going to come to, even with, and again, Blake Cullen's an excellent bat coming in at 10. You don't want to leave it too late. You don't want to leave it for somebody else. Somebody's kind of got to make it their day. This one's full, wide outside of the off stump and driven away backward a point for 4. Davies moves to 17, 140 for 3. Jack just a little bit of width angled across the left-hander.
Just watching that again on the live picture feed. Yeah, a bit of width, but that's a good shot, isn't it, on the up. And, Jack Davies. Yeah, BBC Sport website and app. You can listen to us. We're also on the live picture feed. Going back to the Hampshire Cricket website and the Hampshire Cricket app. And also the Middlesex Cricket website as well. A little early, Ian East has tweeted at Solent Sports saying Turner, Curry, Jack, Kelly, Campbell think we have a bright future for the seam bowling department. Jack's finding it hard work here. That's pulled away by the left-hander. Jack Davies down to fine leg. That's Dom Kelly down there. I feel sorry for Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack, not for obvious reasons, but they both don't have numbers on their back, and I think that's a little sad. Not quite sure why that is. Maybe because they're more rookie contract players, academy players. Maybe they don't have numbers. I don't know what the actual answer is to that. 141 for 3 in the 28th. As Jack, right arm over from the pavilion end, comes in and bowls, and full to Higgins, who works that off his toes, square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 4. 142 for 3. Also, Harry Petrie is listed on the website, not involved or mentioned. Is he injured? I don't know, and I'm not sure if he was actually in the squad for this game, if I'm honest. I did have a quick look at the squad last night. I didn't see his name on that, so I think it's much as anything that's not named in. Oh, Keith Barker was named in it, but not playing. Cut away. Out on the offside. Davies moves on to 19, 143 for 3. Nick Jenkins at Solent Sports says, good to hear the numbers are slightly better than a championship crowd. However, Hampshire aren't helping themselves by still charging an extra £5 if you play on the day instead of advance. Well, I think we had this conversation a little while earlier in the season. I think Lords was one of those where I think you were involved in that.
Yeah, we were here that day.
It was the same on the day as pre-booked, obviously most places, and I don't think Hampshire are unique. On the day is more. That's pulled away. Length ball, not timed. Oh, it's gone wider mid-on. Just squeezed it through the gap. It is a short boundary side, and it's not quite pulled away. That's Joseph Eklund running up there from wide mid-on. Couldn't quite pull it back, and that is 4 runs. Runs off every ball so far from Eddie Jack. He's certainly having a hard time on his debut. I think his figures not quite doing him justice. Yes, he's perhaps not been quite as consistent as we would all hope, but even so, he's going for nearly 10 and over, but I still think there's some promise there, as we all thought there would be. That's a slight leading edge as it goes down towards 3rd. So that's 5 overs completed by Eddie Jack, the 17-year-old, making his first team debut. He's conceded 46 runs. Middlesex 148 for 3. We've had 28 overs.
Yeah, so old days, reached 30 overs. You used to say double your score at 30 overs, didn't they? Not quite sure that still rings true now with, well, what's possible of 20 overs for a side. Again, you kind of reach 30 overs, 3 down, batting as deep as it is for Middlesex. It's nearly in T20 mode to some extent, isn't it? But it's not quite the pitch for it. That's what Middlesex have to be careful of today. As Prest is around the wicket, bowls to Higgins, who tickles the ball around his pads to the short, fine leg, and there's no run.
got a message. What's Chris Goldie at Middlesex now? Is he still on the committee? Wasn't he?
I think so. Or the board it's called now. As this is reverse swept by Higgins. Fine of the short third. So nobody there back with a point other than short thirds once it's past the fielder. It's 4 and it's 150 up for Middlesex as well in the 29th over of the innings. So again, W score at 30 overs. They're on for a 300 score, aren't they, with the wickets in hand as well.
Yeah. Chris Goldie, who me and Raj would have played with at Middlesex and here at Hampshire, his message, he said, good to still hear you and Raj. We're still going, we're still alive. We're just about alive, aren't we, Raj? He's not listening.
This ball's just short of a length and works through square leg for a single. 153 for 3. Higgins moves to 14. I could chat with Chris in the Middlesex room a few weeks back.
Did you?
Saw one of Middlesex games at Lord's. Off goes Prest again. This is an attempted drive outside off, a little bit of bounce on that one through to the gloves of the keeper.
There's a bit of bite from time to time for Prest, isn't there?
Off he goes, bowls, and so was eased away into the offside on 53 for 3. Well, we were talking off mic this morning, weren't we, before the start of the broadcast, about how the pitch away to our right, which was the game he played Essex, actually looked quite similar to the pitch that Middlesex played at Edgbaston last week, and indeed played on down here a few weeks back. As forward goes, Davies drives down to long off, and there's no run. This one looks a really clean, almost impeccable looking surface from afar, looking down up here, doesn't it? But as you say, there's a little bit in it for the spinners. And Josh Davies, who picked up 7 for on the track away to the right of the square as we look from the hotel end, close to the Essex track. It must have been one of those adjoining tracks there, mustn't it? Alongside it. But yeah, Davies, Holman, all looking to turn their arm over. They didn't go with the left arm spin of Wallaluita or Fernandez for this one.
Yeah, the spinners used so far. Gubbins with his leg spin, 4 overs, none for 18. Prest has completed 5 overs, 1 for 29. Here's Curry into the attack. It's chipped up to mid-on. Almost a great catch. I think that's Eddie Jack there. And he's diving to his left. Almost got his fingertips underneath the ball. Just chipped away. And that's a fantastic effort.
Strange one, wasn't it? The loop of that ball wide of mid-on. He had a lot of ground to cover. That was what was against him. It was hung in the air for an eternity, and he thought, really, this is going to be an absolute dolly, and then just out of reach.
Curry from the pavilion end. Down the wicket comes Higgins, who works it up to mid-on. Picks up a single, moves on to 16, 157 for 3.
And it did feel as though it was a chip rather than a leading edge. So again, I was saying it with Raj, there's something in the track, isn't there, the surface. Raj said there's not been a lot that's gone down the ground.
No. It's almost as if the ball's holding into the surface at times. There's been a lot of rain around, of course, as there has been all around the country. Slightly slower ball, and Davis just plays it out on the onside. Well,
we talked earlier about the amount of moisture being brought in, those dark footholds there. And the footmarks, that was evident very early on in the opening couple of overs, wasn't it? The moisture dragged in onto the surface.
Yeah.
And yeah, you think of the shots. Robson out, closing the face, leading edge. Davies there nearly chipping up to mid-on.
It's Curry again then round the wicket to Davies, and Davies drives in the air. Now that's just about over Jack, only just. Jack takes it! Oh! He's enjoyed that one, and so have the crowd. It looked like it was always going to be out of his reach, but somehow he's run back, and he's got there. And Davies goes for 21. Super catch for Eddie Jack. He might have gone for a few runs, but he'll have enjoyed that.
Well, perfect example of everything we were talking about there, JMO. Davies is the only one who's played down the ground really today, and looking to go back over the bowler's head. It wasn't quite there, and in the end he dragged it rather than straight back over the bowler's head to mid-on, and it didn't clear the fielder. We all looked up. Where's it gone? It disappeared into the sky. It looked a clean strike from here. It looked as though he'd got to the pitch. It looked as though he was in position to play the shot. But as you say, whether it just stopped in the pitch slightly on him. And yet another one for Middlesex trying to hit out. It goes up in the air. It doesn't clear the fielder. The one man who did have his eye on it was Jack. And made no mistake backtracking. Did extremely well. Again, pressure catch that one. Up in the white sky, up above us. Cloudy day. But Jack, over his shoulder, holds on, and that's another big wicket. As Davies departs, he'd look good, but only a cameo for the young left-hander as John Simpson, Ryan Higgins come together, and with 20 overs to go in this innings, you look at these two now, and they have to be careful of that wickets column, because another couple now, and as far down as Middlesex go, you can't keep leaving it for the next batter. They need a partnership to settle this down again. Middlesex, 4 starts. Stoneman 23, Cracknell more than a start, 64. Robson 21, and now Davies gone in the 30th over. 156 for 4. When we came together, I said to you, it's just at that tipping point, isn't it? You know, it could go one of either ways, this one.
Second wicket for Scott Curry then. He is a wicket taker in white ball cricket. He got 18 in this competition last season, 18 at 25. Just took the he took 6 wickets. That's right, yeah, 18 at 25 last year. Only took the 6 though in 21. But they were only at 22 apiece. And I mentioned earlier when I was on commentary that in the few games that he played in the T20, he did pick up wickets. Here he is then, round the wicket. That's a length ball to Simpson, the left-hander. Plays that out on the offside. Score remains on 156 for 4.
But Kev, that was exactly what you were talking about, wasn't it? In that shot from Davies there. Again, Robson leading edge.
Yeah.
Davies saw one chipped up in the over just wide of the mid-on fielder Jack, and then this one mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. He's thinking, look, all I need to do is clear the circle.
Comes in again, but he's very clever with his different changes of pace. That's nicely pulled away by John Simpson. He's found the gap on the leg side, 4 runs.
Well, this is the moment, isn't it, for both Middlesex and Hampshire. If they can get past these two, Simpson and Higgins, I mean, that's quite the pair on the board for a young Hampshire attack to take on. If they can get one or both of these early, then Hampshire will feel right in this game, having won the toss.
Experienced pair, these two in one-day cricket, that's for sure. Yeah, this will be. This is what it's all about. This competition is all about testing your younger players, not so much your ones that have been around for a while, they know what it's all about, but your Prests, your Currys, your Jacks, your Kellys.
Well, over the years, and this is what they're up against, Hampshire, because over the years, you look at this Middlesex side and list A sides over the years for Middlesex, you wouldn't say that this is a ridiculously short side, because quite often it's in the one-day side where youngsters are given their chance. You know, there's a fair bit of experience in the Middlesex side now. Here's Organ for the first time today. Numberless Organ. He's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's turned back on a square on the leg side. Is it Organ? He's
yes.
Got a number on his sweater, but not on his shirt.
No. He normally wears the number 3.
Yeah, he's had the number 3 on his sweater over the top today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But nothing on his shirt. 160 for 4. This ball just short of a length and turned for a single by Higgins out to deep square. 161 for 4.
Well, they're wearing different shirts than they do in the T20. I'm just wondering if somebody hasn't got around to ironing all the numbers on.
Yeah.
They've only got halfway through. Either the iron conked out or time ran out.
Well, they're similar colours apart from the slightly yellow trim of Hampshire. Middlesex, that slightly pink trim as per their T20 shirt.
I prefer this colour than your pink.
You don't like the pink?
No.
Ah.
Yes, well, you've got slightly pink on your top, your Middlesex top.
I've kept it on because I'm cold up here. I haven't dressed accordingly. You guys, I've come for the summer. You guys have dressed accordingly today. Trousers. Rad's got a big jacket on.
We know what it's like up here. Mind you, you've been up here enough.
No, I know. Here's a low full toss from Organ, pushed watchfully by Simpson to mid-on. That game of cricket still going on down below. It was almost nets down there, lanes of cricket behind the scoreboard away to our right. There's only one lane going at the moment. Using the back of the scoreboard as the stump nearly. Here's a sweep in the air from Simpson, fine at the deep mid-wicket. Just be a single. It was in the air for a while. You just wondered. Again, if it was in the line of the fielder, he'd have gone charging in at that, wouldn't he? But had to go fine to make sure he was cutting off the boundary.
So, I mean, what's the objectives for Middlesex in this competition? At least to make the top 3 in this group?
Oh, for sure. They've got to be. Got to be with the side that they've got. Sweep from Higgins to short, fine leg. They have a single. And 163 for 4. I mean, coming into the season, they obviously wouldn't have written anything off, but having only won 4 or so games in the Blast last year, 4 or 5 last year, they won 3 this year in the Blasts. Organ bumped back to him by Simpson. There's no run. End of the over. 31 gone. 163 for 4. So Higgins has 17. Simpson has 5. 19 overs to go, so we're effectively into a T20 now, which so often List A games do kind of come to this. And of course, the last 10 overs, it's another fielder back, isn't it? So there's that to factor in this as well for Middlesex, about getting that scoring rate up from what 5.3 as it is now. But as you come into the season, Middlesex, again, you know, they've got Roland Jones, they've got Mertis. You know, if they got off to a good start in the Championship, who knows, maybe you get on a run, but you're going to do well to topple Surrey and Essex, and indeed Hampshire, who put Middlesex to the sword here in the Championship.
Curry over the wicket, bowls, slightly slower ball, but nicely played down towards short third.
And again, the Blast, they made the quarter-final a couple of years ago, didn't they, with Home Morgan, A.B. de Villiers, David Milan, Paul Sterling. So there's been a big change-up, although again, this year the problem wasn't with the bat, it was with the ball. They were short, especially with the injury to Blake Cullum. But you look at this competition and the amount of players they've still got, mainly this partnership. These are the two that Middlesex probably would have thought we might have Higgins and Simpson for the One Day Cup.
Simpson facing. Slightly slower ball and almost got turned around there. He was working it into the leg side where there's a huge gap, and he just, right at the last minute, just held the face on the line.
You mentioned Curry's mix-up of pace, and I think that's crucial on this one, isn't it? You know, if you just keep going and banging it in hard on this one, then eventually, you know, you're offline, the batters will cash in, but you mix up the pace, it's a bit of a minefield for batters.
2 for 26 is in his 6th over. Comes round the wicket again to Simpson. Simpson does find the gap on the leg side this time, pick up a single. Press comes in from deep square leg.
Nick Gubbins and Colby praying the sun comes out now and is out for the rest of the day. So there's been a lot of rain around. There's a bit of moisture on this pitch, and there's Simpson. If you look at one of the footmarks, which actually to Middlesex's advantage is quite central there, isn't it, at the non-striker's end. Simpson was prodding away hard in it.
There's a few footmarks, isn't there, down the line? Well, not quite down the line. A bit short, and it's pulled away by Higgins, but not timed. Goes into the ground, fielded at mid-wicket.
Yeah, have a look where Curry is at the moment. You see his follow-through there. His 2. I just saw him landing both of them. Is Higgins going to go and have another look at it now? He likes a little garden, Higgins. No, he's going off to another spot on this occasion. But those are a couple of spots there. I'm sure Josh De Carey's off-spinner around the wicket. Some of the left-handers of Hampshire will be quite interested in those. There's one in particular on Curry's follow-through that's quite central and will be a real interest to the spinner. Change of shirt, what's he doing? He's got a...
It's one of those support things that he's changing under his shirt. So nice, was it a light beige T-shirt he had underneath it?
Did he?
Well, I think it was. Was it his body?
I don't think he's been on holiday this summer, let's put it that way.
Oh, is he? Oh, right, okay. That's his body colour. It's full outside off stump. Higgins is trying to work that down to third, misses.
As an Irishman, I recognise that pasty white skin.
I must admit, I thought from here, he's got a lovely
maybe
flesh-coloured T-shirt, but I've clearly got that wrong. 165 for 4. Middlesex. Higgins facing. He's on 18. That's off just 16 deliveries. Here's his 17th. As Curry comes in and bowls. Down the wicket comes Higgins. Opens the face. Works it down to third. Dom Kelly fielding below us. Throws the ball into Ben Brown. 1 bounce. And that is the end of the over. And after 32 overs of this Middlesex innings, who were put into bat, when Nick Gubbins called, he wouldn't have called correctly, would he, of course? Mark Stoneman would have been calling the toss, but he lost it anyway. 166 for 4, the men out. Mark Stoneman for 23, Robson for 21, Cracknell for 64, Jack Davis for 21. All getting starts and all getting out. A couple of wickets for Curry, 1 for Kelly and 1 for Tom Prest.
There was a lovely preview of this competition on the BBC Sport website. I'm trying to find it now. If you click on the counties page under the cricket tab, then I'm sure it must be there somewhere. One Day Cup offers young talent chance to shine. There we go. And so this ball's eased away through square leg off Organ to start his second over. 167 for 4. Through square leg it goes, and Higgins is on to 20. So it answers your question about Middlesex's prospects. You look at those, how many players are missing from so many counties and how few are missing from Middlesex. It's got to be a competition where you're thinking out of the group.
Yeah.
This ball's on a length and Simpson turns to square leg for a single. 168 for 4.
Well, it shows you're missing just 3.
Yep. Holden, Eskenazi and Helm. A big 3, but only 3 nonetheless. The fact that they've got these two, Higgins and Simpson. Down the track comes Higgins and whips that one through mid-wicket. Flourish of the bat, just a single out to the sweeper in the deep. Well, indeed, and what have we got? Ellis, Dawson, Crane, Wood, Whiteley, Wheel, Turner, Howell, Vince, Fuller and Weatherly. 11 missing for Hampshire.
Yeah, Will's the 11th, yeah, but although he's been injured all season.
Round the wicket again goes, Organ, and Simpson looking for a late cut. It's through to the gloves and there's no run. I'm just trying to see, Leicestershire are only missing Callum Parkinson and Raheen Ahmed. So they're 1 fewer than Middlesex. There's a bit of flight on this, driven back into the onside by Simpson, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Northamptonshire are missing David Willey and Saif Zabe. So just 2 away for Northants. But yeah, Middlesex will, I think, be very keen to do well in this competition. As around the wicket again comes Organ. This is driven down to long on. And just a single taken for Simpson. Worcestershire only missing 3, Josh Tongue, Mitch Stanley and Adam Hose. And Sussex missing just the 4 in Bapara, Archer, Mills and Garson. Although Archer's injured, of course, as opposed to away with the 100. So it's actually almost feast or famine, isn't it, in some of these counties? I mean, you look at the list, Surrey, Somerset, the amount of players they're missing, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I think Surrey are the only county with more than 11, or 10 or 11 than Hampshire. Yeah.
Well, Radlett, when they turned up last year, it was unbelievable. Although saying that, there must have been the options to bring in a couple of other youngsters with the squad, but for whatever reason, they only were able to turn up.
It's got Curry round the wicket. Simpson's in behind that one, pushes that out on the offside. He's trying to count up how many have gone for Surrey, haven't he? While you do that, Phil Webb at Solent Sport has
12.
12, there you are, so it is more than Hampshire. Phil Webb says, have you ever quizzed Scott Curry on his international ambitions? Only noting that his older brother Brad excelled for Scotland in their T20 World Cup qualifiers last week. That's right, he did. I haven't, because I haven't actually spoken to Scott Curry for quite a while. If he does well in this game, I'll speak to him after this game, and we can all hear his international ambitions. As that's pushed away square on the leg side by Simpson, moves on to 9, 171 for 4.
Yeah, like I say, I was really impressed by Brad Curry. And Scott, he's different because he's taller, isn't he? He's got broader shoulders. He's more of a hit-the-deck bowler than his left-arm skiddy brother Brad.
Curry bowls full outside the off-stump. Higgins is trying to work that down to third. Misses. Quicker ball. Again, an example of Scott Curry bowling different balls all the time. Joe's on the ground, just messaged me actually. Toby Albert is off, has been off the pitch for quite a while. Thank you for pointing that out. She thinks it might be back pain. She's quite close to what's going on there, so she always hears little things of what people are saying.
Any mention of cake?
No, there's no cake today. She mentions it. This time Higgins does work that down to third from a leg ball. Moves on to 22. 172 for 4. Middlesex in the 34th.
You never know with Joe. Could be one in the back of the.
You've got coffee. What more do you want?
Here's one I made earlier.
Are you taking a couple of sachets of coffee when you go?
Oh, if they're on offer. Never say no to a freebie, Kev.
No, Neil brought them up. No, you never have. Here comes Curry round the wicket to the left-hander Simpson. Short. Simpson pulls that away on the leg side into the ground. Prest comes round from deep backward square leg. Keeps it down to a single. Does well there as he's throwing it off balance on his wrong side.
Well, I was saying the cricketers now, they're all connoisseurs of coffee, aren't they? Eskenazi I've seen at Middlesex. I bet Gubbins is. He's a connoisseur of everything, Nick. He would be a connoisseur of coffee.
Well, you were big mates, weren't you, when he was at Middlesex?
Yeah. I don't know about his coffee habits though. But I mean, the Australian team.
Here comes Curry in again. Bowls to Higgins. Full again. See, Higgins is a little late on that one again. Curry's bowling the quicker ball there and just surprising the batters. End of the over as it goes through to the keeper. Curry 7 overs, 2 for 31.
Still a little bit of movement on that one. The ball
maybe just swung a bit.
There's 2 new balls still, isn't there? One from either end.
Yeah.
Just trying to see if I look on the stream. It was Zampa. Zampa was the player who for Australia. I was trying to think of his name earlier. He was the one who carries it in his suitcase, doesn't he? His whole coffee kit.
Is that right?
Yeah, they like their coffee, the cricketers.
Adam Zampa. Thank you, Kevin Hand. He'll be back in about half an hour. 16 overs to do. Middlesex 173 for 4. Simpson's 10. Higgins is 22. And we've got some more of Felix Organ with his off spin. 2 overs, none for 7 from our commentary end, the northern end. And he's round the wicket to the left-hander. Simpson gets a length ball, quietly plays that out on the offside. Hopefully Raj has got his earphones round the right way, because I think you must be struggling with one of your ears, Raj, a little bit. There we go. Is it the right? Have you got them on the right way? Can you hear me? He can hear me. That's good news. And we'll hear him in a minute. That's Fuller, and that's driven into the ground, fielded by Organ. So, the pitch, the way it's playing, Raj, Middlesex on 173 for 4. Still got just over 15 overs left of their innings. They've got 6 wickets in hand. These two are very experienced out there. As Simpson plays off the back foot, cracks it out into the covers for a single, 174 for 4. But of course, this competition is as much as about giving youngsters the chance with regards to the future, so you can't always keep the pressure on when you want to, I guess.
No, you can't, and you've got to give people opportunities. But as long as Middlesex are not scoring boundaries, I think Hampshire feel as though they're in control.
Yeah, foolish delivery. Higgins works that to mid-wicket where Gubbins fields.
And,
Yeah.
you know, the spinners rotated from this end have done quite a good job, actually.
Just having a look at the boundaries, the boundary count as Higgins works that out in front of square. The ball just plugs a little bit in the outfield. They're coming back for 2. It's a short boundary side, but he's home. 2 runs to Higgins there. Stoneman hit 3 boundaries in his 23. 5 boundaries for Cracknell in his 64. 2 boundaries for Robson in his 21. 2 boundaries for Jack Davis in his 21. As Organ round the wicket again. Down the wicket comes Higgins. Works that wide of mid-wicket. Goes out to wide-ish. Long on where Prest fields. Higgins will pick up 2 more. Good use of the feet from the all-rounder. Moves on to 26, 178 for 4. And Higgins, I think, has hit 2 boundaries in his 26 to date, and just 1 boundary for Simpson. So you're right, nobody's really got out of hand. Cracknell sort of threatened to, really, didn't he? Really just sort of gave it away as he was.
They've all got good starts, but nobody's really gone on. But these two look a lot busier at the crease. You know, they're experienced one-day batters. You know, they've got variations and shots they play, but they do look really busy. And they're going to try and put pressure on the bowlers and make them do something different. Where I thought the other guys were just letting the bowlers bowl, and they were just sort of getting along. But this is a different ball game now.
Got Dom Kelly back. 5 overs, 1 for 14, the 17-year-old. Picked up Sam Robson. Caught at mid-off by Scott Curry for 21.
Here comes Kelly, you know, beautifully driven through covers there by Simpson for 4. Just to the left of extra cover, and between mid-off for 4. He timed that beautifully. And that takes him on to 15, and Middlesex on to 182 for 4.
We were talking about the boundary count.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
If these inexperienced bowlers don't get a chance to bowl, then you'll never find out. Now Kelly comes round the wicket. Simpson, who drives it, but this time square of the wicket, picks up a single, and that's all he'll get. Good pick up and throw. Middlesex move on to 183 for 4. Simpson on to 16 and brings Higgins on to strike, who's on 26. The sun is shining. The crowd are starting to sort of wake up and get a little bit noisier.
Saying about experience for these two. This is John Simpson's 97th List A game. Higgins is 34th. Ooh.
And that was a short, that was a slow ball which didn't go according to plan there from Kelly. full toss, wide, outside leg stump. Everybody missed it, apart from the keeper. But yeah, this is what pressure does, you know, with these guys now trying to go at the bowlers. Bowlers are now starting to do something different, and puts a lot of pressure on them. Kelly comes in again, bowls to Higgins. Tries to tuck him away through the leg side, but just gets an outside edge to backward point for no runs. That was well bowled. He actually bowled it into the wicket.
Yeah.
I think if you bowl it into the wicket and bowl a good line on this pitch, I think it's hard to get away.
Yeah. But just haven't been as consistent as they probably should have been.
No, it's that experience, isn't it? It's that consistency they lack. In comes Kelly again to Higgins. Higgins takes 2 steps down the pitch and then just splashes it over mid-wicket for 6. Just a slog, flat bat, pick up 6. But that's what we're talking about now. They're starting to go at the bowlers and see what these inexperienced bowlers now have in the locker.
Well, that's a length ball as well, isn't it? Which puts any bowler under pressure, let alone a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Still kept the same field though.
And he comes again. Bowls. And this time he's tucked him off his hips to backward square. Picks up a single. Yeah, he puts it in, you know. But there hasn't been a change of field. You know, they've kept the same field. You would have thought that they might have brought a third man up and they put a mid-wicket back on the boundary, but no, they've left it exactly the same. He's now coming round the wicket, Kelly. Simpson's just looking round at the field. In comes Kelly now bowling to Simpson. Bowls, just waits, guides it to backward point, no runs. End of the over, Middlesex 191 for 4. Simpson on 16, Higgins on 23. That's the end of the 36th over.
Well, I mentioned that the trio for Hampshire, that's the youngsters, Joseph Eklund, Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly, all played on that Australia trip for England under 19s during the winter. Dom Kelly, in the 2 test matches, actually picked up 9 wickets. That was the most of any of the England bowlers.
Yeah, he looks like he's got something. You know, he skids it through, bowls a good line, but it's different Test cricket to one-day cricket when you've got experienced players coming at you rather than people sitting back.
Here's Organ round the wicket with his off spin. He's just trying to work that away on the leg side. It's just actually got onto the shot a little too early and a leading edge out towards mid-wicket where Gubbins fields. So 191 for 4. Organ round the wicket again, and Higgins finds the fielder on the 45. That's Eddie Jack. He's just slightly to his left hand, so they come through for a single. Higgins moves on to 34.
Good outing for Eddie Jack. I think he's been put on a lot of pressure bowling and in the field, but he took that fantastic catch at mid-off.
Indeed, running back to get rid of Jack Davis for 21 off the bowling of Scott Curry. Great catch. As that's full down the leg side, missed by batter and keeper, goes out towards the boundary. I think that'll be pulled up just inside the rope. Did it flick the pad on the way through? And the umpire is going to signal leg byes. Yeah, I thought so, because I thought a little bit of pace had been taken off it. But the batters pick up a couple.
There's a bit of intent from these 2 batters, isn't there now?
Yeah, come together with a score at 156. That was in the 30th. Here we are in the 37th. 194 the score. As that's full, driven back to Organ Fields. So these 2 have put on 38 so far. My maths is right.
With a right and left hand combination, it doesn't make it easy for the inexperienced bowlers.
It doesn't. Organ's into his 4th over here. That's driven into the gap on the offside. And that is Fletcher Middleton sweeping at deep cover. Away to our right, that's the long boundary side, to the west side of the ground. We're paying towards the east side of the square, towards the tunnel area. That's the shorter boundary. Probably a good 5 wickets off the centre, I would think. As down the wicket comes Higgins, works out into the gap between bowler and mid-wicket this time. as it goes out to Prest at deep mid-on. Higgins will keep the strike. Organ's bowled 4 overs, none for 15. Middlesex 196 for 4. 37 gone, 13 to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test now for these young Hampshire seamen coming in to bowl at the death, especially if these two go on a little bit and Holman still to come in, who does play a few shots.
Yeah. We've been saying a few times that Middlesex have only lost 3 players to the 100, so that probably makes them one of the favourites in this group. Top 3 sides out of both groups qualify for the quarterfinals and semi-finals. Is it me? I can't remember. It's you.
I think this is you now, Kev.
Oh, is it me? Right, so it is Kelly from the top end.
Oh no, it could be me.
It is you.
It is me. I got it wrong. Yeah.
Your ears are going, your memory's going, Reg.
When we get older, it doesn't get any easier.
At least Chris Goldie's listening.
Manders. In comes Kelly now to Higgins. Bowls. Comes down the wicket. This time it was a pitch stop delivery and he's picked it up for 6 again in that same sort of area he did the previous over. So I think we might need to have a change in field here. The captain Gubbins is having a chat with Kelly.
200 up for Middlesex in the 38th.
But they're resisting, they're keeping the same field.
Well, it's twice he's hit him in the same area, isn't it?
Twice, and he's looking to come down the wicket and pick him up. Either that or off the back foot, trying to hit him square of the wicket on the leg side. In comes Kelly again. Higgins this time stays back and flicks it through to backward square on the boundary, picks up a single. So that's a good start to the over for Middlesex. That's 7 off the first 2 balls. Which takes Higgins onto 42. Simpson now on strike on 17. Middlesex 203 for 4.
Well, if these two are together, was it just over 12 and a half overs left in this innings? This partnership, Hampshire don't want them to last most of that.
Kelly round the wicket of Simpson, who plays and misses. He's trying to guide that down to third man. But just missed it, just went over his bat straight to the brown behind the stumps. It's a little bit of relief there for Kelly.
Would you, I mean, it's quite an interesting one, isn't it, really? Because we want our sides to do well. Of course we do. Would you be happier Hampshire qualifying for the quarterfinals, or not qualifying, but 1 or 2 of the youngsters doing particularly well?
I would like to see the youngsters doing pretty well, because I can see sooner or later you'll have your experienced bowlers in Barker, Fuller, Abbas, all sort of similar good time going, and who's going to actually take their places coming in. And if we don't give these youngsters a chance now to try and gain that experience, you know, when are they going to get that?
Second team cricket's not the same, is it?
No. Here comes Kelly, and Higgins has flicked that one through the wide open space at mid-wicket, picks up another 2, and at the end of the over, Middlesex, that's a 50-run partnership as well. Higgins on 29 and Simpson 18 in that partnership.
Run the ball 50 as well. So
Yeah.
this is where the pressure goes on.
Middlesex in the end of that over, 206 for 4, with 38 overs gone. And it's still Organ still on at this end.
It's 10 runs off that Dom Kelly over. Organ's bowled 4 overs, none for 15. Kelly is now 7 overs, 1 for 37. The youngsters, well, as I say, you can't expect them to be straight on the money and perform like seasoned pros straight away. You just got to take the games as they come, and hopefully that after a set of 8, if they play all 8 in this group games, they've learnt a lot. As Simpson's on the back foot to Organ, works it up to mid-on. Scott Curry comes in off the boundary, 207 for 4. Simpson moves on to 19 now. Eddie Jack 5 overs, none for 46. But we've seen signs from Eddie Jack. Those of us that are seeing him for the first time, and be many on the ground that have, many of you on the live picture feed that have probably seen him for the first time. that hopefully you'll agree that we have seen signs that he could develop. 17 years of age. As drive from Higgins, doesn't time it as it goes out towards extra cover, but when you look at it in pure analysis terms, it doesn't look great. But you've got to look behind that.
Yeah, I think
again expensive as well, really. Higgins works that out square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 45, 208 for 4.
You got to think about, you'll play on a big venue in front of quite a decent crowd. There's a lot of pressure against experienced batters. You can't buy that experience.
You can play all the second team championship cricket you want, one day cricket. Down the wicket comes Simpson, drives into the gap between keeper and extra cover, pressed off the boundary.
I think
209 for 4.
That's where we were lucky in the years we played second 11 cricket in the early 80s, that we had good, strong second 11 sides with overseas players playing in it, and you were under the pressure. So when you did make that step up, it wasn't too hard to fill those shoes up top.
Turned away on the leg side, Gubbins picks it up, throws at the keeper's end. Oh, and Brown couldn't quite throw the stumps down, but great piece of fielding from the Hampshire captain. Both the batters were running, thinking it was going past Gubbins, and somehow he flung himself to his right and picked up the ball cleanly, but was not quite balanced in which to get a powerful enough throw, or accurate enough throw. Brown did his best, but they're home, the two batters. Good piece of cricket all round. Maybe the running was slightly iffy as Simpson hits that into the ground, plays it out on the offside. End of the over, 210 for 4.
I think Higgins ran on the shot rather than to see what was going to happen, but that was an excellent piece of fielding there by Gubbins.
Certainly it was. Holland and Gubbins having a chat here, probably just trying to work out the combinations of bowlers as we head towards the back end of this Middlesex innings. Ian Holland has 4 overs left. He opened up the bowling, 6 overs, none for 25. His economy rate of just over 4s is actually, apart from Felix Organ, Felix Organ is under 4. But of the seamers, Ian Holland is the most economical.
He's back now on at the pavilion end. Probably try and get a wicket in the next over or two. Try and get a breakthrough, and then come back and finish off at the death.
Yeah. So these two have now put on 56.
In quick time as well.
Yeah, yeah. It was a runnable 50 partnership. It's certainly keeping that up.
So the field now is, you've got 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg, similar type of field to what Kelly had. And in comes Holland to Higgins, with Brown standing up. And it's just, that was a poor throw there by Fletcher Middleton. Just lets Middlesex off the hook again. That would have been a great start to the over, but a needless throw back to the keeper, but a wide throw just gave away that single. Holland now is going to adjust to Simpson, bowling round the wicket. But a good move this, with Brown standing up to the wicket, which doesn't allow the batsman to get down the wicket and keeps the batsman in the crease.
Lots of changes in the field here. Deep mid wicket now, deep square leg. Gubbins is going up to mid on the circle.
So you see this more and more now as in one day cricket, that you don't seem to have anybody in front of square on the leg side saving a single, especially to the spinners, but for the seamers you may have mid on, but then the other two guys on the boundary. In comes Holland round the wicket, and Simpson drills it off the front foot over mid off for 4. 2 bounces for, it's a fantastic shot. Just gave himself a little bit of room and then drilled it over mid off. I said, with these two batters there's no margin of error. You really have to keep them tucked in.
I was just thinking to myself, with mid on and mid off up, anything that's pitched up, both these two will look to hit it over the top. Sure enough, first ball. But mid off and mid off on still up.
And in comes Holland, and Simpson this time guides it down to third man, picked up by Organ, who gets it in, and they only pick up a single.
It basically means that Holland can't bowl a length ball now.
No.
It's got to be short length. So they know now that actually that shot like Simpson guided down to third, that's on every ball now. Holland can't afford to pitch it up.
if you pitch it up with mid on, mid off up, especially now,
It's going.
you're against these two batters, it's going to go over the top. In he comes, short of a length, and he's cut it back with a square, and it's gone for 4. And that was width. That wasn't straight enough. That was width. So now takes Higgins up to 51 of 40 balls. Strike rate off 127.
3 4s and 2 6s. This is what I think we all worried about from a Hampshire point of view. Experience out there is beginning to show.
Holland again in to Higgins. Length ball, and this time it's a little bit straighter. Trying to cut it again, missed it. Brown takes it standing up. A good take. Don't see enough of wicket keepers standing up nowadays to seamers. I don't know whether, you know, when you see people like in the old days, Jack Russell and AD Ames and people like that standing up. In comes Holland again. Bowls, and the ball's guided down to third man for a single. I suppose in those days they didn't play reverse sweeps and ramps and stuff. The keeper was safest standing up. But now it's a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, maybe the wickets as well. Some of them really.
Yeah.
It's too much sideways movement, isn't it? Really. So 40 gone. 10 to do. 11 runs off that over from Ian Holland. He has 7 overs, none for 36. I think Gubbins having a chat with Ian Holland and Scott Curry there. I'm sure we'll see Scott Curry back soon. He has 2 for 31 from 7. Picked up the wickets of Stoneman and Jack Davies. Jack Davies was the last to go in the 30th over. 156 for 4. He went for 21. Sunshine is back out. Organ, 5 overs, none for 19 with his off spin. He's round the wicket from our commentary end. Bowls to Higgins. Higgins down the wicket. Hits it hard in the air. Down the ground. That's comfortably 6 runs. And that is into the black sheeting behind the boundary rope, just below us to our left. Higgins, as we knew he could be, and proving that a very, very difficult man to bowl at. 58 of 43 deliveries, 227 for 4 here, Middlesex. Hampshire have really got to try and keep a grip in these last 10 overs. Wickets in hand for Middlesex. As Organ is round the wicket again. Higgins on the back foot, just guides that into the gap, square on the leg side. And moves on to 59. 228 for 4 now, Middlesex. So we've got Organ. Just wondering who else. So we're going to see some more Curry, that's for sure. Not sure we're going to see any more Tom Prest. 5 overs, 1 for 29. Hampshire have used 7 bowlers so far. As that's pushed out in front of square by Simpson on the offside. So they're just keeping it ticking along as much as anything, as well as the boundaries.
This is my son who's been listening to the commentary, and this is what I get at home every day.
From your son?
And my wife.
And pushed out on the leg side.
And my ears are going, and I'm not hearing things properly.
Another single. There's the total moves on to 230 for 4. We're in the 41st over here. Middlesex put into bat by Hampshire. Won the toss. Was an edge there as he's coming down the wicket. Simpson just gripping a little bit there in the surface for Felix Organ, but it was along the ground. Eddie Jack fielding on the 45. 231 for 4 Middlesex. Runs off every ball here so far. Maximum off the first. Single off every ball since then. Down the wicket comes Higgins. Works that to mid-wicket this time. There's the dot ball at the end of the over. Oh! And Gubbins throws the ball back to the umpire who didn't see it. And then in the end has to take evasive action. That's not going to endear yourself to the umpire when you come out the bat. 231 for 4, though, of course, from Gubbins' point of view, there was no malicious intent meant. 11 off the previous over, 10 off that one. So, Raj, as I say, this is a fairly dangerous time here for Hampshire.
He's now brought a change in bowling with the captain Gubbins coming on from the pavilion end.
Raj, I'm going to get you to come in for me, and we're going to get Kevin Hand in alongside you for the next half hour. So Nick Gubbins is back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 18 for Hampshire's acting captain. And the next voice you will hear, in fact he's switching ends as well, will be Kevin Hand, and then Raj Maru will stay on.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, here we go. This is the business end of the innings now, isn't it? Middlesex 6 wickets standing, a partnership which they needed after a little wobble. So here's Gubbins bowls and Simpson punches him out to cover for a single. Gubbins is 5th over. The single means it's none for 19 off 4.1 now. Simpson's on to 28 from 33. Higgins 60 from 46. And he's the only batter that's come in today and really not made it look easy, but again, timing. He's just managed to put that ball away around the park as Gubbins bowls to him, and there goes another one over mid-wicket. Huge slog sweep from Higgins. And his old mate Gubbins on the receiving end. You couldn't bear it when these two used to bat together, Higgins and Gubbins. It was terrible trying to get the Huggins and Gibbons. 238 for 4, but yeah, a couple of old mates. There'll be a fair old rivalry out there at the moment with Gubbins bowling to him, Raj.
Yes, there will be. And Higgins is the only batter today who has showed some intent with Simpson behind him. They've gone at the bowlers.
Is it conviction? I mean, they've all tried, haven't they? But as we were saying earlier, it wasn't really happening earlier. Kev said they're getting stuck in the pitch a little bit. As here's Gubbins bowls more into the block hole, and it's dug out for a single down to long on. 239 for 4.
Well, I think he's actually come at the bowlers rather than trying to hit it from the crease. He's actually gone out at the bowlers and picked them up and put the bowlers under pressure.
He's such a good player, isn't he, though? He really is. I mean, I was just saying off there. So here's Gubbins once more. Bowls, and Simpson sweeps out to deep mid-wicket. Doesn't quite bisect the fielders, so it'll just be a single as deep square comes around. Higgins is one of those players who's just not quite good enough for England. That means he's a great player for your club, isn't he? Because he's he's with you the whole season long. He's a great performer, and if he was 2% better, he'd be playing for England. So here's Gubbins bowls, and this ball's driven away through the covers, extra cover, dips his head as it goes past him, and now is a long chase and a dive and a brilliant stop. Pressed out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's come around at deep cover, all the way around to a deep extra cover. And they have run 3. Higgins is on to 70, I think. Yes, 243 for 4.
And it's interesting that Higgins and Simpson haven't been picked up in the 100.
Yeah, it's a blow to both of those. But what a boost it is for Middlesex. Oh, some rain brewing up. Have you and Kev discussed that behind the trees in the distance?
Just comes in from over there behind there.
And Gubbins bowls, and this is worked off the hip by Simpson. A single out to deep backward square. He's on to 30. That's where it's coming in from, is it? Well, hopefully that comes in the innings break and will be unaffected. There was a threat of a shower this afternoon. It's quite dark, it's quite overbearing, but it's almost a thin strip of rain almost across the sky, isn't it, rather than a big band of cloud consistently over the horizon. Well, let's hope anyway. That's what it looks like as it creeps over the hills behind the pavilion.
It was sort of due to come in between 2 and 4, something like that. So yeah, hopefully between innings, and we'll get this first innings out of the way.
Well, we've got 8 overs left, so another half an hour up till 2 o'clock, and well, rain all you like then, and we'll all go and have lunch and come back and reconvene afterwards. Maybe there'll be a 40 over chase for Hampshire. Either way, Middlesex will know they'll want to post big here. These 8 overs now, this back 10, the third phase of play in the list A innings, with 2 batters set like Simpson and Higgins, these 2 in particular, and the batting Middlesex have to come. But what's your projection, Raj? I mean, I'm thinking 10 and over from here. It's another 80 up to 325. That's almost minimum, it feels like to me. 325.
Yeah, 320, 335, something like that.
I think anything below that, and Middlesex will feel a little light, maybe. This one's short, pulled down to long on by Simpson. Start of Organ's new over. He's on to 31. I mean, they do have the more experienced side, don't they, Middlesex, with bat and ball, it has to be said. But they're in a position at the moment where you think there's an advantage to be rammed home, get on top here. Especially one of these two be there at the end.
Yeah, they just go through to the end, and they'll be looking for that. Higgins down the wicket, and it just pushes it through so effortlessly to deep mid wicket and picks up a single.
There goes the sun. What do you reckon, Raj? Are we going to make the end of the innings? I think we will.
I think we should
I don't think we'll see the sun again now, because all that cloud's just climbing over the top of us.
Yeah, I think we will do.
As I say that, the sun comes back out.
Simpson off the back foot, just caresses it through to deep extra and picks up a single.
But what's in front of us and heading this way, as you say, the sun's just over what, our left, just over to our left, slightly out of view. Roof over the top of this stand.
Yeah, it might. Let's say goes to reverse sweep there. Higgins gets a little top edge, just goes outside the 30-yard circle and picks up a single. There's no real pace in that delivery for him to get any power behind the shot. We try to just paddle it, and we've just got a little top edge. The organ again round the wicket, this time to Simpson. Delivers short, and Simpson off the back foot cracks it to Gubbins, well fielded, extra cover and no single.
248 for 4.
Yeah, those clouds are slowly sort of drifting in. They're teasing you.
Well, the thing as well is, if it is a reduced chase in any way, then Middlesex want as many runs as they can get right now.
Organ short. Simpson goes to reverse lap, misses it. No, he doesn't. He gets a little tickle on it and picks up a single. So the end of the over, Middlesex 249 for 4, Simpson on 33 and Higgins on 72. 7 overs left now.
Well, again, the run rate's 5.8, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they'll really want to be setting minimum 6 and over to win. Shorter boundary to one side. We probably haven't, because of the sticky nature of it, it's only really this partnership that started to expose it, but prior to that there wasn't really an innings that got going. Obviously Cracknell with a fine 50, but it's Higgins in particular who thumped a few to the shorter boundary away to our left as we look from the hotel end towards the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Simpson will be driving his cover drive towards that stand at the moment as Gubbins is right arm over the wicket and Simpson backs away and cuts him out to deep cover. Single taken, and that's the 250 up for Middlesex.
I think what we might find is that Curry and Holland, the two experienced seamers for Hampshire today, may come on to bowl the last 6 overs between them.
Well, Hampshire will certainly hope that Curry goes through them. sorry. 250 for 4. This is, we did that one with Sussex at Lords last year when he quite literally went through them. As this ball's hit up into the air and 6 more for Higgins, and this one swept hard. Called it a slog sweep in the last over. I didn't mean it dismissively, and I don't mean it dismissively again now. Is that Joe at the back of the stand? That was a great arm, back of the stand all the way down to the front. Someone at the back. He's just throwing that back down. Well done. 100 partnership as well. Higgins on to 63, Simpson 34, 82 deliveries, and 100 on the board. So there you go. Their strike rate's been comfortably more than 100 for this partnership.
The pressure is really on Hampshire now. Gubbins in.
All swept up in the air. Great catch! What a catch! Incredible claim down below us, and that is the end of Higgins as Jack takes the catch. And well, what a moment for him on his debut. That was a really fine effort. He had to cover a lot of ground, a dive forward, get his hands underneath it, and then crucially hold on. Higgins gone for 78. Gubbins picks him up, his old mate. He's managed 5 sixes and he's put Gubbins into deep mid-wicket on a couple of those in the last couple of overs, but he's gone for 78, and that is a big wicket as Middlesex look to charge here. 2-5-6 for 5.
A crucial wicket that for Hampshire. Jack, who hasn't had the best of games with the ball, has taken 2 fantastic catches. One running backwards over his head at mid-on, and then that one at backward point and running to short third, diving and catching it. Higgins out. That was a fantastic catch.
Yeah, Higgins will be disappointed. 1 getting out to Gubbins. 2, 22 runs shy of a century. And he's batted extremely well, so he'd definitely have had aspirations of pushing onwards and upwards. But out comes Luke Holman. As I say, Middlesex go a long way down. Holman coming in at 8, Carey's at 9. Blake Cullen at 10.
He's not a mean striker of the ball either.
Which one?
Holman.
Oh, exactly. Well, even Cullen's not at 10. It's again, the only thing is, it's all very well saying you're back down to 10, but you don't want to leave it too late, because then all of a sudden you're down to 9, 10 and jackets, a couple of deliveries, and it's all done, isn't it? So that partnership though has pushed Middlesex towards, I reckon, a par score with the short boundary today. There's a couple of areas. One is the pitch. Winning the toss, both sides I'm sure would have bowled first on this. The overheads were there this morning. A bit of rain now, you never know, might just keep the pitch this way all day. I mean, Hampshire would very much be keen on the sun actually coming out and they have a full chase and the pitch dries out a little bit more.
Yeah, well, the forecast has been over the last 2 or 3 weeks, teams batting second are more favourable because when the runs get adjusted or whatever, they can adjust to it quite comfortably.
Holman works a single out to deep mid-wicket, his first ball off the mark, 257 for 5. Temperatures dipped, winds picked up, and it feels as though the rain's not far away here at the moment. It might not. It's only showers. It's that we're not expecting heavy bands of rain. It's just showers this afternoon. So we'll have a result in this game. I have no doubt about that. Although, famous last words. Gubbins to Simpson. His right arm over, and a reverse sweep from Simpson. How has that gone through what would have been slip? What am I saying? It would have been leg slip for Simpson on the reverse sweep. By signal. So wait, hold on. It must have come off the keeper's glove, mustn't it? Through it goes. Uh-oh. Is it a complaint? Kev's got a smile on his face. He's Gubbins. This is swept hard by Holman. Fine at the deep backward square leg, and they're going to pick up 4. Holman's first boundary. He moves to 5. Middlesex 262 for 5. Into the 44th. Gubbins has gone for 43 off his 6 over and picked up that wicket quite crucially of Higgins for 78.
A poor delivery that by Gubbins after a new batsman, but I think that's the end of Gubbins' spell. I would have thought I can see the top seamers coming back on.
Afternoon, Kev, and especially Raj. I would like to thank Raj for treating a wasp sting for me at the old county grounds. The exact year is unclear to me, but it was roughly 83, 84 when I was 7 or 8 years of age. Again, many thanks for that, and keep up the great commentary, says Si. Thanks, Si, for your email. Kevin James has just passed that to me. Good to have you with us. Brilliant. Yeah. Were you an expert in treating wasp stings, Raj? Were you the go-to man?
I think I might have been the only one around there to do something about it. But yeah, Organ in on his 8th over. Goes for a single off the first ball. Bowling still round the wicket. This time to Simpson. Comes in, bowls, and he's cracked him off the back foot, straight down the ground to long off. But can only manage a single. Takes Middlesex on to 163 for 5.
Yeah, so 5 overs to go after this. Again, I still think they'll want to be going at 10 and over all the way through it. So a bit of pressure on Holman.
Morgan delivers round the wicket. It goes to reverse lap there. Just takes his eye off it, hits him on the pad.
Well, I was just going to look at the scoring options there. He's got a deep square, a deep mid-wicket, long off and long on. Now that's the shorter boundary. The longer boundary, there's a deep cover, but you've got the 2 backward of square up inside the circle.
And there he goes off the front foot and flat bats, drives it through to deep cover, picks up a single. Yeah, you're looking at that. If he does get hold of it and gets it over those 2 guys, or anything between those 2 guys, that's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, it's such a big shot now in the game, isn't it? Reverse sweep. In the old days, it was almost a maverick shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Organ round the wicket to Holman, who pulls a short delivery. And a great catch there by Scott Curry at long on. 164 for 4. Simpson. Simpson's picked up a short ball there and pulled it. And Scott Curry dives forward at long on and picks up a magnificent catch. And Simpson's gone for 35. That's 2 crucial wicket, 2 batsmen in. Experienced batsmen.
Well, we
gone.
just said one of them to be there at the end, didn't we? And that was the thing. They both had the right to go at it, but he felt as though one of them needed to go. And that was why big pressure on Holman as Simpson departs for 35. Even bigger pressure on Holman now, and De Carey's to come down and join him, because there is still a job to do here. When Simpson and Higgins came together, there was, for me, a pretty big job to do for Middlesex, and they did it. But we're now at another of those junctures in the innings with 5 overs to go. I think Middlesex, especially if that, I mean, that was part of winning the toss and fielding first, wasn't it? If you're chasing in a reduction, maybe.
I'm not sure that we were desperate to see one of those to the end. I think you were desperate to see one of those to the end.
We said
both of them. Go on.
It was the royal we. To lose 2 of them in quick succession now, that really just throws the innings into a little bit of balance. I mean, they've got runs on the board, Middlesex. It's not going to be a poor score. But I think pushing to 320, then they'd have felt comfortable. It wouldn't necessarily be match winning. But they've got to I think they've got to have something starting with a 3 here, haven't they? And that's what they just have to be careful of, because Hampshire would look at it now and say, well, look, De Carey's and Holman are good batters, but 2 more, and then you're 2 from the end of the evenings, aren't you? You're in that situation, as we said, as good a batter as Cullen is at 10 and Bamber is at 11. You're only two deliveries away from finishing the innings.
Finishing the innings, and I think there's going to be a lot of pressure now on Holman to actually stay there and be there at the end. And
well, I mean, De Carey's is an opening bat, so I do wonder, well, they don't have much time to play themselves in.
Comes Organ round the wicket to De Carey's, who pushes it to mid-wicket, and busy Gubbins there at mid-wicket again, diving to his right, stops the ball. Middlesex stay on 264 for 6 on 45 overs.
Well, Simpson, that's a huge loss, because he's capable of those really big shots, as is Higgins. But Simpson, goodness me, when he hits that ball, it stays hit. And I just think we were analysing it for Holman there, weren't we, at first? And then he took the single and Simpson came on to strike. Similarly, same problem for Simpson. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. He probably was looking, what's his safest option? Down the ground. The boundary rope's quite a long way in, an unusually long way in here at the Ageas, isn't it, down below us? So straight down the ground is a very short boundary. It's almost Chelmsford-esque how short down the ground it is here, the boundary. Both ends, indeed.
Yes. The crowd have gone sort of quiet again. They're just tucking into their midday lunch.
Indeed. Here's Curry in bowls. Yorker onto the toe of Holman. Looks to dig it out. They take a run and the umpire doesn't signal anything. So there's bat involved, whether it was bat, boot and ball all together. And that's what the inquiry was from Curry in Hampshire, that it was toe first. But a run is given. And Holman, as the ball squirts out to point, has a single to move him to 7.
I think if that had landed on the toe, he wouldn't have been walking around like he is at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Limping everywhere. So it looks like it's toe end off the bat.
Speaking of lunch, the smell of lunch is coming up from somewhere, isn't it? Can you smell that?
It is from the window's open somewhere from the kitchen.
Yeah, where's the nearest kitchen to here, though? It's all the way downstairs, isn't it? On the ground floor.
Could be the burger van.
Ah. Here comes Curry in a thick edge from De Carey's throwing the bat at that one outside the off stump down to deep third. He has a single, yeah. Angus Aberdeen burgers on sale over there, it says. That's probably where it is, you're right.
Wind blowing right to left.
Oh,
you might
torture, isn't it?
It's that smell of those onions, I think.
Yes, it is. It's the onions, isn't it? Curry bowls just full of length, and that's driven. Oh, Gubbins threw himself at that in the covers, and goodness me, if he'd have taken that, that would have been the catch of the day. And we've seen a couple of crackers already. It gets through fine of him though, and it's 4 more. And Holman will move along to 11. Middlesex 270 for 6.
I think they'll want Holman back in the hutch, Hampshire, because he is now going to be the danger man for them.
Well, he can bludgeon it. I mean, De Carey's is a cracking bat. He's when he's flowing, it looks great. As his Curry bowls, and Holman opens the face just backward of point. Picks up a single, deep gully, deep even. Let's try and get there. Deep gully, trying to get a hand to it, couldn't. So deep cover comes around and sweeps up. De Carey's back onto strike on 1.
As a bowler, get my bowler's hat on here. Who would I rather bowl at? Would I bowl at Holman or would I bowl at De Caires? And I think I'm quite happy to bowl at De Caires because I don't think he's going to take me for 10, 12 and over.
You might be surprised. You might be surprised with De Caires. We'll see. He'll be out next ball now. And, here's Curry. He's in, and De Caires steps across outside the off stump, and a wide Yorker gets through to the keeper. He's almost Yorked himself there, hasn't he?
So what I've seen of Holman in T20 coming up the order and bludgeoning, as you say, I'd rather keep him off strike.
Yep.
And bowl at the other batter.
Yeah. I mean, usefully for Middlesex at the moment, it's a right-handed, left-handed, isn't it? We saw that really messed up young Jack this morning as Curry hits the crease now. He bowls. It's a low full toss, and De Caires completely missed times, looking to open up into the onside, and it was almost a baseball shot, that one, wasn't it? But it just toes down to mid-off for a single, so De Caires keeps the strike. He's on to 2. Middlesex 272 for 6. Holman has 12.
That's why I would like him on strike, because that just
I'm not disagreeing with you, but
that's a mishit.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but De Caires, I don't know, there's something about De Caires. He bat, ball and in the field, he's just always in the game. You know, the enthusiasm, the energy. Hard to knock him out of the attack with the ball as well. And for a young off spinner who really was part-time spinner, and he's knocked Holman out of the side now as the spinner.
Right.
It was De Caires that played down here in the match where Dawson picked up 12 for him. De Caires picked up 7. Holman barely got a look in with the ball.
And Organ coming in now for his 9th over. Bowls, and he's got to reverse lap him. De Caires. Hampshire have gone up, but umpire White keeps his fingers down.
Come on, Josh, don't let me down now. I've given you the big talk up. Yeah, that one was sliding across, wasn't it? Right arm around to the right-hander.
Again, that's, he's only going to pick up a single because you've got a man deep on the boundary there. Organ again round the wicket to De Caires. This time he slog sweeps, and Middleton, he's cleared him at deep mid wicket. He's gone for 6.
I was just thinking he's let me down there because I thought he's not going to get that all the way. It's a big boundary over deep mid wicket, isn't it? And
I did think he was going to go there.
I thought he was going to hold out. I didn't think it was going to keep going, and it did.
Because Middleton was about 10 yards off the line, and I thought that you're too far in. But even if he was on the line, he would have gone over.
Yeah.
Organ again round the wicket. De Caires. This time he's gone off the back foot, and he's put everything into that, and that's just trickled up to the 30-yard circle on the offside.
It was much like the last over when he was looking to baseball it over mid wicket. Completely mistimed, miscued, but gets away with it. Gets a single. Over to Holman again.
So, yeah. This time, Morgan bowls outside off stump, and he's gone down on one knee, trying to slog sweep him, and just landed short of Curry coming in from the boundary at long on there, and they managed to pick up a single. Just gone outside the 30-yard circle.
Curry went around the rope first rather than coming in, didn't he? He thought, I need to be back on the rope here to give myself every chance, and then realised he hadn't got hold of it at all.
De Caires back on strike. This time he's gone on the back foot, and he square cut him. And the ball was running away towards the boundary, but it's fielded on the boundary, pushed back in, picked up, and thrown back in. I'm not sure exactly who that is on the boundary.
Number 12. They've run 3, haven't they? That looked a little bit of an error, but they've well, it's Holman on strike now, isn't it? But that was a lot of room for him to cover there, and he's done well to save the boundary. Relatively short boundary, a cut through the covers.
That might be Josh Eklund, that one.
There's a reverse sweep again to backward point. No run on this occasion. Holman feels he's missed out. He's just hit it straight to the fielder, but all on the floor. A dot ball to end the over. They've got the run rate up to 6 and over, Raj. 283 for 6. De Caires 12 and Holman 13.
I think it's 6 and over now. Hampshire will be quite happy at the moment just to keep it at that and no more, and hopefully pick up another wicket in the next over or 2.
Well, I was talking about 320 for Middlesex. I think that's another 37 runs off the last 3, which is a stretch now, but 12 and over in this day and age is not unreasonable, is it? I mean, we are in T20 mode now, aren't we, for this game? Here comes Curry to De Caires. who steps across and slaps it down to long on. Does it carry? It does. And De Carey's looking to open up that onside. Just took a step towards Curry there and only managed to drag it straight down the throat of long on. So De Carey's departs. He goes for 12. Middlesex 283 for 7 now.
So that's that wicket that Hampshire needed in this over. But just try and peg Middlesex back a little bit again.
Eklund with the catch at long on. Well, here's the point that we were talking about. You know, you put a couple of wickets on the board, and they did, didn't they? So out comes Martin Anderson at number 9. I missed Anderson, sorry, in the count, ahead of Cullen. So Anderson now, again, he's a good batter. He's capable, strong driver of the ball. He's got a job to do here, but one of the jobs might just be drop the single and give it to Holman. But I guess still with Cullen and Bamber to come, Middlesex don't want to waste a delivery here. They swing from the hip, we're pretty much at swing from the hip stage, aren't we, with what, 17 balls left of the innings, and 3 wickets, but 3 strong wickets in Cullen and Bamber still to come. Bamber got his best first-class score just the other day against Surrey, 46 not out. Here's Curry to Anderson. Bowls, and Anderson with the drive down to long on, just a little dab, a little drop down to long on, which is the sensible thing to do at the moment. I mean, Anderson hit 30 something off and over at Worcestershire a couple of years back in an incredible display of hitting. What you don't want to do is put it into the slot against Anderson. He's such a good driver of the ball.
I think when you're bowling at tail enders, like those good strikers, you've either got to get it right in the block hole, or you've got to get it outside off stump where they can't drag it round.
Well, he got to the point where he actually became a batting all-rounder,
right.
Anderson under Stuart Law, but his batting seems to have fallen away a little bit in the last couple of years. Came through the ranks from Berkshire as a bowler. Back injuries were holding him up as Curry's around the wicket to Holman, who drops a single to points. He moves to 14 from 10. Middlesex 285 for 7. These wickets have slowed him right up now.
Yeah, wickets does that to the batting team. If you're taking wickets on a regular basis, then that run rate does come down.
Anderson on strike. They need one of these two to come off now, Middlesex, to push this score up over 300 quickly. It's Curry. Bowls. Block hole delivery wide outside of the off stump. Yorks Anderson. That was a bold delivery. Again, his big scoring shot is a drive, and mid-off and extra cover are up.
Curry has bowled well in the T20 this year at the back end, coming and bowling at the death with Chris Wood. He bowled well against Somerset here in the game and defended.
This one's full, and there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Extra cover and mid-off are up. You can't put it there against Anderson. He's got one of the best drives around. It's a big scoring area for him. Anywhere through, mid-on all the way around to cover, deep cover. He's a glorious driver of the ball. Hits it beautifully on the up. A lovely shot in any form of cricket. That 289 for 7, and they have now put back long off. But it's still, there's a vast expanse between long off and deep cover with only extra cover in, so they'll have to be careful as Curry's in, bowls, and he's got away with it, 'cause again it's another one wide outside of the off stump. Yorked him. Anderson will feel he's missed out though. 2 of the last 3 deliveries into that slot outside the off stump, which for him again a big scoring area. So 289 for 7, 12 deliveries left. Anderson's on to 5 from 4, Holman's 14 from 10. And
so again, not big damage done in that over, just one boundary, so they'll be quite happy with that, and picking up that wicket off De Carey's. But
I mean, one thing as well, I mean, he's gone, 3 wide Yorkers to end the over there. He's got short onside boundaries. That's where Anderson will really feel he's missed out, because the field was set for it. Long off and long on a back. He got a short boundary in the onside. That ball's only ever going to be full outside the off stump, with a vast expanse to attack. So Anderson will feel as though he's missed out. Here's Holland.
Come to bowl his last over from this pavilion end. And he's going to be bowling to Holman. Middlesex 289 for 7. In he comes for his first delivery. Runs in, bowls. Slower ball, Holman slog sweeps that. over square, just in front of square for 6.
Well, this could be the over, couldn't it?
Yeah,
Holland was
stretch.
outstanding at the start of the innings.
He was, and I don't think you really want to mess around too much. Try to bowl slow balls, because Holman is a good striker of the ball. Slow, short boundary on the leg side.
He's going to have to keep it full and outside the off stump, isn't he? But
Yeah.
what he's got to be careful of is not being in the slot for Holman just to access that onside.
But in he comes, over the wicket again. Bowls full, wide outside off stump. He has a swipe and misses it. That's the sort of line and that length you've got to bowl at this time of the innings. If he's going to get anything, he's going to get a nick down to third man for 4. Here comes Holland now, taking stock, comes in. Gets up, delivers wide out, but this time he's pushed it too wide, and umpire White has got his arms out calling a wide. I see that was too wide. I think it might be easier for him to bowl that line bowling round the wicket than over the wicket, because he's pushing the ball as he bowls it from over the wicket. Here comes Holland again. Ball set Holman, who takes a good swipe. It's coming down to long off. It just falls short of Prest fielding out long off and only picks up a single.
Didn't run, Holman. He's got a single for it. Called through by De Carey's. De Carey's ready to come back for the second, but I think Holman thought he put it straight down the fielder's throat and he didn't bother to run, so that's cost Middlesex a single. They got 1 for it, but they should have had 2 there.
I think De Carey has departed, and we've got Anderson. And
Sorry, Anderson was calling him.
So it's got to be a long way for De Carey to come back.
That was a long way to come back for the second.
Holland now coming in to bowl to Anderson. See what he can do here. He's not a death bowler. Bowls it short and it's sort of reverse. Trying to paddle it reverse and misses it. And Brown takes it standing up.
Well, you know, it's difficult, isn't it? Again, it's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. That was there for the cut shot, wasn't it? With
a cut shot. I mean, there's nobody between point and short third to for 4. You could have cut it, and that would have been a much healthier shot. He bowls it just back of a length, and it goes between that gap again. But backward point runs around, picks up. They can only pick up a single.
Well, he's put it in a similar place with pace off this time, hasn't he? And Anderson can't. You know, as he's looked to use that pace, it's a slower ball, and the 2 get round and smother, and it's just a single. Back to Holman, last ball of the 49th. This one he's going to try and send it again, isn't he?
They've already gone for 10 off this over.
What'll he do? Step across early, Holman, to the offside?
Well, I think he would look to try and get a slash between third man and deep backward point. And he whacks it to extra cover on the 30-yard circle where Gubbins fields. They pick up a single. So 11 off that over. The Middlesex 299 for 7 going into the last over.
Kev James is going to come join me for the last over of the innings. Thanks, Raj Maru, for now. We'll see you in the second innings. Enjoyed the lunch. You went for the healthy option. I think a salad, wasn't it, Raj? You went for? It wasn't the ham, egg and whatever else it was that was on offer. 299 for 7, Anderson 6, Holman 22, a little short of my projection of 325, which when Simpson and Higgins were going, I said was about the minimum that they'd be looking for, but they fell in quick order, those 2, and Hampshire just reining them back a little bit here at the end, but this is a big final over coming up. Kevin James, welcome back.
Yeah, well, Scott Curry's done a great job as well, I think. The mixtures of pace and length that he's bowled has just not allowed Middlesex to get away, and of course with Simpson going in the 45th and Higgins in the over before that has made a huge difference as well, even though they put on 100 for the 5th wicket, which actually only took 14 overs. So here's the last over then. It's Scott Curry to bowl it. He's round the wicket, giving himself some room, cuts that away, does Luke Holman, doesn't really time it, slower ball bouncer there. Again, another example of Scott Curry and the mixture that he bowls, but the 300 is up for Middlesex in the last over of the 50. It's still a pretty good effort, but it could have been quite a bit more. But this over's not over yet.
Yeah, and they're 2 strong batters, these 2.
Runs to come, as you say. 6 off 6 for Anderson, facing Curry. Swings that away on the leg side. Has he found the gap? Not quite. It's not timed quite enough. Palmed away. Is that Felix Organ on the boundary, deep mid wicket? I'm not sure, but it was palmed over to deep mid on where Josh Eklund is fielding. And they keep that down to 2 runs. Anderson's on to 8. I don't think that rain is too far away. It comes from over Telegraph Wood to the right as we look. Over the Shane Warne stand, and it is.
It feels like there's rain hitting the tops of those trees already, doesn't it?
I think you're right. It's slowly but surely filling in line with what we thought. So it's turned away behind square on the leg side. They'll run through for a single anyway, as Ian Holland is right on the 30-yard circle. But again, good full delivery there from Scott Curry, not allowing the batters really swing through the line.
Just in time to saturate us on our run around to the press box to get our lunch.
I think you're right, and I think actually it is just beginning to rain in the air.
Well, it does a favour in the innings break to have the rain.
Yeah, it's definitely raining now. As Scott Curry's round the wicket, swings in the air, over the top of short third. 4 runs. Luke Holman giving himself some room. It's just gone over the field at short third.
Yeah, it's definitely raining now, isn't it? We're going to make the end of the innings. There's 2 balls left, so I think we are anyway.
Yeah.
It's persistent at the moment, but it's not heavy. Just a little bit more than a spit.
Have you brought your raincoat with you?
I haven't.
Is that Middlesex top you're wearing rainproof?
It's not. Well, I don't know. It's about to be tested.
Yeah, it doesn't look it.
I don't think it is.
So Middlesex move on to 307 for 7. Definitely raining. Yes, Raj has worked out it's raining now as well.
He's brought his coat. He's not daft, Raj, is he? Have you got a coat?
Yes. Short, and it's just tucked to short third. Another good slower ball bouncer there from Scott Curry.
It's a decent score, but they're not out of sight, no matter what happens off this last ball. I think there was certainly the option that perhaps even, if it went really well, 350 was on for them and Simpson and Higgins were together. But the fact that they fell in consecutive overs, those two, slowed this innings considerably, but they've topped it up reasonably well at the end, Middlesex.
Here's the last ball then. Curry bowls, swing and a miss. Soars an edge through to the keeper. They're claiming it. Umpire is saying no. And it's a bye through to the keeper. So that is the last ball, a single off it, as Middlesex closed in on 309 for 7 as the rain starts to come down a little harder.
Well, he forgot to throw out the stumps then, didn't he? Because he was too busy appealing. He probably would have had a good chance of running out. Luke Holman charging through there. That was great fun, that, at the end of the innings. But it would have been funny, though, if Neil Bainton didn't signal the bye and then they all ran off. Well, hold on a minute, what do you mean? Can't have been a run. He's edged it through to the keeper. But yeah, as a result of the appeal, he didn't show out the stumps. They could have had a run out. Middlesex have a run. And Holman 28, that's a really good top up. Raj said that he was the danger man. De Carey's with 12. Got that one big 6 over deep mid wicket. Anderson with 9. A brief little cameo from him. But the 78 from Higgins and the 35 from Simpson, that rescued the situation after Cracknell's fine 64 at the top, but only starts for Stoneman, Robson and Davies, all into the 20s, but unable to go on. And when Higgins and Simpson came together, there was the potential at that point for Hampshire to get on top of Middlesex. They didn't. Middlesex came back, but they've just reined it back a little bit at the end, which keeps it alive. And we've got a rain pour and a shower now in the interval. How long it goes on for? If it's a reduced chase now, obviously that will help Hampshire. But we shall see. Middlesex not as many away with the 100. They're not as depleted as Hampshire are. They still feel that they've got the more experienced side with bat and ball in this game. So they've got a good score on the total, but similarly, Nick Gubbins captaining against his old side. I'm sure he'll hope to have something up his sleeve with the bat.
So Ryan Higgins with 78 off 53, Joe Cracknell with 64 off 71, the top scorers in the Middlesex innings. 3 for 54 from his 10 overs from Scott Curry, the chief wicket taker. There were also a wicket apiece for Nick Gubbins, Dominic Kelly, Tom Prest and Felix Organ. Myself, Kevin James, Kevin Hand and Raj Maru will be back with you, hopefully in the not too distant future when the Hampshire Reply gets underway, but whenever this rain allows, we'll be back after we've had some lunch. Well, welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we had a bit of a rain shower in the luncheon break, but we're okay to start, just, I think. But I don't think any rain is too far away, so we'll monitor it. So Hampshire are about to get their reply underway in this Metro Bank one-day 50-over cup game. It's the first round of matches, and Middlesex made 309 for 7 off their 50 overs. So at the moment we're on for 50 overs reply, which means Hampshire will need 310. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins are opening for Hampshire, and it's going to be Blake Cullen with his right arm seamers to open for Middlesex. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later, former Hampshire and Middlesex left arm spinner Reg Maru, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Kevin Hand alongside me as Cullen comes in. I'm sure it's raining as that's pushed away on the onside. Gubbins is about a third of the way down the track, sent back by Fletcher, and there is no rain.
Yeah, it's got the feel about it, doesn't it? A bit of rain out there. We're just having a look at the spectators. There aren't many umbrellas up at the moment, so it might just be... Oh, there's one going up as I say that. It feels as though there's just been another little shower that's swept across the grounds, but hopefully that's the end of it. It feels a little bit more broken, the cloud in the distance, although there's one particularly heavy column of rain behind the Shane Warne stand.
Here's Cullen with 2 slips, comes in and bowls. Middleton gets a length ball, which he plays into the ground late, and it goes to second slip, where Sam Robson feels.
So at the moment we're still a full 50 over game.
Yep.
Middlesex will hope it stays that way. It always plays into the favour of the side chasing if there's a reduction.
Top scorers for Middlesex, Joe Cracknell opened the batting, made 64 off 71, and Ryan Higgins with 78 off 53. Both Higgins and John Simpson put on 100 exactly for the 5th wicket. Middlesex just fell away a little bit after that, as Fletcher Middleton drives on the up through the gap between extra cover and mid-off. It won't quite go all the way. It will be picked up just inside the rope, but they will also pick up 3. Hampshire underway with the rain starting to fall.
Oh yeah, comes in again. Well, like I say, there's a particularly... Let's try and see if I can catch really. I mean, it almost is directly towards us, isn't it? That band of cloud behind the trees in the distance. But that one particularly heavy one over the back of the Shane Warne stand, that might drift to the side of us.
Yeah. Not very pleasant out.
Looking away to our right, look at that. It's pouring over there away in the distance. Trees.
New Forest.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's not surprising, is it? So we've had, what, 3 balls of the Hampshire reply, and they're going off. It won't be for very long, we don't think.
No.
But I don't know how long is long, but even so...
Well, I mean, it's almost stopped again now, hasn't it? Yeah. It just got quite heavy there for a second, but it's eased off once more. It could just be, yeah, there's a bit of to and fro and a bit of back and forth here for half an hour, an hour. The forecast is that it shouldn't be that heavy, a band of rain. So it is just nuisance showers, I would suggest, at the moment.
Very good phrase. In fact, it just feels a fraction brighter already.
It does, doesn't it?
Anyway, we will take another break, and we wait for this rain to disperse. In fact, the umpires aren't even making their way off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It stopped, doesn't it? Some of the Middlesex players are stopping.
But the hover cover...
No, they've left the stumps on as well. Come on, umpire Bainton, there we go. Come on, get the stumps off. There we go. And the other end, don't forget. Hover cover can't roll over those, can it? Come on, umps. But they've left them down at the other end. One of the ground staff's going to have to run ahead and get it, or they're going to just kick it away. Will they go over the top of their stumps? They might do. I've not seen that before. Yeah, they are. Going to go straight over the top of the stumps. Hopefully that doesn't do any damage. It settles down on top of it. Anyway, they got the hover cover in the end. So we're off for a bit.
Yeah. So 3 without loss, Hampshire. 3 balls of their replying to that Middlesex total of 309 for 7. And we'll be back with you as soon as we get play back underway.
No, I think what with it is always
many times. It's been meaningless.
We should give up, shouldn't we? 3 balls gone of the innings. Let's start again. And 3 without loss. So it was pretty much as we expected, and actually probably the best we could have hoped for that. We had a bit of rain in the interval, just started at the end of the innings, and now there's a few patches of blue appearing over the back of the trees in the distance. Lots of rain away to our right. We think that that's all drifting that way and we're going to be okay. So hopefully that's the end of it. We can get on with the match now. Nick Gubbins is about to face his first ball.
The 3 runs have been credited to Fletcher Middleton. Left-hander Gubbins, the captain, facing Blake Cullen. Works that away. First runs for him. Out on the leg side, 4 without loss in the first over.
He survives his first ball. That's good because his mum and dad are right next to us. That could have been awkward.
That would have been a wasted trip.
No, oh, and it's your birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Mum.
25.
27.
27. I was erring just on the side of course. Very close. Here's Cullen from the pavilion end, bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Middleton gets one, it bounces. It's a thick top edge as it rolls down to third. And that will be more runs, 5 without loss, Hampshire.
That's why you're Mum's favourite, Kevin. You're the charmer, Mr. James. 5 without loss, yeah. This is, I mean, it's a tall order, this, because, again, Middlesex have got more experience with the bat and more experience with the ball in this match. And equally, that comes with a bit of pressure for Middlesex, though, doesn't it? And we saw that last year, 5 wins out of 8, just missed out on qualification.
Here's Cullen to Gubbins. 2 slips on the gully weight as Gubbins drives. Lovely shot down the ground. Through mid-on, 4 runs. Over pitch from Cullen to end that over. First over goes for 9. Gubbins has 5 and Middleton has 4.
Lovely shot that, wasn't it? Absolutely glorious. We saw a couple from Jack Davies earlier today. We didn't see too much down the ground, we noted. Throughout that Middlesex innings, Davies got a couple of lovely drives down the ground, and Gubbins, gorgeous shot there, strong bottom hand. So that's punched back past the bowler. 9 without loss. So Ethan Bamber at the other end, who has been in superb form this season. Bamber has really been an absolute pleasure to watch bowl. He's a joy to interview as well. And went well at Edgbaston. 9 for in the match. 5 in the first, 4 in the second. Near wicketless against Surrey, and nobody could quite believe how, as he bowled so well in that game as well. But he got his reward at Edgbaston. Didn't get to bat today. Ethan Bamber, highest first class score a couple of weeks ago against Surrey, 46 not out. Here he goes, right arm over the wicket and bowls to Middleton, who clips into the onside. That was nicely played and somewhat premeditated, I think. It felt as though he was in position early for that. Holman's giving chase from mid-on. He'll slide and flick it back to his mate coming around from deep square, which is Anderson. But Anderson doesn't get there first. Holman actually picks himself up and gets there first, and they have 3 more onto the total already. 12 without loss in the second over. Be interesting to see how the power play goes. That's one of the big things about the list day last year, remember, was 11 o'clock get in. That first hour can be tough. First hour of the chase, not quite as sticky, so Gubbins and Middleton will be looking to give it a really good start in the first 10 overs this innings, as in comes Bamber, bowls, nice line and length, solid defence from Gubbins, pushed back up the track. Nearly called him Eskenazi there. He's not coming to Hampshire as well, is he?
Well, who's not. The other one?
As well as Gubbins.
Right.
Yeah, may well be tuned in at the moment. Stephen Eskenazi, regards if you are away with the Welsh Fire here on Friday.
Are you getting that side? Will you get straight in, do you think?
I'd imagine so.
I know you're a keen follower of the 100.
2 slips crouched down. Here's a full ball. Gubbins checks the shot to mid-off. If he'd have pushed through hard at that, it would have lobbed up to Holman, which again is another indication of what we were talking about on the pitch earlier. Eskenazi, a big bash winner in the winter, and went well with Middlesex again this summer in what was a tricky blast campaign.
You ended the group stages as the most informed side.
Well, I did, yeah. 3 from 4. As I said to you, I may have not been you. It's the winning run they're getting on for next season. As here's Bamber, down the track comes Gubbins, and this ball's eased away to point. And no run, 12 without loss. This is the start of the charge to next year's final.
Huh? When was the last time you were at finals day?
Oh, 2008.
That was here, wasn't it?
Yeah,
You won it.
yeah, exactly. Do you know the last time Surrey won the competition? Because a lot was made of that over Middlesex haven't won it since 2008.
Long time ago.
Surrey last won it in 2003, the inaugural year. Isn't that extraordinary?
Yeah. I can say it now because you're here. I'll say it in a minute.
Bamba bowls, and this is looping up into the air, backward a square on the leg side. There must have been a little inside edge onto the pad there, mustn't there, by the way that looped, and it is a single to Gubbins. There was a cry of catch it for short fine leg, but 13 without loss it is, one to come of the over.
I think there was a little bit of a disappointment this year because the final of T20 wasn't actually contested between Hampshire and Surrey. I think there was a little bit of disappointment.
In terms of...
Well, because we both lost the semi-final. Ended up being Essex Somerset. I don't take anything away from Somerset because actually, to be fair, we're the best side, I think, in the competition.
Bamba bowls, and this ball's played down to mid-on defensively. End of the second, 13 without loss. Gubbins will have strike on 6. Middleton has 7. Did you stay and watch the final?
No. I've unfortunately been to Edgbaston 7 times now when Hampshire have lost a semi-final.
Really?
7 times.
7
at Edgbaston.
Really?
Last year, of course, they won the competition at Edgbaston, which was a real shock. But yeah, 7 times they've lost semi-finals.
Wow.
So it's become one of those where I sort of just go up for half the day and come back again.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
7 semi-final defeats.
That's a lot, isn't it?
So last year, I mean, this was the 7th, so it was 6 semi-final defeats until last year.
Yeah. Incredible, wasn't it? Each of the last 6 years, yeah. Actually, tell a lie. That's pushed away on the offside by Gubbins. Started a new over from Blake Cullen. Actually, there was a period of, I think it was 2011 was the first one of those, but it was 5 on the trot after that. Yeah, so it's not easy.
So it's almost South Africa territory for that for you, the semi-final hoodoo.
Yeah, it is.
We had great trouble with it for so many years.
Cullen again to Gubbins. Bowls. Gubbins works that length ball onto the onside, and there is no run. So Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, opener and number 3 in the championship. Fletcher Middleton started in the championship pretty well. Figures have just dropped off a fraction, averages 26 now, but Nick Gubbins is having a decent season, averaging 45, just over 700 runs for him.
Where's that way to our right, Jamar? I know we do this every time.
New Forest, Bournemouth.
Ah.
Yeah, that's looks like there's a bit of weather over that way, doesn't there, really? As Gubbins gets one that bounces a bit, but keeps it down as it goes out on the offside.
And what was it you and Emily were arguing about? It's Pompey away to our left, is it? Portsmouth's over there somewhere.
Yeah, down to the left. Yeah.
So does that mean immediately over the back of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion is Southampton?
Yeah, and the Solent. Yeah.
Right.
Apparently, somebody said it was about a mile away over those trees. It's the Solent. Yeah.
So away to our right, then they won't believe it. We'll be talking about glorious sunshine here at the Ageas, and away in the New Forest. What do you mean? It's pouring with rain.
Yeah, certainly close to it, if not. Gubbins drives, misses outside of the off stump. Through to keeper John Simpson.
I did mean to venture out when we were down here for the 4. Do you know, it's one thing I've never done, the New Forest or I've never been to Bournemouth. Actually, I have been to Bournemouth, I tell a lie, for a football match, but that's the only time. Into the football ground and straight back out again. I did mean to venture out, and we had the 4-day trip down here recently with the Eves. They were long days, though. I was tired.
Yeah, so
didn't quite make it out.
A bit too far. New Forest obviously is slightly closer. Nice beachfront, of course. Bournemouth as Cullen comes in, another good length ball. Gubbins can't find an angle as it goes back to the bowler, but yeah, well, it's obviously worth it. Let's get out and learn a little bit. New Forest, lovely, of course, and Bournemouth, as I say, yeah, in the summer, if you're coming down for the cricket, probably from here, 45 minutes, 40 minutes, 40 minutes on a clear run. Pompey slightly less than that, away to our left. Here's Cullen again from the pavilion end, bowls. Gubbins drives back past the bowler on the up. That's 4 more. You can tell from the crowd that's gone over the rope. That is a beautiful shot on the up. I'm just wondering if a little bit of rain has just gone on this track a little bit and just made it a little more skiddy and just helping the batters play through the line for a little while. Gubbins moves on to 12, 19 without loss, 3 gone.
Well, Cullen's the quickest of the Middlesex bowlers, which I think would make him the quickest in this match. His express pace, we saw him that great spell. We always hark back to it, don't we, against Vince Radlett from side on. A really pacey young bowler. And we did touch on it in the first innings. We wondered whether this was a pitch for really mixing up the pace, and pace off might be a little bit better. As Bamber is in, bowls and full. Oh, now Middleton. Let's clip that through mid-wicket. It charges down all along the floor to mid-on, but for a moment, everybody, including Middleton, were waiting with bated breath, see if that was a leading edge that was going to fly up into the air. But yeah, mixing up the pace, Holland did a great job of it, didn't he? And you just wonder, Cullen to Gubbins there. It's a couple of times he's driven him down the ground, and we barely saw a drive down the ground in the entire Middlesex innings, but that little bit of extra pace on this surface might play into the batter's hands as his Bamber bowls and Middleton's forward defending. 17 without loss. Bamber in his second over, none for 4. Middleton 8 faced, 7 runs on the board. Gubbins 12 faced, 10 runs on the board. A required rate of 6.3. The current is 5 and over. I don't particularly have a target in mind for the end of the power play. This feels like a kind of chase where it's play the long game.
Just play.
One slip in place as Bamber moves in. Bowls just short of a length, and that's punched back, and there's no run. He bowls with incredible economy, Bamber. So this will be interesting to see how he goes here. He really is a miserly metronome, Ethan Bamber. And when it happens for him, boy does it happen, as it did at Edgbaston. Warwickshire all out for 60 inside 22.5 overs in that first innings. And it was the Ethan Bamber show, with a 5 for a 9 in the match, as I said. As he comes in now, bowls, and this is just full of a length, but pitching out, well, hitting outside the line of off, I'd fancy on that. Middleton, it felt so he got a good stride in looking to work to the onside. He does play with quite an open stance, actually nowhere near hidden outside the line of off. The umpire's decision was clearly that it was going down. I just realised on seeing the replay just how wide his stance and open his stance is.
That was not a bad shout, though.
No. Yeah, from up here, like I say, my fancy was that must have hit him outside the line of off, but when you look at it, nowhere near.
His front foot is very wide.
Yeah, here's Banbury bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run, which is the great advantage for us commentators nowadays with the stream, isn't it? 'Cause for years gone by, we're at a slight angle and you can't quite get the line of it. But yeah, as soon as I looked at the replay there, he's got a very open stance.
I'm just wondering if that's got slightly more open during the season. I hadn't really noticed that as much as that. His front foot is literally pointing to mid-on.
Yeah.
He's waiting for the next delivery.
Bamber bowls, and this ball's met with an inside edge from Middleton onto the pad, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. None for 4 off 2 for Ethan Bamber. A maiden over in white ball cricket. It's a rarity, isn't it? But that's what Bamber does.
Well, it's a strong start from both Bamber and Cullen, in contrast really to the Hampshire opening attack, which was a little loose. But yeah, this is a strong start from the two seamers. Yeah, the theory, the theory I guess is with your front foot sort of, your front leg pointed towards mid-on, is it opens you up a bit more, and sort of allows you. I think sometimes the batters can get so side on, they almost close themselves off. That's a new over from Cullen. That's off the pad. It's gone far. It might have gone off the bat actually. It has. It's gone to fine leg. It's gone quickly for 4.
Felt like a dull noise, didn't it? I was with you. I thought that was pad. Felt like it was a dull thud rather than a crisp clip from Gubbins. 21 without loss. So Gubbins on to 14 from 13.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Just to go back to that. So what that does is it just opens you out a little bit, so you're facing the bowler a little bit more. It's not closing you off, because sometimes when both your legs are pointing down the wicket towards the bowler, you can actually, this left shoulder gets in the way a little bit and just closes you off. So when you actually want to play more mid-on, your bat's coming around the ball. Okay, so you're coming from behind you around your front pad, whereas if your front pad is a little bit open anyway, the theory is your bat comes through straight through that mid-on area, because your front leg's a bit out of the line. Here's Cullen, bowls. Gubbins, I think he's outside edge, bit of bounce as it goes to ground, finishes at point. The only thing you've got to be careful is that actually your bat still goes back straight, because sometimes when you've opened yourself out a little bit, the bat will go out towards first slip. So you've got to really make sure that your bat still goes from behind you through the line of the ball. It works for some players, it doesn't work for everybody. Maybe that's something that Middleton is trying.
What would Jeffrey say? Cricket's a side-on sport.
Well, it is, yeah. Oh, no, definitely. And as I say, it suits some players more than others, but you have to find your own way. As Cullen bowls, Gubbins drives past mid-wicket. That's a good diving stop at wide mid-on as well. Didn't quite get hold of that. Gubbins driving that one on the up, 22 without loss.
Nick Compton was a great example of a side-on cricketer, wasn't he? He had front and back foot and exactly the same line down the track, and as you say, he'd worked out. That was something that developed over his career. Sam Robson moved to it, but has moved away to it slightly now and opened up a little bit more, as you've just suggested there. Let's try and think of the great side-on cricketers. I mean, Chanderpaul started, his stance was side-on, but he was almost straight on as the bowler bowled.
Didn't he? Chest on. There's a lovely drive there from Fletcher Middleton on the up through point for 4. A little bit shorter this time from Cullen. Just allowed Middleton a little bit more time. Got on top of the bounce beautifully there. Watching the live replay as well, there's a bit of width. The other thing as well is that's all right because that's not that full, but what Fletcher Middleton then has to be careful of is because if the ball is full just outside off stump, then your front foot is actually going a little bit further than you normally would do. So you've got to still make sure that that front foot comes from there, from more leg stump over towards off to drive, whereas if it's a little bit more middle stump, then it hasn't got so far to go. So there's all sorts of things that in the end, he's still working out his game, of course. Still young, still 21. It's his first season in Championship cricket. There's a slight inside edge there as Middleton works that out on the onside. 27 without loss.
Cullen's gone for 22 off 2.4, and young Jack, who started earlier with pace on, had a similar start, didn't he? He was almost exactly this. I think his 4th over went for 9, didn't it, which took him to 34, so he went for 25 for his first 3. So Cullen's going at a similar rate, and we made comparisons in terms of their build, didn't we, of Cullen and Jack, or I did anyway. His wide shoulders, much like Cullen.
Hits the deck. Comes in from that pavilion end again. Gubbins drives on the up, lovely shot. Just eases it into the gap. It won't quite go all the way, but they will pick up 2. Ball just picked up about a yard inside the rope to the short boundary side. That's towards the tunnel, and that is the end of the over. Yeah, quite expensive over.
But that's another example of it, isn't it? Where all throughout that innings, you know, we watched it and summarised that, you know, is the ball getting stuck in the pitch a little bit? Pace off's working here, pace on, and as Gubbins has just opened the face there and found the gap using the pace of the ball, it's coming onto the bat nicely, isn't it, for Gubbins at the moment. So I think Cullen's going to have to try and see if he can change it up a bit.
Something like a Higgins might be hard to get away on.
Exactly. Whereas Bamber, as I say, a metronome, he's just hard to get away on anything, isn't he? As he comes in now, bowls, and that one's into the block hole, dug out by Middleton. Now again, it felt to me as though he took a big stride across there, but I think I'm getting done by the fact that he has this open stance. It felt almost as though he'd stepped across outside off stump to turn that to mid-wicket, but I bet if we see it in line, he didn't, because of how wide that front foot is. I don't see the replay just yet. We'll get the stream up and have a look. As Bamber turns to bowl again. Simpson standing up. Has he stood up throughout, Sir Bamber? I don't think he has he? I haven't noted it before anyway. As Bamber comes in, bowls, and this is driven slightly on the up, but checked. And the drive to Stoneman at mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, the front foot's quite a long way away, actually, line-wise, but on the up, it's too much of a problem as long as the ball doesn't move, of course, but it'll be interesting. I think he's about as much open as I've seen him this season. It's clearly something that somebody's told him or he's mentioned and trying to work on.
Who else are the great open feet batters? Kim Barnett had an odd stance, didn't he? It's his Bamber bowls, and this is pushed just wide of mid-off. 29. Oh, slight misfield from Stoneman, a little slip and a slide. Same as well from Jack Davies coming around from cover, backing him up. He got the throw in, but I think slipped as he got the throw in. Single it is. Gubbins on strike on 13. Middleton has 13 now. 30 without loss in the 6th. Solid start. You know, the great open stance batters.
Peter Willie of years ago. David Willie's dad.
A.B. de Villiers was quite open, wasn't he? As I seem to remember. Brendan McCullum maybe as well.
See, if you watch on the live picture feed, you'll notice that Gubbins' front foot is much more in line with the bowler.
Bamber bowls, and this is bumped to mid-off by the toe end of the bat of Gubbins, and he picks up a single. Holborn comes around.
Very noticeable. You know, the bowler bowling over the wicket. Gubbins' front pad is basically pointing back towards the bowler, whereas Fletcher Middleton's is basically pointing towards mid-on. white ball as well, I don't think it matters quite so much because, of course, that doesn't do as much as the red ball. Red ball, I think you'd have a little bit more of a issue.
Bamber. Slow ball, driven through the covers. Was it out of the back of the hand? It just rather looped up, and it was telegraphed to all of us around the ground there. That one, it just sat into the block hole outside the off stump.
It's clearly working for Middleton. I mean, his front foot is a long way away from the ball, I have to say, but his body weight is in a good shape, good area. His head's over the ball. But there's quite a gap, actually, from where the ball's pitching to where his front foot is landing.
It's Bamber. It's the crease. Bowls a bouncer. Well, a short ball anyway, and over the top of it, Middleton just glances backward a square on the leg side for a single. Bamber, well, everything he'd done right there. The last 2 balls of the over, he went off, he went full, and then he went short. Having left it on a length prior to that, he's now 11 off 3, having bowled a maiden in his last over. 36 without loss. There's a bit of rain in the air away to our right once again, I think. When we look at the score, well, no umbrellas up. Maybe it's just in the distance from one of those trees. Certainly away far in the distance to the New Forest, but everywhere else pretty bright skies.
Yeah.
Quite happily.
My app, I mean, I know, as I say, I keep saying every app's different, but my app suggests that it'll threaten, but I don't think we're going to get much now until a little bit later on, maybe into the early evening. We'll have to wait and see. Ryan Higgins into the attack. Now this will be interesting, slightly slower than Cullen, doesn't quite hit the deck as hard as Cullen, so this might be a little bit more what Middlesex want on this pitch. Here he is then, from that pavilion end, bowls. Middleton drives on the up towards mid-on, thinks about a single, not one there.
Yeah, and you wonder a change of ends maybe for Cullen might work as well. That short boundary, when he's right arm over to Gubbins in particular, you know, any little bit of width there, a short boundary, that pace off the bat for Gubbins. It was only 3 in that previous one, but just saw him get it away in between the covers. Maybe a change of ends as well helps somewhat.
36 without loss then in the 7th. Here's Higgins with his second ball, wrapped on the pad there, Middleton. It looks as though it's going down the leg side though. Middleton is 18 off 21. Gubbins is 18 off 17. Remember, 310 is what Hampshire are looking for here. 309 for 7 Middlesex finished on. So they need another 274. Their run rate is just under 5 3/4, and they need just over 6 1/4 from here. Here's Higgins again, walks into that shot, does Middleton, plays that away square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 19, 37 without loss.
What have we had? 6.5 overs. Solid start here from Hampshire, and well, it was a solid start from Middlesex, wasn't it? It wasn't anything explosive in the first 10 overs. The power play 1. It was watchful stuff.
55 for 1. Stoneman was out in the 10th over for 23. Higgins switches round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins plays that back, slightly aerial, almost carried to Higgins as it went through his legs in the end. No run though. Sweeping up behind as mid-off.
Just going back to look at a previous ball from Bamber, wasn't particularly looking for the LBW, but it's just given us a chance to have a look again at the LBW shout to Middleton when he was on 7. It's actually a good shout, as you said. I was a bit dismissive of it when I saw it on the replay, but yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
It's angled in though, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
and
the only thing.
There's a lot of Midland off on show.
Here's Higgins round the wicket again. Gubbins edges that one, trying to drive. It goes down to 3rd. There's no slip there. Gubbins is coming back for 2. That is very good running indeed. As Luke Holman is down at 3rd. Actually, that's not Luke Holman, is it? That's Ethan Bamber. Apologies. 39 without loss, Hampshire. Keep watching that.
No. I'm looking at the other. The one that I was looking for was the one that it felt to me at the angle we're looking, as though he'd played it from a long way outside the off stump.
Higgins driving again, Gubbins. That's the 3rd time he's got the ball up to the top end of the ground. 3rd time it's gone over the rope. Playing that shot nicely, Nick Gubbins this afternoon. Moves on to 24, that's off 20. 43 without loss, Hampshire, 7 overs gone.
The Hampshire captain against his former club looks pretty determined. He Oh, look at that for a worm. I didn't quite notice that. What happened in the first over for Middlesex? Did I miss something? Did it really go?
The first over?
Wait, hold on a minute.
No, that's not right.
The
First
9
over only
scored
went
off?
for 3.
Oh, okay. The worms had a moment. Looks like a kid's got hold of it and it's just scratched all over it.
Got hold of the felt tip.
Yeah. It's drawing on the walls. Bamber. He's in bowls and Middleton stands up tall to push this away to mid-off, and there's no one. There's some statistician who's shaking his head looking at it going, it makes absolute perfect sense. That's us two failing to read charts as usual, whatever it was telling us.
Well, the first over went for 3, the second went for
Did Cullen
2.
have an expensive one? No.
Oh, the first over of, well, it was 19
Did it go for 9?
3.
Oh, okay.
It was his second over that went for a few.
Ah, there we go, that's that spike then. It just looked odd, didn't it, on the worm. Here's Bamber, has clipped in the air out to deep mid-wicket, deep square comes around, De Carey's out there and they have a single. It was a percentage shot really from Middleton, wasn't it? One, he didn't go fully through with it because I don't think he was quite there, was he? And secondly, he didn't put it straight down the throat of deep square, he just looked to that space over the top of mid-wicket.
Joe's on the ground just asking me a question because if she's asking us questions when she doesn't know the answer, which is a bit of a worry. Toby Albert, who was off the field for a lot of the Middlesex innings, what number would he bat? Don't know.
Gubbins bowls and Gubbins Bamber bowls and Gubbins works out to deep square for a single. 44 without loss. 45 without loss indeed with that single now. And yeah, I think I found that delivery I was looking for, Bamber to Middleton, and it was almost played off middle and off, the one I was thinking of. But like I say, from the angle that we were sat at, it almost felt to me as though he'd clipped that to mid-on, mid-wicket from wide outside the off stump. But actually, if you look at the replay, he's played it off virtually middle and off. As here's Bamber, bowl short, and this is punched hard. It's straight to extra cover. He's missed out there, Middleton, as he picks out the fielder. 45 without loss. 2 balls to go with the 8th, and then is it me off first for Raj? Or does it make a? How's it working with your?
Yeah, it will be. I've just got to do an update just
at half past.
Yeah, I'll just do it for 2 minutes, and then you can have.
Oh, so, yeah, of course, yeah. So I'll stay on until you've done your update. Yeah. There's Bamber. Deep square and deep third are his 2 back, as this is a length delivery again, and Middleton defends. That's what I'm talking about with Bamber. If he puts it on a spot, he doesn't really need to do much else, does he? He just really is very difficult to get away. I asked Toby Rowland-Jones, what is it about Bamber when he took the 9 for at Warwickshire? He said he's just full of energy and enthusiasm. He just brings so much energy to the crease, and accuracy, consistency to time after time just keep hitting the spot. He's in now, bowls, and slow ball into the block hole. Mixing it up a bit today, Bamber, which of course he's allowed to do. 45 without loss, but the point being, to this it was the 2 mix-ups in the previous over, mix-up deliveries, that he got hit away, 4 and a couple, clipped off the hip, as well as that one that just looped up into the slot outside off stump, was driven away for 4. He's gone for 13 off his 4. It's a fine economy, 3.3. And again, when you consider that 13, one of them was a slower ball rather than just hitting the length, which he does so well, and that was put away. Otherwise, he'd have a great economy at the moment. 45 without loss after 8 here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London. Raj Maru, myself, Kevin Hand, and Kevin James.
Live picture feed as well, going back to the Hampshire Cricket website and app, as Higgins again with his right-arm medium pace. This Gubbins is going to take a quick single up to mid-off. Throw comes in, but he's well home. He's well past the stumps as the ball hits the base of them. Good running.
That observation that we made in the first innings about how few runs went down the ground, Gubbins has got 3 straight drives away now, and glorious shots as well. As the pitch, we said, there wasn't really enough sun out this morning to say the pitch has quickened up. Is it more a case of the bowlers or Cullen in particular, is just that little bit quicker?
Yeah. And maybe just a little bit of rain on the surface, just helps it to skid through. Here's Higgins bowled, walking into that shot. Middleton hits it over mid-wicket. That'll be a couple of bounces for 4. And he looks quite confident out there, Fletcher Middleton. 50 runs up for the home side. That's come up in the 9th over. Remember, 310 is the winning total, assuming they get there, of course.
Joe, the funny thing about this One Day Cup, Kev, is the last couple of years, this is the best list A cricket I can remember watching in this country.
Here's Higgins bowls. Always playing a missing outside the off stump, trying to drive on the up there.
So they've got, and the difference being the power plays now. They've got the power plays, right? Power play 1, power play 2, power play 3. So you don't have that dull middle of the innings that we used to have in list A. When I first started doing this, you were commentating on the List A and the T20 for far longer than that. But my first season, 2005, List A was starting to die a death at that point. People were just getting so bored of those middle overs.
Sure. Yes. Higgins again, always playing a missing again. This time he's trying to dab down to third.
And there's a strong argument internationally at the moment that is 50 over cricket still 50 over series, are they a bit of a waste, and should we scrap them so we can maintain the levels of test cricket that are required, because T20 is so prevalent all around the world now. We need to make room in the calendar for test cricket, and does List A need to die a death? But actually in this country at the moment, the List A competition I think is fantastic.
Maybe some of that's because it's moved to August, who knows, as Middleton goes in the air just over mid-wicket. Just! Mid-wicket was put right back on the 30-yard circle. It's about a foot over the head of Sam Robson there.
I mean, I do think they've got the formula right. I know that was a little one you tried to slip past me there, J-Mo, but I think they've got the formula right. Power play 1, power play 2 and power play 3. I think they finally, I mean, they really did try everything with the List A, didn't they? They tried all sorts, and you know, you could...
Yeah. No, I agree. I think this is a thoroughly good competition. Drives and thick edge as it ball bounces down towards third. Middleton's been very attacking here.
You were able to choose when your own power play came at one point, weren't you? And it just, all of it was messing around so much. But they've fallen on something really quite enjoyable to watch, I think. You know, you see an innings that builds throughout, so you don't see this crash bang wallop in the beginning now. As we're seeing here, the required rate is 6.2, the current is 6.1, but they haven't been throwing the bat around.
No, the 50 came up in a run of ball.
Well, it's been clever, measured cricket, hasn't it? They put away the bad balls, and good to watch. Here's Josh de Carey's.
Good spin for the first time.
Yeah, he's going to be an interesting one on this. Say, outside the off stump to Gubbins. Was it? It was Curry, wasn't it? It was that second... Yeah, it was the second landing of the foot as he followed through. It's left quite a pronounced foothold. Here's de Carey's around the wicket. Bowls, and just short of a length to Middleton, who rocks back and turns it to mid-wicket. He got the wicket of Vince right arm around the wicket, didn't he, in the championship game here, which off he went, spiralling away in celebration as he got one straightened on the right-hander from around the wicket. Carries in again, bowls, just short of a length. Oh, that's lifted back past the bowler, down to long on the back foot looking to punch, and that was an example of what we were talking about earlier, where it was sticking in the pitch, or however you describe it. That one was just meant to be a gentle but firm push down the ground to long on, and it nearly led to his downfall, Middleton. Now here's why de Carey's in particular is on at the moment. Off spin to Gubbins, who's had a strong start, 26 from 22. And de Carey's from the hotel end steps in, bowls, and hits that foothold straight away. And Simpson whips off the bails from behind the stumps as it beats the outside edge, but not out, says umpire Bainton, as the bails are whipped off. De Carey's such an animated player, particularly when he bowls. Every ball's an event, it really is, and so too is the reaction. Imploring umpire Bainton at square leg to give that one out. But Gubbins had overbalanced. De Carey's is in again, he bowls, and this ball's turned for a single backward square on the leg side, but uncannily he hit that block hole, that foothold, I think, really the very first ball, and that one that just turned past the edge of Gubbins' drive. It's a beautiful spot for the off spinner to the left-hander, where that right foot was dragging around in the first innings as this ball's driven down to long on for a single by Middleton, who moves to 31. 58 without loss, or rather that right foot wasn't dragging around, it was following through down the track somewhat, and I think it's into something of a danger area there for Gubbins, who's on strike again. One ball to go, the 10th As De Carey's is in, bowls and looking for that spot again, but a little bit too full, and Gubbins drives him powerfully through the covers. Higgins giving a hard chase, no chance. Another boundary, and 7 off De Carey's his first over. Gubbins moves to 31, level with Middleton. Gubbins has only faced 21 deliveries, Middleton has faced 35. That's the end of power play 1, 62 without loss. They're in a better position than Middlesex, who lost Stoneman with the score on 59, and this is a good foundation for Hampshire. They're going to need it because Middlesex do have the strength of experience in this game with all of the call-ups for Hampshire. There's Ryan Higgins to continue from the pavilion end as I'll take over from Kevin James for a moment. He's just updating the good listeners at BBC Radio Solent. Higgins in, bowls, and full of length. That's clipped away by Middleton, out to deep mid-wicket, single taken, so it'll be Higgins to Gubbins. 2 good friends, 2 former teammates who would have had a spell playing against each other from Gloucestershire and Hampshire, but now Higgins back with Middlesex. Let's have a look. Fallout first wicket for Middlesex. He went Mark Stoneman off the second ball of the 10th over as here's Higgins bowls, and Gubbins' forward defence is beaten as it goes through to the gloves of Simpson. 54 for 1 with 2 balls gone of the 10th over. And Robson fell 97 for 2 with 3 balls gone of the 20th. So well broken up. First 2 wickets to fall before Cracknell, and the 27th was gone. 132 for 3 it was at that point, as they hit just past the halfway stage. This ball short from Higgins, and Gubbins gives it the treatment, and gives it the treatment for 4. Deep mid-wicket coming around, couldn't get there to stop it. It's Cracknell, who's usually excellent in the field. He got a hand to it, and having got a hand to it, he'll probably be disappointed he wasn't able to get a strong hand to it to flick it back in. It dribbles over the rope, and Gubbins gives a little bit of the treatment back to Higgins, having been thumped for a couple of big sixes. But then Gubbins had his revenge as he was the man to remove Higgins. 67 without loss in the 11th. And Higgins around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, who cuts hard just in front of the backward point. I'm going to guess it's Josh De Carey's. By the way, he's thrown himself at that ball, and it is leaping into the air. Try and get something on it. It probably would have been a single anyway, but De Carey's can't help himself. He's just got so much energy.
Bamber's got energy, De Carey's has got energy. Who else in the Middlesex side's got energy?
No, that's about it. The rest of them are useless. Yeah.
No.
Apart from the commentator, he's got loads of energy. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls. This ball's driven up to mid-off. Quick single. And Holman picks up and throws at the non-striker's end. 69 without loss. Holman is the complete opposite of De Carey's and Bamber. In fact, he is so cool and calm and collective. Everything he does is in slow motion. He's but you know, not to say that he's lazy with it, but you know, everything is done at his pace. Especially, I mean, it's great when he's batting because it looks as though he's got all the time in the world. As Higgins bowls, full straight, dug out by Gubbins for a single. 70 without loss at the end of the 11th. Gubbins moves to 37. He'll keep the strike. Middleton has 33. A few words from Kevin James, and it'll be Raj Maru.
So good start here from the Hampshire opening pair, Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins. They are scoring at a fraction under 6 and over, and from here on in they need just over 6 and over. So that is a very good position to be in at this stage. 11 gone. The ELS score, Duckworth-Lewis, if indeed the rain does intervene, which I don't think it's going to for a while, would be 44. So they are well ahead of the same stage, or this particular stage that they need to be. Welcome back, Raj Maru. As De Carey's comes in and bowls down the wicket, flicked away by Gubbins behind square on the leg side. That'll be a single. They're going to come back for 2. Have to hurry, Gubbins. Oh, it's a direct hit. That looks close. 1 stump from the boundary's edge, and there was literally only 1 stump to aim at, and that's hit the base of it. I tell you what, that is close.
That was close, and I think it hit the keeper's glove before going onto the stumps. That might have just taken a bit of pace off the ball. But yeah, they were very, very close. But what a fantastic start for Hampshire.
It is certainly. I think Gubbins always felt he was home, and I think we did for the last yard or 2, but Wow, I tell you what, if there was a review there, it would certainly have been used. As that's in the air, was a leading edge past the diving De Carey's, past his outstretched right hand by a good few inches, but Gubbins was trying to work that away on the onside. There was anxious moments in this over.
The wicket is holding up a little bit, you know, it is gripping a little bit. If you bowl it too quickly, it comes on nicely. If you take the pace off it, it's certainly gripping.
The new ball and a bit of pace does seem to come on okay, doesn't it? We saw that with Eddie Jack as well in the Middlesex innings. Flicked away in the air, but just past mid-wicket. Well, that's 3 balls that De Carey's has bowled in this over, and every ball could have picked up a wicket on another day.
It could have been, but luckily for Hampshire, they're still 74 for naught. Hampshire's just got to get through this over, make sure there's limited damage, and then rebuild again going into the next over.
Here's De Carey's round the wicket. Gubbins, probably sensibly after what's happened already in this over, just pushes that quietly out on the offside. So Middleton has 34, Gubbins 40. Good start from Hampshire here as they look for 310 to win this game. We had a slight false start when they began. They've got 3 balls. That's pulled away in the air. This could be out mid-on. Gone. Gubbins goes, trying to pull that away on the leg side. Probably just got a little too early on that one, and it went down to Luke Holman at deep mid-on. And Gubbins goes for 40. Hampshire 74 for 1.
Well, they were trying that over, you know, as you said, 3 balls, 3 wickets nearly, and then the 4th ball, it picks up a wicket. It was one of those overs where it just looked like there was going to be a wicket from somewhere and nowhere. They picked up a wicket, called it long on off a long on. But that just got it tight onto him when he was trying to pull the ball, instead of trying to hit the ball a little bit square. If he went to hit it a little bit square over mid-wicket, he may have been okay.
Josh De Carey's picks up the first wicket for Middlesex. He earlier in the championship game earlier this season, which really was a big turning wicket here, he picked up his career best figures of 7 for 144. The only thing was that Liam Dawson picked up 12 for a lot less than that, and 140 in the game as well. It's a sort of I'm not saying it's become known as Liam Dawson's game, because I think I'm the only one that sort of mentions it, but it very much was a Liam Dawson dominated match. But
it looked like it. I mean, I remember that game very well. I mean, I was at school and keeping an eye on the score throughout the day, and just thinking that, you know, it's Dawson again, and Dawson went on and got the runs again, you know.
Terrific game he had.
But he has had a good season though.
Yeah, it's terrific, yeah. Playing for the London Spirit when they get their 100 campaign underway, as are a few of the Hampshire players. Mason Crane, Chris Wood, Nathan Ellis, also in that London Spirit side. The new batter is Tom Prest for Hampshire, and he will face the first delivery from Josh De Carey's, who's coming round the wicket to him. Prest is forward, just opens the face, pushes that to backward of point. End of the over. Good over from De Carey's there. Got the breakthrough that Middlesex wanted. 2 overs, 1 for 11. And Hampshire are 74 for 1, and that is off 12 overs. And at the same stage, Middlesex was 67 for 1. So there isn't actually too much in it at the moment.
No, it's just Hampshire just got to keep wickets in hand and just keep that scoreboard rotating, keep it going, because we know how quickly you can score at the end when you've got wickets in hand, and they do have batsmen coming in late middle order who can punish the ball.
Got another change of bowling here, so it's going to be Luke Holman with his leg spin.
He's had a good T20 series, Luke Holman. In this competition last year, he picked up 13 wickets, which is not a bad return. Average, you know, his economy rate was 5, but he bowls to Middleton, who punches it off the back foot through to deep extra cover and picks up a single.
Yeah, regular in the Middlesex one-day sides, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's not just the ball, he's also batted well as well. He's gone in and bludgeoned the middle innings as well. He's now coming into ball. Mid wicket comes in. Square leg is gone in front of square from behind. And Holman now comes in to bowl to Prest. Bowls. Short down the leg side. Tickles it round the corner. Straight to the man at 45. Picks up no run.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how Tom Prest does in this year's competition. Just over 400 runs last year at 44, but a large part of that was made up by that innings of 181 against Kent at Beckenham.
Holman bowls short. Prest off to give himself some room off the back foot. Pushes it through to deep extra cover. Picks up a single. Hampshire on 76 for 1.
I think it's important for him to have a good competition.
Comes Holman now to Middleton. Plays off the front foot straight to extra cover. Picks up no run.
You were saying earlier about Fletcher Middleton's open stance a little bit, Raj. I don't know what you think about that. Quite pronounced.
It's pronounced, but if he punches that one off the back foot to deep extra cover on one. It's a little bit. If you go back years and you look at his old man's stance, which was quite close, and he played the ball square off the wicket quite a lot, both sides. But I think Fletcher's just opening himself up, and he's got a lot more power down the ground. He's hitting the ball more, which allows the bat to come through. Prest goes on the back foot and tickles it to square leg and picks up a single. End of the over. Hampshire move on to 78 for 1. Prest on 2 and Middleton on 36.
His dad being Tony Middleton, former opening batter, which we played alongside with in the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, I think the way the game has evolved a little bit more, the side-on game has sort of disappeared out of the game. More so that you're open, so you can actually allow the bat to come through, so you can whack the ball down the ground a lot more. There's a lot more power down the ground.
De Carey's to Prest, start of a new over. Prest comes down the wicket and hits that over extra cover, and that will be 4 runs. Short boundary side, as we keep mentioning, away to our left, and even though that wasn't perfectly timed, it was certainly enough to take it over the rope. Prest moves on to 6.
I mean, that wasn't a bad delivery. He came down the wicket. De Carey saw him coming, held the ball back. He actually did him in the flight a little, but he just stood there, waited for it, just opened the face and guided it over extra cover. Didn't time it well, as you say.
There's De Carey's again. Prest works that away. Cut the bounces to mid-wicket. So Hampshire 82 for 1 here. Need another 228, and we are in the 14th over. Middleton at the non-striker's end has 36. Nick Gubbins for 40 is the one that's gone. Down the wicket comes Prest, a little straighter this time and a little harder. The fielder comes round for mid-on, almost overdoes it actually, just manages to keep the ball in play, and that will be a couple of runs to Prest, who moves on to 8. Quite happy to go aerial here, Tom Prest in this over, picking his gaps.
He's looking to take it on.
He is. Quicker ball on the line of leg stump, flicked away. Prest will pick up a single behind square. 85 for 1. Prest moves on to 9. Tom Prest, I mentioned, had a good competition, mainly that 181, which actually is a Hampshire record one day, this day cricket. The season before, just 108 runs at 15 apiece, so a big improvement for him last season. Here's Fletcher Middleton, turning it away square on the leg side this time for a single. 37 he moves on to. 86 for 1.
I think Middleton, the way he plays, I think he just, as an inexperienced player, just got to give Prest the strike and let him be the aggressor.
It's Prest back on strike. Carey stays round the wicket. Prest is on the back foot, just opens the face, works it into the gap on the offside, jogs through for a single, and will keep the strike. That's 14 overs gone. Hampshire 87 for 1. So
it's not a bad over that, but just that one boundary over extra cover by Prest, that just took that run rate up to over 6 and over.
I mentioned about Prest's figures in this competition. Middleton last year 219 at 27. High score of 64, which actually is his high score in this format.
And comes Holman. Middleton drives it straight back down the ground to him and picks up no runs. Just flipping that ball hand, right hand to left hand. In comes Holman. Lets it go. Length ball again. Middleton, strong drive down the ground. Holman gets a hand on it, but doesn't get a single. Extra cover goes round and cleans up behind the bowler. That's press on strike. In comes Holman. Press gives himself a bit of room and cuts it to deep extra cover. Picks up a single. Gets Middleton back on strike. Hampshire move on to 88 for 1. The sun's come out. The rain seems to have blown away.
It's warm when it comes out, isn't it?
Yeah. In comes Holman. There it goes. Middleton slog sweep. One bounce to deep mid wicket. Picks up a single.
Press back on strike. I think the only disappointing thing from Tom Press' point of view is that he had a little spell in the first team in the championship. Had 3 innings, but a top score of 5.
In comes Holman again. Pushes the ball down the ground, straight down to long off. Picks up a single. It's been a good tidy over this by Holman. Not too much damage. 90 for 1, Hampshire. Last ball of the over coming up. Bowls Middleton on the back foot. Square punches it to cover. Picks up 1. Comes back for 2. And just gets back. Just gets back. So very close again. A good throw in. The keeper just took the ball in front of the stumps and took it back towards the stumps. But they managed to sneak in a 2. 92 for 1 at the end of the over. And Middleton on 40. Pressed on 12.
There's a slight misfield out there in the field as well, which is why they ran the second one.
With that little drizzle, I think there's a bit skiddy out on the outfield. Yeah. It was already damp on, underneath. Just that little bit on top just makes it a little bit more skiddier.
Joe Cracknell, it was out there in the deep, who made 64, the top scorer in the Middlesex innings, of 309 for 7 opening the batting. Change of bowling. It's Blake Cullen who's going to switch ends. Bowled 3 overs, none for 25 at the pavilion end. We were saying earlier, wasn't it, the new ball, and perhaps the fact that he hits the deck a little bit more just seemed to make scoring a little easier. He's going to try his luck from this commentary end. Right arm over, comes in the bowled. Next ball there to Prest. Pushes that out into the offside.
I think with the white ball, after 4 or 5 overs, when it gets a little bit softer, it's really hard to get it away if there's no pace on it.
Just might find that he might be a bit more economical in this second spell, because we're into the 16th over. 2 new balls, of course, at each end, so this ball is effectively into its 8th over. Sunshine is quite strong when it comes out, blowing those dark clouds away, although there's 1 or 2 still around, but they're quite high.
The wind seems to have sort of dropped it as well. If you look at the trees beyond, it doesn't seem to be that much of a ruffle.
Now, he's in trouble, Blake Cullen here. He's just holding the back of his leg. That's...
Looks like a hamstring.
Yeah, hamstring. He looks like he's pulled that. I don't think he's going to be bowling anymore. That's not something you can just run off. A couple of Middlesex players having a chat with him as well. Is he going to carry on? Surely it's either pulled a bit or it's not yet.
No, the ball's been taken off him.
I think Cullen's going to be going off. You can definitely feel the back of his leg. It's his left one. Just bowled the 1 ball of his 4th over. First ball of a new spell. Now the umpire's just checking to see what's going on, but Cullen's going to have to go off. He isn't going to run that off. You don't run those injuries off. Takes his sweater and he'll be replaced. So no Blake Cullen now for Middlesex, which actually Cullen is a more than decent bowler. I know he's gone for 25, but even so, he can be a bit of a handful hitting the deck. So I don't think we're going to see him again, and I don't think Middlesex will see him again for a few games. Again, those injuries take a little while to...
That's a 2 to 3 week job,
yeah,
that one.
Isn't it?
It depends how bad a tear it is. If it's a real bad tear, then you're looking for 4 weeks. But if it's just tightness and just a little twinge, then you're looking at a week, 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, if you get them early, so you just basically don't try and bowl through it, which makes it far worse. If you actually, just the minute you feel a little twinge, you say that's it. And it takes a lot of courage actually, isn't it? Because these guys want to carry on. They don't want to just walk off willy-nilly.
No.
And if you get them early, then you probably do save yourself a week or 10 days or so in terms of recovery time. So hopefully he's got that early. And Martin Anderson is going to take over from this hotel end.
And he picked up 9 wickets last year in this tournament, an average of 54.
Which is quite expensive.
Expensive. His economy was 7.34 going up.
It's pretty standard, isn't it, really, average. Here he is then, right arm medium pacers, comes in and bowls, and Prest is down the wicket and hits that on the up, crashes that through the offside, down to the fielder at deep cover. That is Jack Davies, who made 21 in the Middlesex innings. So Hampshire move on to 93 for 1. Prest is 13. Middleton has 40. He's back on strike. Hampshire need 217 from just under 35 overs here. The run rate from here is under 6.5, and they're scoring at just over 6s. It's been hovering around that area for a little while now. Goes aerial over mid-off. Fletcher Middleton just over mid-off. It won't quite go all the way to the boundary. It was pitched up from Anderson. Middleton didn't quite get that out of the middle of the bat, but it was safe enough. Moves on to 42. That's off 45 deliveries. Nice to see him back to form, Raj, because he started really well in the championship, but just found runs just a little bit harder to come by in the last few games.
I think the wickets was slightly different in the last few games.
Yeah, they've been a bit all over the place. Hammers that away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Now that is a good shot. Signs that Fletcher Middleton maybe is just starting to find his touch again. Got a couple of 20s in the championship game against Somerset at Taunton. And then hardly any runs at Nottinghamshire. And then 14 and 8 on a tricky pitch here last week against Essex. So some tricky pitches, yes, but there's no substitute for whether it's white or red ball, just getting out there and just feeling the ball on the bat. He moves on to 46 as Anderson bowls. Middleton just plays that away behind square on the offside, nicely stopped. And Middleton moves on to 47. There's the Hampshire 100 up towards the end of the 16th over. Good crowd here. I mentioned it earlier, probably haven't mentioned it for a while if you're just joining us. It's certainly more than a championship day's cricket here. Quite a few more, but that's just about it really. But healthy crowd, I think you would say, for a one-day game. Certainly well done on T20, as that's played late by Prest. That's nicely played, worked down to third. That's a proper batter's shot, that, where you play the ball so late that you're working it down to third off the face of the bat.
It's just rotating a strike, just let it come on, just use the pace of the ball. Keep the strike pressed. It's on 14. It's a good over that for Hampshire. Takes them up to 101 for 1 of 16 overs.
27 these two have already put on.
Holman adjusting his offside field slightly, moving deep cover to deep extra. Going to come in and bowl Prest. Coming in, pitches it up. Prest gets on the front foot and drives it to wide mid-off. And Middleton coming back for a 2, and he gets there. That's very well run there by Fletcher Middleton. Takes Hampshire on to 103 and Press on to 16.
That is positive running, isn't it, really? It was just to the fielder's left, which just buys you about a yard or two, doesn't it?
It is, and an adjustment to field again now. Cover point now has gone to sort of extra cover on a 30-yard circle, and the man on the drive bowls it slightly short, and he goes on the back foot and he runs it down to short third and picks up no run.
I'll tell you what, that was very straight. He's
Yeah,
cutting that.
Holman flips the ball twice, comes in, bowls it on a full toss, and he drives that to deep long off, picks up an easy single. I don't think you have to create anything here. I think you just got to bat. If you bat your overs here from this position, you should go on and win the game.
Well, the run rate required and the run rate they're scoring at is not too far off equal.
Oh, that turned.
First one.
That was a length ball, and Fletcher Middleton was looking to open the face and run it to sort of deep extra cover, and that ball turned and bounced. Sort of stopped, turned and bounced.
It's gone big, that. If you're watching on the live picture feed, that's turned a long way.
And that was a slow delivery, it wasn't quick. In comes Holman again, pushes it through quicker. Middleton turns it off his legs to square leg and picks up a single.
That's the thing, is whether he's got the confidence to keep bowling it at that slower pace to get that turn.
Yeah, I think that what they tend to do present day cricket is they tend to mix it up quite a lot. And it depends what the bowler's thinking is as well, you know. And you said confidence, whether he wants to keep it at that pace. The spin bowlers are normally boring people, and boring people is that you bowl it at that pace time and time again, repetition, you just don't give anything away. And that's the end of the over. Holman, Hampshire are on 105 for 1 off 17 overs.
Tried to cut that last one and missed it. Tom Prest.
He's done that 2 or 3 times now, but the balls have been very straight, trying to run them down too fine. Better off punching it with a vertical bat through extra cover and picking up 1 or 2.
So Blake Cullen is off, getting some treatment on a hamstring injury. Martin Anderson with his second over bowls, and that's played late by Middleton, who's sent back by Prest as the ball goes out behind square on the offside. So 17 overs gone, with Hampshire 105 for 1. At the same stage, Middlesex were 83 for 1. So Hampshire in a good place here. The DLS as well, should it rain, which it's not going to for a while, if at all. He's showing 86. So a good start here from the home side as the sunshine comes out again, as Anderson, right arm over, comes in. Pulled away by Middleton, but there is a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. Think about 2, but the full ball comes in. Is that DeCaries, I think, who's out there? And Middleton moves on to 49. And that has come off 51 deliveries. Middleton playing his 11th list A game. And it's Prest on strike. Anderson runs away from us, bowls. Prest plays that very late indeed. Ball just trickles out towards a fine gully area. Up comes Simpson to pick it up.
I think with somebody with the power of Prest who hits the ball very hard down the wicket, you know, instead of trying to run those straight balls, if you hit them down the ground, it's picking up a run or 2 and creating pressure on the bowlers.
He did it to DeCaries, hasn't really done it to the seamers yet, but he does come down the wicket here and carves that away down towards third. Ball just grips a bit in the outfield, just changes direction momentarily. And that'll be a single to Prest. Definitely came down the wicket there. It was quite a wideish delivery. Prest moves on to 18 now, and it's 107 for 1. Hampshire need 203 for here. Still a long way to go. Still a lot can happen between now and the close of play. As Anderson comes in again, and flicked away by Middleton up towards mid-on, but quickly in was Ethan Bamber. He's looking at the scoreboard and knowing that Middleton is looking for a single for his half-century. Good alertness that as well. Fielding isn't just about stopping the ball, it's also reading situations, and at mid-on, if you just come in a yard tighter just to make sure that the batter doesn't get a single when otherwise he might have thought that he would. Here's Anderson again. He's off the back foot. There's his half-century. Goes out to deep point. Warm round of applause from this decent one-day crowd here. And that is 50 of 53 balls for Fletcher Middleton with 5 fours, and that is his second list A half-century. Picked up one last year. And this is his 11th list A game. And he's looked good as well, Raj.
He has. He looks really confident at the crease. He's sort of come of age playing at this level. You know, this is his 2nd year on the staff, and made his debut last year. but he seems to have sort of grown up a little bit. In comes Holman now to Middleton. Bowls. Middleton goes off the back foot, runs it down to backward square. Picked up one, won't come back for two, so they only get one there. Well fielded there on the boundary. Hampshire move on to 109 for one.
Well, he played one match in this competition in 21 up at Durham, made 16, but made 9 appearances in this competition last year.
In comes Holman. Press reverse sweep to the man behind square on the offside. No runs. So Hampshire is starting to open up a little bit, trying to improvise. In comes Holman again. Press reverse sweep again. This time he gets off it, gets hold of it, square of the wicket. It's running away to the boundary. Well fielded. They pick up 2, and then Middleton's coming back for 3, and they get in there comfortably. So that's 3 runs, but well fielded on the boundary. Saved definitely 4. Saved a run there.
Joe Cracknell there.
Joe Cracknell there on the boundary, and that takes the score onto 112 for 1. Brings Middleton back on strike. 51. Press on for 21. Then comes Holman again. Release Middleton back foot. Cuts it to the man at extra cover. Picks up no runs. That was that slower delivery which gripped and bounced again a little bit.
Is he going to toss up one just to get that turn again, which we saw on the last over?
Releases the ball, short, quicker ball. Middleton punches it up to long off. Gets 1. Press coming back for 2. Gets there comfortably. That's really well run. Really, really well run. Ran the first one hard and made that second one a little bit easier, but he really did have to push it. Shall move on to 114 for 1. Just keep pushing it for 5s, 6s, 7s and over, and then the odd boundary. Holman bowls the ball, dives, punch too long off, and then Middleton picks up a single. Hampshire move on to 115 for 1. End of the over. Not a bad over. 19 overs gone now. Hampshire need 195 to win.
Raj Maru is going to stay on. He's going to come on in my place. And then from BBC London, it'll be Kevin Hand. So Hampshire scoring at just over 6s, and they need just over 6 1/4. So that's been pretty steady for quite a while now. And here comes Martin Anderson.
He's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this is punched away beautifully through the covers. Just a single. There is a sweeper back, but stood up tall to that one. Middleton standing up tall to the task in front of him. He's on 55. Hampshire 116 for 1. Huge wicket of Gubbins for Middlesex to claim. Hampshire captain, former Middlesex man. He'd have felt a lot of pressure in this chase with a depleted side. Senior figure against his former county, but Middlesex removes him. Here's Anderson under dull skies at the moment at the Ageas. It's a block hole delivery dug out by Press. The light's just it's almost like they flicked a switch there immediately over our heads. One of those dark rain clouds that comes around in front of the sun in an otherwise bright sky. So it's got the feel of rain at the moment, but if it is, it's only one short, small, sharp shower, because there's really not a great deal more other than the one sitting in front of the sun. As Anderson hits the crease, he bowls short, and he's hooked away down to deep backward square leg for a single. 117 for 1, pressed on to 22. Second run off Anderson's third over, 2 runs off it. He's gone for 14 off 2.2 so far, Raj, and this will be a spell where Anderson will try to be as economical as possible. That's been slightly his problem. He's just a little bit too expensive.
Yeah, I spoke about it earlier with Kevin.
He's a bouncer, up in the air, uppercut to deep backward point. It's going to pitch and plug, and a tumbling stop, pushing that one back in from deep third is Josh De Carey's. Again, you don't really have to doubt yourself, although I did for a moment just to double check who the fielder was. He rolls over the top and pushes it back in. Deep cover as Davis backing up.
Anderson last year averaged 54, economy of 7.34. So he was going for 7s and 8s. Which could be a little bit too expensive.
Here's a short one pulled away out to deep mid wicket, and a single taken for Prests. Yeah, Anderson, he's a bowler that came through from Berkshire with great promises, express pace all the way through youth level, express pace. A couple of injuries held him back at the start of his professional career then. He step up to the senior side. As he comes in now, bowls, and shorter ball, just pulled away out to deep backward square. It's a slower bounce, slow ball bouncer. And 1-2-1 for one it is at the end of the over. So what was there off that? 6? Better over from him, and those back injuries held him up, but he worked incredibly hard on his batting at the time, and turned himself into an all-rounder. And as I say, to some extent, I said to J-Mo earlier, he almost became a batting all-rounder at one stage rather than a bowling all-rounder. The batting then just seemed to fall away again a little bit, so there's a bit of pressure on him at the moment that one of the two needs to just kick on slightly, because he's an all-rounder where, you know, there's a lot of competition for places now, mainly Ryan Higgins as the all-rounder in the Middlesex side, so one of the two's really got to come to the fore to him. So it's an important one-day cup competition this for Martin Anderson. It's going to be a real opportunity for him. Here's Holman.
Into Press, who punches it down the ground and picks up a single to long off. Yeah, important, because Ryan Higgins has had a good season this year, which has limited his options of playing that much. So Holman flicking that ball up repeatedly 3 or 4 times. In he comes. Short, slightly short. Middleton sweeps, picks up 1, but that's all they'll get. And the score moves on to 123 for 1. And all they're doing with Holman at the moment is just ticking him along and just waiting for that bat ball to pick up the extra 2 or 3. Press has come down the wicket and driven that to deep extra cover. Quick single, but there's no chance of coming back for a second one, because Cracknell on the boundary was quick to the ball, picked it up and got it in quickly.
50 partnership. Gubbins fell, I have to say it. I thought for Hampshire that could be real trouble.
In comes Holman. Slightly short. The reaction of the bowler seemed to suggest that the batsman might have got a little nick on that one. Middleton, keeper dropped. Never easy, those catches. Bottom edges. Anyway, Middleton takes guard. That slightly open stance. In comes Holman, delivers. Middleton drives off the front foot to deep extra cover. Picks up an easy single. Oh yeah, that game of cricket down by on the bank there is still going on. Introduction of another 2 or 3 games going on side by side.
Good to see, isn't it? Game's alive and well. I was looking up the other day the stats. I was talking about this in the commentary the other day. The number of fans in the world that football has. 3 billion fans in the world for football.
In comes Holman. Press gives himself for some room. Pulls the ball. But it's well stopped at mid-on. Diving stop at mid-on. But they only get 1. End of the over. Hampshire move on to 126 for 1. Press on 26. Middleton 60. And that's the end of the 21st over.
Cricket is not only this country's second sport, it's the world's second sport, isn't it? So 3 billion football fans. Expect a big drop off to second spot for cricket in second spot.
You would have thought.
2.5 billion. Now, an awful lot in India, it suggests, of that 2.5 billion, but even still, 3 billion football fans is the estimate, 2.5 billion cricket fans. It says a lot, doesn't it? And you can't, football's a great sport, but a bat and ball game as well. This is by far and above the best bat and ball game in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're looking, entertainment value-wise, And
it's just getting better. That's the thing, the evolution of this sport into the modern age. T20 has done an awful lot for this game. There's no 2 ways about it.
Oh, even Test cricket, instead of going for 3, 2.5, 3 and over, now they're going for 5s and 6s and over.
Josh De Carey's replaces Anderson. He's hit over mid-off first ball by Prest, and that goes for, the umpire's just checking, 4. We're all waiting for him to say, yep, 6, over the top it goes, 130 for 1.
So, Prest came down the wicket there, showed some real intent and aggression. Came in and punched it, hit it really well. That pushes that man back to long off on the boundary. De Keris is now changing to round the wicket.
Here he comes. Reverse sweep from Prest. Impressive from him so far. England under 19. 50 at the weekend as well for Prest.
Dorset, yeah. He needs to build on those scores, because last year he started off pretty well and he dropped off at the start of this season. He needs to try and get it up there and keep it going.
And here's Middleton getting in on it. Backward a point. Picks up a single. 132 for one.
This is that partnership they were looking for after the first wicket.
Short ball punched to mid-wicket and a dot ball. 132 for one. 22nd over of the innings. This is a very, very good foundation that Hampshire have laid here in this chase. Carries again, slog sweep, wow, look at that go. Over mid-wicket, over cow corner really. That's just a hoy into the onside, but so immaculately timed and sweetly struck with an economy of movement as well. That's an incredible shot, it's a swat almost.
Yeah, and that's the longest boundary on the ground, that one.
Yeah. Now De Keris had something to aim at against Gubbins outside the off stump, as we touched on in the Middlesex innings. We could see it brewing up, couldn't we, those footholds to the right-handers here. He's been given a bit of a problem by Prest in particular, as he punches now off the back foot in front of extra cover and picks up a single down to long off.
So it's a good over that for Hampshire. Moves their total on to 139 for one. Moves Prest on to 38. 61 to Middleton. And then the 22nd over. So it's been a good foundation, and you've still got some good batters to come in. You've got Brown, Albert and Organ and Holland. You've got four good players who have scored runs in the first 11 this year. Holman getting ready to come in to bowl his 6th over. He comes in bowls. Length ball and Prest slog sweep again, but this time it goes straight to mid-wicket on the boundary, and he departs for 38. Hampshire lose their 2nd wicket on 139.
Shot too far for Prest. 38 from 35. Pressure was just shifting to Middlesex there.
It was, and I think you're trying to sweep against the spin rather than with the spin. So with no pace on the delivery, so you're better off looking to hit the ball a little bit between sort of straight mid-on to extra cover. You're looking to hit down the ground rather than across the spin.
Yeah.
So difficult. So he departs for 38. Again, got a good start. We've seen a lot of that from Prest. He's had a good start and then just giving it away in the 30s and 40s. And that now brings in Ben Brown, who hasn't had the greatest season. He's had one good score this year. But I think this competition, they're looking to try and get him back on form with the bat, with the 8 championship games still to come in September.
I mean, he's a good cricketer, Brown, isn't he? Outstanding first-class average for a wicket-keeper as well. He left Sussex. You can imagine there were many suitors, so he's a dangerous customer. And in this format as well, you know, there's a long way to go in this innings, and that's what they want. You want somebody to dig in now for the... well, you look at the Duckworth-Lewis, 122, Hampshire 139 for 2. What was it before the wicket fell then? In a good position here.
Yeah, so they require 171 now of 28 overs. So if you look at those stats, you know, all you've got to do is just bat properly, bat all the way through to the last 10 overs, and then you can decide what you want to do. Try and get it down to 70 or 80 in the last 10. Holman comes in again. bowls to Brown. He has a flashing drive and misses it. Not taken cleanly by Simpson behind the stumps. So Holman has that 3 flips, and in he comes again. Pushes it through. Brown runs it down to backward third. Picks up a single. There's no chance of getting there for a second one. Robson was quick on the ball there. Brings Middleton. No, he brings Brown on strike. That was Middleton who ran it down. Brown on strike now. Or is it? And he drives the ball down the ground straight back to the bowler. No runs. No, that is Middleton. I think the scoreboard have got it the other way around. I think it's Middleton on strike. In comes Holman. He tries to work it, but there's no spin on the ball. Hits the under edge and then just pushes it in front of him. No runs. It's been a good over so far by Holman. 5.5 overs, 1 for 27. In he comes again. Middleton off the back foot, cuts it to Robson at backward point, no runs. Good over there for Middlesex. 141 for 2. Hampshire. Ben Brown has come in, he's on 2. Middleton is on 61. And it looks like those dark clouds have sort of moved to the right of us now, they've gone away. Got some nice sort of light blue sky to the left. Might have a nice evening here.
Well, we're expecting a full day, aren't we, today? There was that interruption just after lunch briefly. Some rain fell perfectly in the interval of this game. Let's hope it continues that way. Carries is around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's dabbed just fine of the mid-wicket fielder for a single. And Brown moves to 2. Stoneman, the skipper, falling to his right. How's our skipper doing over there? He's taking on some water.
He is. He's stirring that ship very nicely.
Bowls, and this ball's pushed down to long on for a single. 142 for 2. He got us some tea bags and some coffee today, so we're happy, aren't we? We're a happy crew.
There's no cake though.
I'm not going to linger on that point, Joe. Here's to Carey's. Bowls and reverse sweep. Fine of the short third release. More a deep gully there, isn't he? Going to scamper through for 3. Well run. A slide on the boundary by Higgins to push it back in. Backed up by Davies. And what's that? 145 for 2. The score now.
So I think Middleton's got time on his hands now. He can afford to bat for the next 15 overs, just bat normally, and if he bats normally he will score another 40 in that time, which will get Hampshire up to a reasonable total.
Carries around the wicket, bowls down the track comes Middleton, turns to mid-wicket, no run.
But it's the pressure, isn't it? It's the scoreboard pressure. If you're not hitting boundaries, the pressure mounts up. But
Carries again, bowls, and this is just short of a length and punched down to a wide long on for a single. 146 for 2.
My stats, prove me wrong, is that in this format of the game, the team who score the most singles win the game.
Here's Carries again, bowls, and this ball's tickled away. That's deep backward square. 147 for 2. Well, a run of ball is 300, so.
That's it, with the odd boundary,
yeah.
You've cracked it.
Yeah, Neil Fairbrother was such a master of this game, wasn't he?
He was a hard person to bowl at, let me tell you.
Well, that was because he kept scoring singles, wasn't it? It was
singles,
a run everywhere.
And it's so frustrating when the batsman, when you bowl a good ball and they pinch a single, Then you try something different and they punch it for a boundary, and you're thinking, well, what am I supposed to do now? Do you know what I mean? But he was a really tough character to bowl at.
Yeah.
Difficult character to bowl at.
Holman flips the ball hand to hand. He's ready to go again. 1-4-7 for 2.
In he comes. Bowls at Brown, who just plays it straight back down the wicket for no runs. This is a good start to the over for Holman. Looks like he's going to have to bowl all the way through. In he comes again. Pushes it through this time into the batsman, and Brown just tickles it round the corner to deep square leg and pitches a single. Yeah, so the quicker you bowl it on this wicket, I feel as a spinner, is that it's so much easier to work the ball. The slower you bowl it, they found it hard to work it. They've actually
that was Cullen at the front as well, as even for the seamers at the top. Cullen was the one who was, they were finding it easier to get him away, weren't they? And I do think that was to do with the pace.
Here he comes again. That's slightly slower, difficult to get away. Just gets it to backward point and picks up a single. It hasn't gone outside the 30-yard circle. So yeah, the slower the delivery, there's no pace on the ball, it's harder to hit. In comes Holman again, bowls to Brown, turns and goes past that outside edge through to Simpson. Turn, no bounce, no runs. Really well bowled. There's again no pace on the ball, and you saw that ball turn, and that turned sharply. In he comes again, this time bowls it slightly quicker, and it was easy for Brown to turn that round the corner to the man on 45 for a single. So it's the one which he pushes in at quicker pace, it's been easier to work. The slower ball on off stump has been harder to hit, and we saw Press trying to hit that slower ball from outside off stump over cow corner on a slog sweep, and just held up, got caught on a boundary.
150 up.
And he comes now, bowls. Brown drives that down the ground to long off, picks up one, but they decide not to come back for 2.
So at the halfway stage, Raj, they're as good as halfway there. 151 for 2, 159 more to win in the next 25 overs. 8 wickets standing, 1 set batter in Middleton. They've had a brilliant start to this innings, Hampshire.
Middleton's highest list day score beats his 64 with Derby at Derby last season.
How big a toss was this to win for Hampshire? Now, sun's out this afternoon, 11 o'clock this morning, that ball was doing a little bit. It was a tough start. I felt Stoneman and Cracknell played it well, particularly Cracknell. The fact that Cracknell played within himself this morning, it seemed as though, the pair of them were talking about that. Rightly so.
Yeah, it was a little bit humid this morning. With that rain coming in, it was a little bit humid, and the ball was doing a little bit more, just swinging around, just holding up. But it was Higgins and Simpson who took that initiative away from Hampshire and got Middlesex up to past 300.
This ball's pushed for a single, and 153 for 2. So Middleton 67, Brown on 8, and here goes Higgins, second ball of the over. My apologies, I said push for a single, push for 2 as Higgins bowls, and this ball's punched back to the bowler, who grabs it one-handed and then looks to turn and throw back at the keeper. Never really went through with the throw, but the turn he did, just to let the batter know he's in the game. Combative character.
Hampshire's success, one-day success on this ground, has been running between the wickets, and if they play that way, they will get to that total. Higgins
bowls. This is driven. Quick single taken. Holman at mid-on, throws down, misses. Through to the keeper it passes, and 154 for 2 now, Hampshire. And well, they're 1 run shy of being halfway there. Duckworth-Lewis is 136, 154 for 2. Strong position here for the hosts. Higgins again. There's a deep square, a long leg, deep third, deep cover. And Higgins about to move in and bowl once more.
So Simpson's decided to stand back now. He's gone back, taken the helmet off.
Higgins in. Bowl, slower ball, driven away through the covers. The sweeper in the deep will hold them to 1. 155 for 2. Brown's on to 9. Who would you rather be at this stage, Raj? It's a pretty obvious answer at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Hampshire in a good position, 8 wickets in hand. They need 155 and you've still got 25 overs left to bat, or 24 overs left to bat. So if they score 100 in the next 15 overs, the last 10 overs is going to be just bat normally. You don't have to take any undue risk.
Higgins bowls, this ball's punched off the back foot by Middleton out to deep cover for a single. 156 for 2. So they're past the halfway stage, 154 more. This is a brilliant game to start the one-day cup. Middlesex would have felt pretty good positions all the way through, really. They were checked every now and again by Hampshire. They've got to start checking the hosts themselves now. Higgins bowls, length balls to the fraction straight, and it's worked for a single by Brown down to long leg. 157 for 2.
This is what Higgins and Simpson did when they got together. They just ran between the wickets so well, which put the bowlers under pressure. And then, after a few overs, they decided to put the foot down and take the initiative away. And they did that very well. And I think these two, if they keep going like this, and they're using up their best bowlers, Middlesex are now trying to work out a formula how they're going to stop these 4, 5, 6 and over. They're trying their different options and different field positions, and they're soon, Holman's going to finish, and then who comes on after him? It's going to be interesting. With losing a bowler, Cullen as well, you're going to miss his overs.
Yeah, it's a big blow. Cullen limped out. I haven't had a chance to touch on that since I've been back on. He limped out early in the blast, and limps out of this one in the one-day cup. It's a real blow, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Promising young bowler.
Yeah, especially now that the wicket's starting to grip and turn as well. Those slower balls and those little cutters, would have been useful.
Holman there bowling that one beautifully past the edge of Brown's bat.
And it keeps stressing on that pace of that delivery, that slower pace. It's allowing the ball to do things, spin, hold up, bounce. With that quicker ball, it's been easier to work. He's having the confidence to keep bowling it at that pace. In he comes again. Bowls to Brown, who sweeps, just goes behind square. No pace in that at all. Picks up a single. That was slower delivery again, so he couldn't get any power in that shot. So he manages just to get a single.
Higgins at slip.
So this game is still in the balance, but Hampshire are slightly favourites, I would have said, at this stage.
Yeah.
In comes Holman to Middleton. Middleton slog sweeps, and he actually does get hold of this, and he hits that. He goes for 6 straight into the groundsman's tunnel.
Bit of crazy golf from Middleton. He's hit it straight down the tunnel, isn't he? Through it'll bounce now out to the green on the other side. I wonder will it land on the square. Hole in one.
It has happened before. It was Carberry who hit one from the other end a few years ago, and it went through the tunnel and ended up on the nursery ground.
Yeah, I mean that one would have gone close. It went into that tunnel at a fair rate of knots, so unless it hit something to stop it. We've seen Manny bounce off the concourse over the top into the nursery ground.
Then comes Holman again to Middleton. This time he sits back and just pushes it through to deep extra cover and picks up a single. That's a good over so far for Hampshire. They've got their one boundary for the over. You don't need to do anything else. You've picked up 8, 9 off this over already. Just bat. Then comes Holman. Bowls to Brown. Oh, it's got through him somehow. Knocked his off pole back. Just that ball turned. He just tried to push the ball away. and that's gone through. That was a googly. Straight through the gate, not picked. Strange, the wicketkeeper not picking the googly through the gate, and that's knocked his off pole out. Just trying to push that through extra cover, thinking he was going with the spin, but the ball actually went the other way.
Very well bowled, Luke Holman. 2 for 38 from 8. Lost his place in the championship side. He'll be delighted to be in amongst the wickets.
So I think that's where Brown has been off form this year so far. Is that he's actually been searching for the ball, looking for the ball out there rather than letting the ball come in and then playing it late.
Here's the applause for Brown as he makes his way over the boundary rope, and Felix Organ makes his way out to the middle. 165 for 3. That was timely for Middlesex, that.
Yes. Yeah, it was time. It was. We were talking about it was that commentator's curse, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, through the Middlesex innings, there were points, weren't there? Cracknell, they got the Cracknell wicket, and he thought, well, somebody else has got to get in now, because they had those starts at the top from Robson and Stoneman, and then Jack Davies got into the 20s as well. Cracknell with a 50 when he fell. Middlesex needed a partnership, and they got it with Simpson and Higgins. Then those two went in quick succession, and at the end, Holman, De Carey's and Anderson just doing enough to top it up. But crucially, Hampshire kept checking Middlesex at every point. You thought Middlesex could get out of control here, which was mainly really the Higgins and Simpson partnership, but equally when they removed Cracknell. He'd done all the hard work, didn't he? Because it wasn't a Cracknell-esque innings, that. It was, he really had to dig in at times for it. Impressive knock opening in list A from him. A difficult morning session, or morning first hour here at the Ageas. So 165 for 3, 27 gone, 23 to go. Duckworth Lewis just climbed slightly there, 156. Hampshire are 165 for 3. And Higgins runs into bowl, right arm over the wicket. And this ball's just full of length and worked by Middleton out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and that's what they have to do first of all, is just keep those singles ticking again. As Raj talked about quite rightly, Organ comes on to strike, and they don't need the big shots right now. They're in a good position. They just need to keep that scoreboard ticking. 166 for 3. Welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah, the run rate has always been just over 6, hasn't it? And the run rate required below 6.5, so they've kept that fairly steady. It's altered a fraction over the overs, but that's always been the equation, or thereabouts, and that's steady stuff.
Fielders on the move, deep square is swapping with mid-wicket. Was it just change of personnel? As such, it's the same fielding position, isn't it? So Anderson's at mid-wicket now. Deep square is, I want to say Cracknell, I think it is. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is worked out to the fielder at deep square, which we'll reveal in a moment, I think. Yes, Cracknell, number 48. And now Anderson. Oh, I see, right. So Anderson's deep backward square, Cracknell's deep mid-wicket. But if they only have one, they have Cracknell, and he's the deep backward square, which is why Anderson goes from deep backward square to mid-wicket. Glad I cleared that one up, Kev. Here's Higgins. He's right arm over, bowls to Middleton. And this is run to backward point. There's no run. 167 for 3. As clear as the colour of your coffee, JMO, dishwater.
Looking forward to trying that coffee.
Aye, aye. Solent Cricket Special. There's Higgins in, bowls. It's a short in the air. Oh, now that was nearly lifted. Straight to the short fine leg. It was just over his head. He threw up both hands, and I thought he was going to get to it, Bamba. He was sailing, 2 hands in the air. You wonder almost if he'd have been better having to go at with one hand.
Well, I mentioned earlier that Fletcher Middleton passed his highest list day score when he got to 65. This is now his highest first team score. It goes past the 77 he made in the second innings against Lancashire at Southport earlier in the championship.
Fletcher. I love that name, especially the spelling, an A on the end. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and standing up tall. This one's defended into the offside for a quick single by Middleton, who's on to 82. And, well, 78 was the highest score in the Middlesex innings. a chase like this, you always say you feel like bits and pieces. It might be a difficult chase if you do it that way. You need a centurion. Middleton's on his way at the moment. 172 for 3. As it will be Organ on strike and Higgins into bowl, just full of a length. Solid defence from Organ, who gets a long way down the track to that one to push it into the offside for a dot ball. 172 for 3 it is, and that Duckworth-Lewis 163. We don't need to keep an eye on the Duckworth-Lewis in terms of the overheads. They look fine, although as I do look over the tree lining again, it looks as though there's a few rain clouds in the sky, so we'll keep an eye on that one, but not overly alarmed by the prospect or the threat of rain here at the Ageas at the moment. Raj Maru, Kevin James and myself, Kevin Hand, for BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, live on the Hampshire website and app, and the Middlesex website as well, with the live stream from Hampshire. Martin Anderson, change of ends, coming on at the pavilion end. Yellow weather warning flashes up on my phone. Where's that for? Hopefully not the drive home tonight. Anderson. He's in now, he bowls, and just full of a length. Sorry, just on a length indeed. This one gets a good bit of bounce on it, which Middleton rides for a single into the onside. Where's it disappeared to now? It's disappeared as quickly as it flashed up on the phone. Everybody's checking their phones now to see if they've got a yellow weather warning. From the Met Office. Here we go. Yellow weather warning. Where's it for? Thunderstorms across parts of Wales. And which way is it coming in though? From the west, so it might be heading our way at some point. When's that for? This ball is full dug out by Organ into the offside, no run. Thunderstorms across parts of Wales and England, Wednesday 9 AM till 7. Let's see, does it have a little tracker on it though as to where it's all heading to? Is it heading this way? It's in the west over Wales, and it's blowing up from the southwest. So I guess we could be clipped by it here. Oh, is that what's all brewing up over there? Let's hope not. Here's Anderton in bowls, a check drive which gets past mid-off. Tumbling was Luke Holman. Lovely shot by Organ, boundary to get him off the mark. And again, in this innings, we've seen more shots down the ground. And I think that does just say a little bit more about the surface in the second part of this day. Whereas Middlesex found it quite sticky in the first part of the day, but also I think Hampshire mixed up the pace of things very, very well. 133 to win, 177 for 3. And just keeping an eye, it does look as though that threat of thunderstorms could blow in this way, all right, as this ball's run away down to, excuse me, deep third for a single. And it's 178 for 3 now. Anderson back to the top of his mark, number 24 from 3.3. He was the man who had to finish off Cullen's over earlier. Poor old Blake Cullen. Let's hope it's not too serious. Missed a big part of the blast as Anderson is in bowls, and this lifting ball goes through. That was a slower ball out of the back of the hand, and well, that's the way they've got to do it really. Middlesex, they're going to have to mix up the pace here. 178 for 3. We've seen another glorious straight drive in this over from Organ this time.
Interesting, Organ's come in on the card above Toby Albert. Toby Albert was off the field for quite a bit of the Middlesex innings, so he's there's something wrong with him, I guess.
Anderson, bowl, slow ball again. It's run down to deep third and barely make it outside the 30-yard circle, having been a slow ball. End of the over, 29 gone, 179 for 3. And yeah, just saying, Kev, while you were doing your update there, flashed up on my phone. Med Office, yellow weather warning for thunderstorms across England, and, across Wales and parts of England. It does appear to be blowing across the south, so right. It's just greyed up a bit over the back there, hasn't it? Let's hope none of that's coming our way.
Yeah. Well, my app was suggesting about 6 o'clock, which is what, an hour and 20 minutes time.
Exactly, yeah.
Have you got that?
Something around that, yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll get pretty much near the end of the game. The Duckworth-Lewis is showing 167. Thank you to Fiona, the Hampshire scorer, who did text to say the DLS score is now that required at the end of the current over. As Higgins bowls, short delivery. Middleton swirls around as he pulls that away on the leg side. So DLS is showing 167, so that's where Hampshire would need to be at the end of this over.
And that's
They're ahead of
par
that.
as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, and they're
180 for 3.
yep.
Currently just under 21 overs left. That run rate required, again, just hovering over just over 6s, and that's exactly what the required rate is from here on in. As Higgins bowls, down the wicket comes Organ, hits it over mid-on. Not quite timed, but it's going over the rope nevertheless, with Mud-on up on the 30-yard circle. And Organ showing his intent here. 10 off just 6 deliveries. Hampshire 184 for 3, need another 126. Raj Maru's comment earlier about spinners generally being boring. I think you were talking about the way they should bowl, not their personality. I think that's what he meant, because we've had a couple of replies since Raj made those comments.
Oh, is he in trouble?
Michael from Recklesham, silentcricket@gmail.com. Slower ball pushed into the ground by Organ. No
Is Michael
run.
an off spinner or a leg spinner?
I don't know. I'm sure he'll come back and tell us. Phil Tufnell, debate, great fun or boring, says Michael. And also Shane Warne, add that to your boring list. I think he's talking about the way the spinners should bowl, not about their personality. I can't speak for him.
Yeah, I mean, I remember John Embry talking to me about it years ago with seam bowlers as well. It's the bowler's job to stop the batsman scoring runs.
That's right. Short, over the head of Felix Organ, and that's called a no ball. Slightly too short, slightly too high from Ryan Higgins. Yeah, I know what Raj meant. He can't hear me because it's on his bad side of his ear, so he can't hear me. He's looking at me. He can't tell what I'm saying.
Did he hear
I could say all sorts of things.
Did he hear the complaint about his commentary?
No. Short again. Now, as he goes, another no ball. Now, as Ryan Higgins there just got his back up a little bit. I don't know. It gets like this, doesn't he, Ryan Higgins?
He does. He
just gets annoyed for some reason.
Well, I was saying with Raj, Higgins as a batter and a bowler, going to Warwickshire, he topped Middlesex's run scoring this year, and he was the leading wicket taker as well, which is just an incredible. We were then moved on to until he asked this delivery.
Runs away from us and bowls. It's a drive up to mid-on by Organ. Single there, 189 for 3.
We then moved the conversation on who was the last Middlesex player and who was the last Warwickshire player to finish a season top run scorer and leading wicket taker as well. Now, I'm sure you'd have done it a few times down here, JMO, but for Middlesex and for Warwickshire, how far back would you have to go? And Brian Halford, one of the greats of cricket journalism.
Comes Higgins. Slower ball to Middleton. Waits and just pushes that into the gap in the covers for a single. 190 for 3.
Yeah, he'd gone back probably as far as the 1920s was his reckoning. The last time there was an all-rounder who probably could have topped both the runs and wickets for the season. Yeah, it's an almighty achievement, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's not easy.
I was thinking back through Middlesex. I mean, Callis had a year with Middlesex, didn't he? But whether he topped both runs or either, to be honest, it was only a year, and he was a young man at the time, as impressive as he was.
It's gone very dull here as Higgins bowls a quicker ball. Worked on the onside by Organ. Moves on to 12 with that single. 191 for 3 at the end of that over.
Was that a comment on my conversation, Kev?
What's that?
It's gone very dull here.
I wasn't actually looking at you when I said that.
This is back to Raj and the boring bowlers, boring spinners.
So 30 gone,
Yeah,
20 left. Yeah, very dark now. I'm sure the
at the
lights.
distance, it is very. Yeah.
Sure the lights.
That's a good point. Yeah, the lights will be on soon enough. But I mean, we're not worried about it in terms of we can have the floodlights and the full shadows don't matter in a one-dayer, do they? It's only in the championship. But it's apt to the thunderstorms. If there's thunder around, then they're off quickly, aren't they? The first rumble of thunder, they're off.
Yes, which you said was also forecast.
Well, there's Anderson, he's in, bowls, just run away down to deep third for a single. 192 for 3. What about Cullen? You and I have seen the best of him, or close to the best of him certainly, but had to limp out of the blast this year and now limps out of this one, JMO.
Well, I'll tell you what, those sort of injuries, it'd be interesting to see whether he actually plays again in this tournament.
What do you think it was?
Hamstring.
Oh, really?
Looks like it. Now, he may just have got it early enough.
This is edged, but no slip. Middleton will pick up 4. He's on to 90, and he's steering the Hampshire ship very well here. 196 for 3. 114 more to win. We're in the 31st over. double your tally from here. They'd be on 400 Hampshire. And that was where we talked about it in the Middlesex innings. I said, projection, 325, I think. Need to get up to. Just stuttered at a few moments, didn't they, Middlesex? They're looking light at the moment, but a couple of wickets changes things quickly, and we saw that again in the Middlesex innings with the wickets of Higgins and Simpson as Anderson is in, bowls, and this has worked out to a deep mid-wicket for a single. Middleton moves to 91.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've moved Fletcher Middleton up to open the batting in this form of the game. When he's played in the past, he's batted in the middle order. Quite a deliberate ploy to get him to open the batting here, just so that he can play at his pace, and if he gets in, can bat long. And well, at the moment, that's proving a good plan.
Run to backward point from Organ. He's on 13, sorry, because there was no run. 197 for 3. This would be a great scalp for Hampshire. I mean, I know Middlesex have had their white ball troubles in the blast, and last year Hampshire got 7 wins, Middlesex got 5 in this competition, and Hampshire qualified from the group, but equally the strength of this Middlesex side.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls, slow ball bouncer, and jumping, leaping to meet it with a cut shot outside the off stump is Organ. He just took a couple of steps, didn't he? And then as Anderson dragged down the slower ball, it was cut for a single out to deep point.
Well, you've got a lot of your T20 side out here, haven't you? Cracknell, Holman, Cullen.
Well, yeah, indeed, Anderson.
Carries, Higgins.
Well, it is, it is virtually.
Simpson.
Well, bar Eskenazi, Helm and Holden, it's the T20 side as his Anderson bowls, and this is run down to deep third for a single, 199 for 3. But I think equally the thing for me is that Middlesex are a decent list A side. They're back in Division 1 now, the Championship, and they're going all right. They've got 3 wins this season. Lancashire are 2 places above them with just 1 win. Nottinghamshire a place above, 3 wins equally. Kent and Northamptonshire below, and it's a strong Division 1 at the moment. It's a really strong Division 1. So yeah, Middlesex are in a pretty good place with first class cricket, and the skills of first class to list A are very transferable in my opinion. First class to T20 is just not transferable. You've either got it or you don't as a T20 player, don't you? Or you're going to have to work very hard to develop it. So my point being, yes, they've got they've got 8 of the T20 side, but equally they've got Stoneman, they've got Robson, the Championship players, Bamba, players who don't play in the blast. So it's a strong side. They'll be keen on picking up a couple of wickets here, Middlesex, and turning this around.
Well, it's not over yet. Luke Holman switching ends with his leg spin forward. Is Fletcher Middleton pushing that out towards extra cover. So the run rate has just fractionally dropped under 6 for the first time in the innings. Hampshire scoring at nearly 6.5 and over, needing another 111 from here. Just under 19 overs left in this game, with the lights on now as well. Bit of bounce on Middleton as he gets on top of that off the back foot, works that up towards deep mid-off, and Middleton moves on to 93. The 200 up for Hampshire in the 32nd. Good round of applause from a decent crowd here. It is certainly more than a Championship Day crowd. As Holman comes in again, bowls, and that's turned a fraction. Worked with an open face Organ, backward a point, no run.
10 and over for power play 3 for Middlesex would have taken them to 325. Even that at the moment looks a little bit light, but equally every run more that you set in the first innings, it increases the pressure just that little bit for the chase, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Holman bowls, just follows Organ a little bit with the googly, a ball that did for Ben Brown.
So to say 325 would have looked light now, anything below 300 we knew was looking light. But again, Hampshire just took wickets at crucial times.
Holman bowls again. That's turned and it's in the air, cut shot but safe as it goes over the infield but short of the deep cover fielder. Definitely bit into the track that from Luke Holman. Into his 9th over, nearly completed 9. He's gone for 40, picked up 2 wickets, those of Tom Preston, Ben Brown, as Raj Maru lands some fruit pastels in front of us, which is rather teasingly, as I'm on commentary at the moment, as that's pushed away on the onside by Fletcher Middleton and moves on to 94. He will also keep the strike. So 18 overs left. Hampshire need another 108, but you're right, you just felt that when Simpson and Higgins were going along nicely, put on 100 for the 5th wicket, that they were both out within an over, weren't they, in the middle of the 44th and 45th. If they just stuck together for another 2 or 3 overs, And Middlesex, they've still got a decent score. I mean, Hampshire still need to score over 100 here.
Yeah, there's a lot of runs still to be scored, and 2 quick wickets now. All of a sudden, the game changes, doesn't it? Sorry, I meant to say and pretend I was eating fruit pastels, but 202 for 3. Thanks, Raj. A little bit of Sam Robson. Leg spin from the pavilion end. He replaces Anderson, who's been going at 6.8. So Middlesex withdraw Anderson, 4.5 overs. Now he had to come on to finish a Cullen over, which was a little unfortunate for him, really, wasn't it? But 6.8 is deemed too expensive, so it's over to spin. It's got really dark here. Middlesex need wickets, don't they? Because maybe this is going to blow in a little bit earlier than we're expecting. Floodlights are on. Not quite taking effect just yet, but the darkness is the feel of rain, isn't it? There's slithers of blue over Pompey. It's looking brighter over the New Forest, actually, so they're chuckling at us now, as it looks like it's about to chuck down here.
It's just over us, isn't it, really? 180 is a Duckworth Lewis at the end of this over.
Here's Robson, who drags down a wide, short and wide first ball. Rips that one. Yeah.
I think it may have turned, but it turned from wide.
Yeah.
5 List A wickets, Sam Robson.
Yeah. He's a decent little bowler as he's in now, bowls, and this ball's short and dragged down to long on for a single. 204 for 3. He's one of those bowlers that you turn to when you need a wicket. You wouldn't put him as one of your 5 bowlers for the match in a List A game, or indeed in any format.
Not looking at those first 2 deliveries.
but he gets you a wicket at times. He's in now, bowls, and oh look now, there's Organ going for a big shot from outside the off stump. There's a shake of my head, for a shake of Raj's head to my right, at the big slog sweep he went through there, and that's where, against a bowler like Robson, you all of a sudden see something that's not there, or you do something that you shouldn't. That's what Middlesex are gambling slightly on by bringing on Robson here. He's in again, bowls, and that one's short, and it's pulled up into the air, mistimes, and it drops a long way short of deep mid-wicket, but he really rocked back and looked to power that one at first, Organ. He's on to 16. Middleton's on to strike on 95 from 94 deliveries, and that's the big difference between the sides at the moment, isn't it? As Robson moves in, bowls, and this ball's punched out to deep cover for a single. He moves to 96, but equally for Middlesex, if they were to get Middleton, then all of a sudden, that we said 2 quick wickets, certainly 1 wicket right now, and that, if it was Middleton, then changes things a bit.
Generally in 50 over cricket, if your opener bats through, you're winning.
Well, indeed. Here's Robson bowls, and this is swung hard on a sweep, and a proper sweep that time from Organ. It was a straighter delivery, and he swept it down into the ground for 4 through mid-wicket. Fine of the deep straight mid-wicket and the deep square, and they're off into the groundsman's tunnel to search for that ball now. Organ's on to 20.
There's a few balls gone down that way today. Well, I say a few, maybe 2 or 3. A lot of equipment in there to hide under. They found it quite quickly, though, fortunately.
A lot of equipment to do a lot of damage as well. We haven't sought a replacement ball just yet, have we?
No.
I guess it's a difficult one looking for a replacement ball in this stage. You have these 2 new balls from either ends. You could end up bowling with a... Well, it could go one of either 2 ways, couldn't it? You might get a newer, harder ball, and that disappears just as quickly. You want a softer ball, but here's Robson, bowls, and this is swept up into the air. There's no short, fine leg. There's a deep square, and he comes around, and indeed, the person who gets there quickest is the short third. Carey's charging around to fine leg. They grab a couple, and 212 for 3. Organ's on to 22, end of the 33rd. 17 to go, and 98 to win. So a required rate of 5.8. The current is 6.4. Middleton to have strike on 96.
After 33 overs of the Middlesex innings, they were 170 for 4.
There you go.
Duckworth Lewis is showing 185 for the end of this over. So Hampshire are in front, but of course a wicket or 2 always changes things. But for the now, they're doing okay. They need another 98 from 17 overs. And Luke Holman is about to bowl his last over, the leg spinner, with 2 for 41. Bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who's on 96. Holman's just making sure that he's got 2 fielders just behind square on the offside, ready for that cut shot as he flights that one up. Middleton drives into the ground, not timed, goes out to extra cover. Score remains on 212 for 3. Yeah, we were definitely underneath a band of cloud that is coming over from the Shane Warne stand just slightly to our right, which is where the weather comes from. Middleton drives, good diving stop at extra cover. Middleton was off looking for that single and it wasn't there. So Joe Crackner, who's that at extra cover that's doing that? That was
extra cover Stoneman, mid
Stoneman,
wickets.
Stoneman, the captain, of course. 212 for 3. Here's Holman again. That's cut away and it's in the gap this time. Middleton moves on to 97 and Hampshire on to 213 for 3. We are halfway through the 34th. That rain you do feel isn't too far away. If we were just a mile or so to our right or a mile or so to our left, we'd probably be all right, but just a band of cloud which is over us. Oh, that's turned. Beating the outside edge of Organ, prodding forward. That's a good delivery. He's bowled several good deliveries. There's Luke Holman. None better than the googly that bowled Ben Brown for 11 in the 27th over.
It's Middlesex that need this to play out, don't they? A Duckworth-Lewis victory would be heading Hampshire's way.
Certainly will. Quicker ball on the line of leg stump, turned away by Organ for a single, moves on to 23. Holman has his hands on his heads there. I think he was hoping that one would turn. It didn't really. 214 for 3, the last ball of his spell coming up. 2 runs off this over. He's done well today. Luke Holman's had a little bit of help when he's given the ball a little bit of air. When he's fired it through, not so much. Comes in then and bowls and short on the leg side, and Middleton works it away on the onside, moves on to 98. They're going to run 2. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. Organ has to hurry, but he's home. Almost stumbles as he puts his bat down, runs it past the crease. And that's the 50 partnership between Middleton and Organ. 51 runs off just 44 balls, unbroken for the 4th wicket.
Well, there we go. I have to admit, when Gubbins fell, I thought this could be a long chase, or a hard day for Hampshire. Main man up at the top, but how well has Middleton done? 99 from 99 deliveries. Organ 23 from 23. Hampshire 216 for 3. 94 to win. Duckworth-Lewis, it's not that, 1 wicket now actually drags that Duckworth-Lewis up, doesn't it? It's 190. But again, that's for the end of the 35th. We're just about to start it. It's going to be Ethan Bamber. They've got no Blake Cullen to turn to now. It really is a blow to Middlesex. I mean, they won't hide behind that. They're looking light with the bat and I wouldn't particularly say loose with the ball, but again, I go back to Murtagh. Murtagh is available. Start of an innings might be quite useful. Here's Bamber. Bowls. Oh, goodness me. Organ with a slight shuffle and meets it on a half volley, which he thumps back past the bowler down the ground for 4. Really powerfully hit that one back.
Well, I have to say Felix Organ here is playing a perfect foil for Fletcher Middleton here, taking the pressure off him. Organ just has come up with a boundary, I wouldn't say when Hampshire badly needed it, that's not at all, but it's just come up with a boundary which just eases things even more.
I've got to get out of the way for Raj in a minute, but is that after your update?
No.
Oh, I can go now. Dismissed.
If you want to.
Here's Bamber. He's in his 5th over, he bowls, and this is run to backward point for to cover point for a single. Backward point and extra cover come round. Every endeavour at the moment of Hampshire is applauded. 2-2-1 for 3, and Middleton's on to strike Kevin James.
Just looking around to see if there's any umbrellas coming up, because it does, or going up, because it does feel like there might be some rain in the air, and if not now, very shortly. Fletcher Middleton's so close to 3 figures. Field slightly changes. Get an extra fielder in to save the single. Here's Ethan Bamber, right arm over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Middleton, works it on the onside, or take a single. There's his 100. First team 100 for the 21-year-old, who signals with his bat around the ground, gets a hug from Felix Organ. That'll be a great feeling. 100 off 100 balls. Already beaten his best list day score, which was 64 last year. Already beaten his best championship score in his first season, which was 77 at Southport. And here he is with his first ever score of 100 in first team cricket. That'll feel good. 2-2-2 for 3. Hampshire need another 88. Here's Bamber. I'll do the rest of this over as he comes in, and that's hit away hard through mid-wicket. One bounce for 4. Felix Organ has played some glorious shots in his innings of 32. Hampshire move on to 226 for 3, and this game is moving towards Hampshire for Middlesex probably a bit too quickly. 84 needed.
Yeah. Tough on this for Middlesex. I mean, where have they got it? Well, I'll ask you at this point, Kev, where would you say Middlesex have got it wrong at the moment? With the ball, did they get enough with the bat?
Well, I think that it was the partnership, wasn't it? Higgins-Simpson, that had to produce more.
Ground staff are on the move around the hover cover, aren't they?
Yeah, they know. It does feel as though this rain is imminent. In fact, I think it is raining now, actually, as Bamber comes in. Slower ball. Organ tries to pull that, hits it into his toes. The ball flicks out on the square on the offside. I don't think they've done a lot wrong. I just think there's been some superb batting.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have to just dot your cap, don't you? And Middleton's 100 ball 100 at the moment
is terrific. Not. He is a very good player. You know, he showed everybody there. The umbrellas are going up around the ground as I look. He showed everybody in the championship early on this season, especially, that he has what it takes. But his runs have just started to sort of dry up a little bit. But we know down here he's a good player. Here's Bamber. Organ gives himself some room. It's a full delivery. Works that up to mid-on. Organ moves on to 33. 227 for 3 now, Hampshire, at the end of that over. So 15 overs to go. 83 needed. The run rate is 6.5, and the required run rate now is probably at its lowest that it's been in the innings. They need 5.5 from here.
Umpires not having a chat at the moment. The one thing to say about that rain, Jamie, is I remember there was a particular column of rain earlier today behind the Shane Warne stand, and that never came here. There was a really heavy one which drifted off to the New Forest, and that's where the worst of the rain is at the moment. Actually, over the top of the trees there, it feels as though that slither of blue, which was over Pompey a little while ago, is just drifting across the Solent now. So, it looks as though the cloud is breaking up at exactly the right part of the sky that we need it to, but
got lucky,
we shall see.
Or getting lucky at the moment.
Sam Robson, change of ends. Oh, it's a change of commentary as well, isn't it? Sam Robson, change of ends, change of commentator. A few words from Kevin James. It'll be Raj Maru.
Thank you very much. Kevin Hand, Robson on. Robson has 1 over, none for 10, bowled 1 at the pavilion end. Too short in his first few deliveries. Here he is, hoping to pitch the ball up a little bit more. That's better. Oh, and he's caught behind, or is he stumped? I think he's stumped. Felix Organ coming down the wicket, just trying to nudge that away. The ball turned sharply, and Simpson had the bails off in no time at all. And Organ probably just about half a pace out of his crease. And he goes for 33 of 28 deliveries. And Hampshire now are 227 for 4. Raj Maru.
Yeah, that ball turned very sharply. Organ was, again, something a little bit like Brown, who was going out there looking for the ball in front of him to try and work it, not waiting for the ball to come into him. And that turn actually did him.
Well, I tell you, that's the thing, isn't it? And that's why Sam Robson's come on. Because, if the ball keeps turning like that, this won't be easy.
It won't be easy. It's gripping. It's starting to grip. It's starting to turn sharply as well. We saw that from Holman, and now Robson's come on. You can see that even a little bit more now, and it's turning from both ends.
It is. Sam Robson's 6th wicket in List A cricket. Not a regular bowler by any means, but if you can get the ball to turn like that, you can always make some sort of contribution, as he has just there. Ian Holland is the new batter for Hampshire. Experienced player. Probably just the sort of player that ideally you'd want coming in this situation, because as each wicket falls now, things just get a little tighter.
So they've got 4 inexperienced batters really left to come in after him.
Just get that there like so. That's right, all done. So there's we haven't seen Toby Albert. We don't know what's the problem with Toby Albert. He wasn't fielding for a large part of the Middlesex innings. He was due to come in at 5. So there is a reason, maybe because he was off for so long, or maybe he's just not feeling that great. 227 for 4 then. It's Ian Holland. And there is a slip going, and I'm not surprised either, seeing that last delivery. So here's Robson with his leg spin, bowls again, it's too short. Holland easily working that away on the leg side. You don't mind balls like that first up. Gives you a chance to look at, see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. And a bowler like Sam Robson, who's not a regular bowler, you know, you don't have to go at him. You just got to let him come, you know, and you are going to get 2 or 3 bad balls and over which you can work around. And you actually want him on and not the better bowlers on.
Holman, that's better. He's trying to cut that one, and I think he's caught behind it. He's gone. Wow, this is a big over. Big over from Sam Robson, and this time it's Fletcher Middleton who's gone, trying to cut that away on the offside. The ball just turned a little. He wasn't in total control of that shot, and Simpson has taken the catch, standing up. But Middleton goes for 100. Now that is a blow. He'll get a good round of applause. It is his first 100 in first team cricket, and that's the most important thing. But from a Hampshire point of view, trying to win this game, that is a blow.
That's a big blow now, because he's the one you rely on. He's been in for so long that he would bat the rest of the innings. He'll bat all the way through and see Hampshire home. Now it's going to be a really tight squeeze now going into the last 10-15 overs, where these two really have to build it all up again.
So the John Simpson-Sam Robson combination has proved deadly in this over, and Hampshire still need another 82 runs here, and we have 14 and a half overs left, potentially left in this game. Now Joseph Eklund is the new batter, so still Toby Albert drops down the order here, and Eklund, along with Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly, was in the England squad for those one-day internationals and T20s down under, and the England under-19 side. So he makes his way out.
It's not so easy for an inexperienced batsman on a wicket which is starting to turn.
Yep.
You know, this is the biggest crowd he's probably played in front of.
Well, we're going to find out his mettle now, aren't we? There's Sam Robson, tosses the ball from hand to hand here, and probably feels that he can get another one here. One wicket so far in this over. In just his second over, he has 2 for 11. Here he is bowling to Eklund, and that's flighted. That's a good delivery. Well played though. He's well forward. Just works that with the spin out square on the offside, but it is a dot ball. This game has a totally different feel to this now. In the last few minutes, Hampshire have been rocked by 2 big wickets. Felix Organ for 33, Fletcher Middleton for 100. As Robson bowls, Eklund's on the back foot, cuts it away on the offside, off the mark. Second ball he's faced. And Hampshire 229 for 5, need another 81. Still have 5 wickets in hand. We're not sure what's happening with Toby Albert, but he is to come if he's fit enough. Here's Robson again. He's gone for the sweep, missed that, but it's off the pad. Ian Holland will pick up probably a leg by, unless he's got a little inside edge on that one. And the umpire signalled a leg by. So that's the end of the over. A really good over from Sam Robson. He's almost doubled the number of List A wickets in that one over that he's taken. So we have 14 overs left in this game. Hampshire need 80, and Duckworth Lewis has jumped up to 219.
That's a little bit closer than it was a couple of overs ago. So we now have Bamber coming in from the pavilion end. Got Holland taking strike. Well, Holland had a good innings last week. Championship game. In comes Bamber. Holland bowls length. He's pushed it through mid wicket. He's picked up 1 and come back for 2. 2 comfortably back for the second one, and Hampshire's total moves on to 132 for 5.
Well, these two need to bat well. 2 relatively new batters out there in the crease. Light not great. Middlesex, you just feel in the field, have just suddenly got a little bit more of a spring in their step.
Just giving them a little bit of belief now. Bamber comes in, bowled at Holland, who goes on the back foot and just runs it down to third man, picks up a single. I think Hampshire just got to keep going, run a ball if they can for the next 8 overs or so, and then look to open up for the last 6-7 overs.
Well, the run rate has been brought to well down below 6. It's only just over 5.5. So the batters have done a good job. So the lower order batters haven't got too much pressure on them, but as Raj says, they just need to keep pushing it around.
Just looking for ones there. His hard hands, and he's pushed that one to mid-on. Well bowled that by Bamber. Just a slight drizzle in the air just over to our right. Hopefully that's blown away, that's all going away. That Bamber comes in again. Jogs in, just accelerates, comes in. As you go length. Eklund just runs it down to third man, picks up an easy single. And this is all Hampshire have got to do. They've just got to bat all the way through. Don't have to take any risks, not just yet. Just get into that position where you can look to put your foot down if you need to. If you don't need to, then you just bat all the way through.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing at the moment. 19 years of age, Joseph Eklund. In form, 64 and 88 not out in his last second team game.
Bamber. And Holland runs it down to third man, goes for one. Will he come back for two? Yes, he's coming back for two. He gets back for an easy second there. The total goes up to 136. They've got their 6 runs off this over already, so you don't really need to do too much more. You're 1 run ahead at the moment, runs per over. So next over, just pick up another 5, 6. It's not a problem. In comes Bamber to Holland. From that pavilion end, bowls just short of a length, and he works him through to deep square leg. It picks up a single. End of the over, and Hampshire moved to 137 for 5 off 37 overs.
Yeah, 7 runs off that, which is ahead of the required rate.
Actually, they managed to pick up another run off that.
Ooh.
It looked like there was an overthrow, and they managed to come back and pick up another single. We missed out on that one, Kev.
Well, the scoreboard's yet to show it, which I'm sure it will do shortly. Bamber 6 overs, none for 31. No, it's still showing 237 for 5.
Yeah, because Holland worked that ball off his back. He's at the non-strikers end, so he has picked up a 1. I think everybody's missed it.
Well, the umpires, I'm looking to see the umpires if they get on the walkie-talkie, but they haven't yet. Keep an eye on that one. 13 overs to go, as the scoreboard shows. At the moment, 73 needed. That run rate just a fraction over 5.5, and it does look as though that rain is getting dangerously close.
There you go, scoreboard's ticked over.
Oh, good news. Right, that's turned a little bit. Eklund just pushes that with the turn. Backward a square on the offside. Well spotted Reg on that one. And with that extra run, well, actually after that ball now, the run rate goes back to 5.6. Now the umpires the umpire's got the ball, walking over to the other umpire. The batters are starting to walk off. I think we're going off. We are. Well, at a delicate stage of the game, the players are going off, and I have to say, that rain has always looked like coming over. I know we've skirted some of it, but we weren't going to miss it all. So 238 for 5, Hampshire, with Holland on 8 not out, Eklund on 2, and the equation is that 72 runs are needed of 12.5 overs. You can hear the hover cover coming over. It's really starting to rain now. I think we're going to be off for a little while here, looking at where the rain's coming from. I can't see a break in the clouds over that area over the Shane Warne stand about 1 o'clock as we look, which is where most of the rain comes on. We're definitely on the edge, but we're catching it. Bamber's bowled 6 overs, none for 32. Robson into his 3rd over, 2 for 12. Big over from him last over, getting rid of Felix Organ for 33 and Fletcher Middleton for 100. Hampshire going from 227 for 3 to 228 for 5. But with 72 runs needed, the Duckworth-Lewis showing 220, so Hampshire are still ahead of that. So that's good news if we don't get any more play today. Hampshire will win this game, but of course if we do get some more play, the likelihood is that we're going to lose some overs, and that run rate will be, or the target will be revised. But that's the situation we face at the moment. As I say, Holland 8 not out, Eklund 2 not out. The hover cover is on, and I think the tarpaulins either side of that, the plastic covers will be rolled out as well, and the wind is getting up as well here at Raj. So we'll just take a break, Hampshire, just to remind you, 238 for 5, chasing 309 for 7 of the Middlesex total. And we are going to take a break. Rest assured, as soon as there's any more play, we'll be back with you.